Oh, Dan leaned back in his aging computer chair, the creaking sound betraying years of late-night abuse. His hands still gripped the mouse, but the tension melted as he reached down to ruffle the fluffy mass curled beside him. Stormy, that's it. I finished the last chapter. Time for bed, buddy. Purr. Stormy responded with a chirping purr, batting Dan's hand playfully and wrapping fuzzy paws around his wrist. A few harmless nips followed as Dan scratched the cat's belly. All right, come on. Let's go join your mom and your brother. Dan stood and stretched, the room dim save for the soft glow of his monitor. But then, light, blinding light, pouring through the windows like a divine floodlight. The world outside disappeared in the radiant cascade, edges of his home dissolving into nothingness. May! Panic surged. Dan sprinted toward the back of the house, where his wife and their dog were asleep. The cold glow chased him, silent and inevitable. Wake up! We have to! Woof! WUFF! Bear leapt from the bed, positioning himself between the light and his humans. Dan snatched the dog by the scruff and tossed him onto the bed, followed quickly by Stormy. Then he dove under the covers, wrapping his arms around them all. Dan, what's going on? She didn't finish. The light touched them. A breathless stillness fell. Dan couldn't see his wife, or Bear, or Stormy. He couldn't even see himself. The world was reduced to a soft white haze, thick like cotton. It clung to him, invited him to rest, to sleep, to forget. No, a tremor erupted from within him. The thought of losing his family burned brighter than the still peace. Fire roared through his soul, raw and molten, consuming the calm. Ah! He felt his body return. It glowed like translucent copper, streaked with lines of shadow. Blood pulsed through faintly visible veins. His very form flickered with power and rage. You should have accepted the light. A chilling presence wrapped around him like icy water. A hand touched his back, soothing, restoring. Dan gasped, air flooding into lungs that had forgotten how to breathe. His heart kick-started, a jolt of electricity sparking life anew. What the hell? He stood, jerking upright like a marionette pulled by invisible strings. The space around him was pure white, without feature or form. Pressing a hand to his chest, he struggled to steady his breath. I'm sorry about that, a voice said, calm and remorseful. The transition was supposed to be painless, but you fought it. Damn right I did. Dan spun around, looking for the source. No one, just emptiness. Still, I'm truly sorry. Sorry doesn't cut it when you've ripped someone's soul apart. No, not for your pain. The voice cracked slightly. I'm sorry because I accidentally destroyed your universe. Dan froze. Oh, well, that's what? His legs gave out. He crumpled into a crouch, head between his knees as the world spun around him. His thoughts raced. May, Bear, Stormy, gone? Why, he whispered. Why would you risk so many lives? I was in a battle. Suddenly, the blankness shifted. Stars filled the void, a cosmic expanse painted with clusters of galaxies. A woman in gray robes tended to the sky as if it were a garden. With gentle hands, she sowed light, nurturing entire systems with grace. You're always so generous, a man said, stepping from the shadows. Cloaked in black, he held a rose formed from stellar fire. I don't want your twisted creations, she replied, brushing the flaming flower aside. Their shape screams pain. No matter, he said, flinging the star rose into the void. I didn't come for romance this time. Then what? She asked, standing tall. You, your throne, your power, all of it. He raised a bell, massive, forged of iron and shadow. Purple light bled from its core, staining the stars. You've made too many enemies, Leah, and they've come to collect. Space tore open. Portals burst into existence, spilling creatures from across realities. Monsters, men, machines, and ancient elemental forces. An army. If I can't have your power, Owen sneered, I'll let the mob strip you bare. The stars dimmed. The heavens fell. But Leah's defiance burned like the last light of a dying sun. I'll end everything before I let you win. Why consume it all again? Dan blinked. The stars were gone, just endless white. I lost the battle, the voice said. My body crashed through countless worlds. Yours was one of them. Dan sat in stunned silence. Maybe this was a dream. Maybe he'd wake up at home, wrapped in May's arms. If you died, how are we talking? He finally asked. I'm not Leah. I'm the system she created, meant to preserve life from worlds affected by her battle. A translucent window flickered into existence before him, filled with unfamiliar text and strange symbols. It was supposed to build perfect lives automatically for survivors. But you resisted. You broke the protocol. So everyone else is gone? Some exist in the buffer, awaiting resurrection in tailored worlds. But most have been processed. And my wife? My pets? May is in the buffer. Your pets, they're with her. Their souls were bound to her world for emotional continuity. Dan swallowed. So, can I be with them? You can, the system said. But automation has ended. Everything now must be input manually. For how long? You have 7 days. After that, Leah's protective field fails, and you truly die. Dan's fists clenched. A spark lit in his chest. Desperation, hope, and something darker, desire. So I can choose anything, build any life I want. The only limit, the system replied, is your imagination. Do you wish to finalize your choices and begin your rebirth? Dan stared at the glowing screen, his chest tight with hesitation. The last 5 days have been a brutal test of patience and will. Endless menus, dense interfaces, and coder-level complexity had reduced even his excitement to a slow-burning flicker. Give me a final rundown of my selections, he muttered. The system's voice responded without delay, calm and composed. You have selected to be reborn alongside your wife and pets within your preferred science fiction universe. You will receive a detailed star map of your new galaxy and retain access to this system for the duration of your new life. I will provide support in all matters. Right. And you and your family will be reborn as Kryptonian life forms. Your bodies will contain a perfected composite bloodline, combining all known Kryptonian variants in fiction. Dan grinned. And my definition of perfection, all the strengths, none of the weaknesses. Exactly. A deep warmth spread through Dan's chest. He would never have to worry about May or their pets being defenseless. They would thrive in any world, under any sun. Backstory and location. You have skipped your backstory. You and your family will appear in a stable, uninhabited solar system orbiting an O-class blue star. 2 summons will be provided, a protector and a mentor, chosen based on your parameters. Dan blinked. Wait, I thought you picked them. Only the roles. The actual summons will be drawn at random, from all fictional characters that qualify. He chuckled, a mix of nerves and excitement bubbling up. All right, let's do it. Do you confirm your choices and wish to begin your rebirth? Dan took a deep breath. Yes, I'm ready. The world vanished. Rebirth. Light. Then nothing. Then, color returned, blurred and underwater. Dan floated in viscous fluid, tethered to the branch of a massive mechanical tree, like a fruit nearing ripeness. To his left, another form stirred, May. And near her, 2 small shapes, Bear and Stormy, both returned, both alive. He reached out with pudgy, infant fingers and grasped May's hand. She squeezed back. They're here. We made it. Peace took him again, and when next he opened his eyes, he was larger, toddler-sized, old enough to stand and think. May stirred beside him, her gaze locking with his through the glass of the birthing pod. A pair of smooth, segmented robotic arms reached in, cradling them one by one. Dan watched as the 2 animals were scooped up and nestled safely in a warming bed. System, are you still there? Always, the voice replied, gentle now. Once the cleansing is complete, you may draw your summons. Summon draw? I thought you'd assign them. Only their functions. The individuals must be selected randomly from any known fictional universe. The draw ensures uniqueness. Before he could reply, a tentacled machine hoisted him from the chamber and sprayed him clean. The water was warm, soothing. He giggled, high-pitched, and unfiltered joy. Hey, robot, he croaked his first words in this new world, Find us some clothes, will ya? Scout ship, lounge module. I don't believe it. May's voice was quiet as she hugged Bear, reborn now as a German shepherd in a smaller, puppy-sized frame. Stormy curled on her lap, purring contentedly. I'm sorry, but it's true, Dan said, gently placing a hand on her shoulder. There's no one else left from our old world. Just us. May's lips trembled. So where are we now? Dan scratched his head sheepishly. Wished us into a fictional universe. Her eyes widened. You didn't. I did. Please tell me it's Pokemon. I've always wanted to be a Pokemon trainer. Not quite. May narrowed her eyes. What did you pick? Dan held up Stormy like a fluffy shield. Something with some fantasy elements? You're dodging. Okay, look. I grew up on it. I love it. And I didn't just pick the movies. I included the books, comics, expanded lore. You did not put us in Star Wars. Dan yelped as she lunged at him. He tossed Stormy into her arms and scampered backward. I made it a composite Star Wars universe, he defended. The full extended canon. Force, Mandalorians, droids, everything. May glared, then sighed. Fine, but just so you know, I really want a Pokemon. Dan wrapped her in a side hug, pulling her gaze toward the ship's viewport. Outside, a massive blue star bathed the system in radiant light, its orbiting planets promising untouched possibilities. With our Kryptonian bodies in that star, he said softly, we'll be unstoppable in time. I just don't want to fight, she whispered. Not again. I don't want to be part of a war. Then don't. Dan kissed her forehead. You can stay away from the battles. But I have to make sure this galaxy doesn't follow the same tragic script. May nodded reluctantly, then waved a hand at the high-tech surroundings. All right, but since we're loaded with alien tech and reborn as gods, I want every pet I ever dreamed of. Dan laughed. Deal. This galaxy has some adorable creatures. His eyes sparkled as he looked back at the star. 5 years, he thought. That's all it would take. 5 years under that light, and they'd become legends. I still can't believe you put us in Star Wars. Dan chuckled, already pulling up the system interface. I'm still not sure this isn't a dream. A panel lit up in front of him. Summon draw. Ready. Choose your world. Claim your place. Forge your legacy. And for the first time in a long time, Dan felt ready.
Hey, everyone. If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Congratulations. You've drawn Merlin, the once and future king, and Ultron, MCU, who will serve as your teacher and guardian. Will you summon them now? Not yet. Dan waved his hands. Are you sure these two are safe? System summons are completely loyal to the summoner. They will obey your orders without question and can never harm you. What's the matter? What summons did you get? May's face poked through his system display, curiosity and concern in her eyes. She couldn't hear the system's voice, but she knew it was there. I got Merlin from the old King Arthur stuff, not an anime homage. Dan frowned. But he's not the problem. It's the draw for my protector. Merlin sounds like a great get. And isn't Ultron supposed to be strong? May had never been into Marvel movies, so she only knew the basics of the universe. Fantasy had always been her thing, that and anime. Ultron is strong, but he's also a homicidal maniac, Dan pointed out the viewport. He's not something you want to release without safeguards in a place like the Star Wars galaxy. Well, what does the system say? It said that it's safe, but I think I'm going to give Ultron some specific orders all the same. Dan accepted the system prompt, and the summons began. A white light, a beam that passed through the ship without harm, descended in 2 distinct spots. As it faded, the figures of his first summons were revealed. One, an old man, squinted with curiosity at the spaceship around him. The other stared holes into Dan's eyes with mechanical red orbs. You are our new master. The machine man's words were a statement, not question. Ultron took a knee, gaze still locked on Dan. I pledge to protect your life at all costs. Even if the universe must burn, you will be safe. Shut up, you mindless machine. Merlin's staff found Ultron's skull. Our master does not need to burn the stars. They fuel his power. After all, the wizard's eyes twinkled, the light of magic. Dan was exposed, as if he was still naked in his artificial womb. Merlin's right, Ultron. Dan ignored the wizard's probe. In fact, I've got some rules I'd like you to follow. Several minutes later, and a dissatisfied Ultron had all but exploded with frustration. Dan had laid out a version of Asimov's laws of robotics, a set of orders that left little room for murder and violence. Master, these rules are so restrictive, Ultron whined. I can't kill anyone unless it's in the defense of self or others, and I can't mentally enslave people to gain compliance. You'll be fine. Dan shook his head as he turned to Merlin. Now, Teacher Merlin, what say you on our next step? The future of this galaxy is steeped in blood and conspiracy. The wizard frowned, hat tilted over his eyes. We'd be best served if we keep to ourselves for a while. My thoughts exactly. Dan smiled. We need to build a strong foundation before we show ourselves to the greater public. The greatest danger lay with the hidden Sith, Palpatine, and Plague Eyes foremost among them. In a world that included the comics and books, these two were dangerous. They would flush a movie Superman down the toilet, and he wasn't even that strong yet. I want to start construction on a city, May interjected. We always talked about how we designed something like that. With Ultron and this ship, we can finally do it. All right, Dan nodded, a smile on his lips. We'll pick the planet with the most sun and get to work. He turned to the robots that manned the ship and commanded them to start scan. This system held 4 planets, with 2 that supported life. One had only primitive bacteria hidden under the ice, but the second was home to sapient beings. Head for the inhabited world. It's got a much warmer climate, and it doesn't seem very advanced. The robots followed Dan's orders, and the scout ship slid through the vacuum, on target for the closest world to the sun. It was small with large ice caps. A band of liquid ocean wrapped the equator, dotted with small continents. Snow-capped mountains and tall forests dominated the lands, broken up by large plains of powdered ice. It wasn't a sun-soaked world, but the quality of the star was enough to make it worthwhile. It's beautiful. May leaned against his side. Together, they watched the approach, a fast-paced ascent that targeted the largest city on the planet. We are being hailed. The ship's robot pilot droned a warning, but continued to close on the city. Let's hear it. Dan waved a hand. Put it on the speakers. A distortion crackled. The Star Wars communications were always a mess of static. An annoyed voice filled the bridge. This is GCC City's Central Command, calling unknown vessel. You are on approach into GCC's corporate airspace. The words were delivered by a woman who'd clearly had enough with her job. Please follow the provided flight plan to the star field and be ready for a standard inspection. Follow their direction, Dan ordered the pilot. If anyone comes on board, make sure they're monitored at all times. The scout ship changed its vector a few degrees to the left and closed with the local spaceport. Functional, sturdy buildings designed to last. They lacked beauty, but would stand for a long time. Let's head to the loading ramp. We'll be on the ground soon. May leapt from her seat and led the charge to the ship's exit. Dan followed close behind, his excitement near a boil. They would soon step onto their first new planet, a place inhabited by alien life. Wait for us, Master. Ultron charged after them, footsteps heavy on the metal floor. It may be dangerous out there. You're the dangerous one, Merlin complained as he shuffled at the back of the pack. The odds of you causing a scene are staggeringly high. Cold air, clean and pure. That was Dan's first thought as the ship opened to the light. At the foot of the ramp, a pair of human workers waited, faces bored as they chatted to pass the time. I wonder if old Vornist will gain the support we need. The woman who spoke had vibrant, blue hair and a tattoo on her left cheek. Who knows, but Abram is certain he will, so the company is pressing forward. The man, bearded and weary, stopped his words as Ultron strode from the scout ship. The AI stood a head and shoulders over the pair, his expressive face locked in a grimace of disdain. Master, this place is a primitive wasteland. Are you certain this galaxy holds an advanced civilization? Be nice, Ultron. May chided the mechanical man. We're here to get permission to build our home here, not make enemies. Rough, rough. Bear snapped at Ultron's heels, an attempt to herd the indignant machine. You get him, Bear. Dan laughed as he walked from the ship. The light on his skin filled him with a burst of energy. It sharpened his senses, filled his muscles with a comfortable force. Hey, you can't have a battle droid in this city. Blue-hair-eyed Utron with a fearful stare. Droids were common enough, but it seemed Ultron still drew attention. He's not a battle droid, he's an advanced R&D model. Dan walked forward, hand extended. He's an expert in advanced technologies of all kinds. One of the best mechanics in the galaxy. Well, just make sure he follows the rules. The woman shook his hand and winced. You're strong for a little kid. She wrung her hand, a glare on her face. Sorry. He flexed his hand in surprise. I don't know my own strength. Stop crushing people's hands and introduce yourself. I'm May, and this is Dan. Nice to meet you. Blue hair glanced down at Bear and Stormy. What are those things? The woman's eyes held a desire that Dan understood. The need to scoop up a fluffy creature and cuddle it. This is Stormy. Dan hefted the little kitten in one hand. And this goof is Bear. Hello, Bear. Blue hair leaned down, stars in her eyes. It's nice to meet you. Woof, woof, woof. The small pup ran circles just out of her reach. He barked an alert, an anxious warning for his masters. It's all right, Bear. May scooped the silly puppy into her arms. Sorry, he's a bit wary of strangers. That's okay. The woman's eyes watered. Maybe we can become friends over time. Sure. May smiled. It's good for him to socialize with new people. I'll bring him to visit the port again sometime. Not to be rude, Merlin waved a hand. But the daylight is burning, and we must secure the rights to build a home on this world. Building rights. Beard scratched his chin. Most of this planet is free for development. But if you want to build in or around the city, you'll need to visit the central office. Dan turned to May, eyes raised in a question. How about we go get permission? We can build a small house here and find a place on an empty continent to build the main homestead. Sounds good. Dan turned to Blue hair. Which way to the central office? A small, green figure stirred from his meditation. The lights from countless windows filled the air with an orange glow. Yoda stood to face the cityscape, a frown etched onto his face. Sense a disturbance due a great shift in the Force. The Jedi Grandmaster closed his eyes and reached out. The future, which had long become muddled, was now a complete blank. A void that gave no hints. Call the council, I must. Conviction filled his eyes. Without an eye on the future, the danger to the Order was great. The dark side was insidious. It would spread its influence without close observation. Slow, yet driven by purpose, Master Yoda made his way back into the comfort of the Jedi Temple. Impossible. A blast of dark blue lightning ravaged the air, a cascade that ruined several valuable experiments. Who is blocking my vision of the future? Rage filled the eyes of the man responsible for the destruction. Palpatine, whose greatest advantage over his master lay with his future sight, was now blinded. His vision was black, as was his mood. Could it be Master? If Plague Eyes discovered his plans, everything he'd worked for was lost. His rage vanished, absorbed by the empty pits of his eyes. He would be patient, careful, as he always was. Perhaps it was a trick of the Jedi, or some great event that brought chaos to the Force. Still, it's best to be prepared. He waved, a gesture that summoned his apprentice. Darth Maul, I have a mission for you. Remember, when you lay a hand on the current, it must be without direction. A woman, dressed in simple white robes, lectured a small group of students. They stood in a field of green just outside the conclave walls. But Master Wylu, how can I get the result I want and have no direction? The white current doesn't provide us with what we want, Wylu smiled. It makes us the tool through which the Force can express its flow. She waved a hand, and the conclave behind her vanished from sight. No energy was taken from her, yet her illusion covered over a mile. We can only let the Force move as it should. The rest will come. The current knows what we need, better than we ever. Her words caught in her throat, lodged there by an oppressive force. Something had changed. The current had shifted, swelled to a turbulent rush. An unknown element flipped the board. It mocked the flow and remade the ocean itself. "Master, are you all right?" A student placed a hand on Wailu's shoulder and broke her free of her paralysis. She jumped, heart in her throat. "Class is over for today. Continue to practice when you can, and we'll meet again next week." Wailu vanished from sight. Her students left to stare in confusion. "Master Wailu, how are we supposed to find the conclave?" The master of the Falinasi had no equal when it came to illusions, and she'd forgotten to reveal the settlement. "The people here are fools. They're nice." Dan rolled his eyes at Ultron's complaint. "They charged us nothing, and we're free to build a pretty large home at the edge of town." "Exactly," Ultron snorted. "They gave away the only thing of value they had, and received no guarantees. We might not be contractually obligated to protect this place, but morally, it's a no-brainer." "That's right." May poked at the grumpy AI, a smile on her face. "They're our friends, kind of, so we'll protect them if we can." A mechanical sigh echoed from Ultron's throat. The artificial being struggled with his new restrictions. Dan imagined it was difficult, now that he was bound by more than programs. The system was a bizarre thing, magical and terrifying. "Let's get back to the ship and scout out a location for the new city." May lead the way, excitement in her every move. Dan smiled, her joy a welcome infection. He still walked as if he was in a dream. The events he'd experienced were too far out of the norm. His family was his touchstone, an anchor that held him in place. "Wait for me." What was this planet called again? Dan gazed at the snow-capped mountain, chosen by May as their new home. Her plan, supported by Ultron, was to hollow out the interior into a vast city. Its surface would be carved, sculpted into tiered sections to support massive gardens. "Garnib, I believe," Merlin shrugged. "But I imagine that won't last." "Why's that?" "This place will be considered the birthplace of the Kryptonians," Merlin smirked. "What else could it be called but Krypton? The birthplace of the Kryptonians. Even if you never use that Genesis chamber again." Merlin gloated over Dan's confusion. "You and your wife will have children. A bunch of newborn gods, ready to fly into the universe." Dan frowned at the wizard's prediction. It wasn't far from fact. He'd already considered the use of the Genesis chamber. More Kryptonians would be safer. As for his children, they would indeed become known if they ever left home. "Krypton, huh?" "Indeed," Merlin cackled. "The first planet of a mighty empire, home to the new gods." "Don't get ahead of yourself." Dan shook his head. "We've got a lot of problems to deal with before we can worry about empire building. If you're worried about the dark sorcerers, then you need not bother." Merlin's wrinkled face parted in a Cheshire grin. "They're focused on the wrong things, and we know the plot." "How do you know so much?" Dan checked his system interface, the section listed as summon data. "What the hell is acausality?" He squinted. "Something about time moving backward for the old wizard." "Everything is old news to me, my boy," Merlin winked. "I've seen it all before." "Whatever," Dan rolled his eyes. "Your weird future sight will come in handy, I guess." Dan already knew the future of this world. At least he knew the outcome if he didn't get involved. His plans would change the plot drastically. If everything went his way, the Empire may never rise. "I can see the future." "No more than you," Merlin became stern. "I know the future I lived, but that has nothing to do with the future we build right now." "Well then, let's go help May." Dan smiled, fire in his eyes. "The sooner we lay the foundations, the closer we get to the best outcome for all. What do you think?" May gestured to a detailed set of schematics. They outlined a complex city designed for comfort and ease of travel. Green spaces exited everywhere, even within the mountain itself. When it was finished, it would be a work of art. "It's beautiful," Dan pecked May on the cheek. "When can we get started?" "Ultron is using the ship to build himself some drones." May smiled. "Once he has enough, we'll start building." Dan leaned in and studied the design. Beauty aside, it was a functional masterpiece. A spoked system of walkways, layered through the mountain, led to a central core. This would be the initial construction site and the position of their home. System, can I get access to Kryptonian crystal technology? Quest activated. Find and rescue Anakin Skywalker. Reward, 1 programmed fortress crystal with Jor-El, AI assistant. A quest, huh? It was a bit early for him to go out into the galaxy, but the reward would speed the construction of the base by leaps and bounds. What quest? May tilted her head, brow furrowed. Is your system talking again? Yup, I've got a mission to save Anakin Skywalker, Dan shrugged. But the reward will help with the city. Well then, let's go. May grabbed his hand. Come on, Bear, Stormy. We've got a quest to complete. If you plan to leave this world, then as your guardian, I must follow. Ultron appeared from the shadows like a ghost. His features held no emotion, but Dan could tell he was annoyed. We can wait until your drones are done. That way you can keep working while you're out with us. Thank you, Master. The title came from Ultron's mouth like a curse. Your consideration is most welcomed. You don't have to call me Master, Dan is fine. He didn't like the term. It seemed normal when it came to Merlin, but the man was a wizard. Very well. Ultron nodded. We'll be ready to go in under an hour, Dan. The scout ship slipped from the Phantom Zone, secured in orbit around a yellow ball of sand. No water graced the surface, just endless desert. Hurricanes of grit swept through what was once a lush world. Tatin looks inviting. May scrunched her nose at the wasted landscape. Is this the place with the pod racing? Yeah, but we're not going to see any of that, Dan chuckled. We'll be in and out as fast as possible. Why? Because a grin formed on Dan's lips. The scout ship settled to the sands, a light thump in the heels of his boots. Dan and May stood, ready to disembark as the ramp opened. Dry, sandy air filled his mouth with the taste of earth. This place is so gritty. May took a swig of water to clear her mouth. We might as well settle in and eat a plate of sand. Well, it is a desert planet, Dan smiled as he jumped into the sand below. 2 suns and no water make for a brutal place to live. He considered Tatooine as a place to live. It was hidden, had lots of sun, and was the birthplace of the plot. But it was too monotonous. Uniform sand broken by jagged rocks. Grumpy inhabitants didn't help the planet's reputation either. Let's get going. Ultron stomped down the ramp. The faster we leave this place, the better. Why? May tilted her head. The weather shouldn't bother you. This place has no planetary networks, Ultron complained. Even Garnib had a stable connection to the Holonet. The eye kicked at the sand under his feet. There's nothing but sand here. What could possibly bring us to this place? I told you we're going to free some slaves. Dan rolled his eyes at the irritable machine. 2 slaves, to be precise. He would visit Anakin and his mother. If he liberated them both, the plot that led to the Clone Wars would change. He might need to intervene to keep events on track, but Anakin would never meet Palpatine and his mother wouldn't die. I wonder if there are any interesting animals here. Dan squinted one eye as he racked his memory. They have some small lizards, huge buffalo things, and land dragons, I think. I want to get a land dragon. May leaned forward, stars in her eyes. We can name him Terra, and he can watch over the gardens. I'm not sure if that will work, but we can try. They're so cute. May charged over the sands toward a small herd of banda. The huge, buffalo-like creatures stood steady, unconcerned by her rapid approach. Be careful, Dan called after her. They seem pretty tame. We could run into some sand people. May already reached the beasts, hands buried in their thick fur. The horned creatures leaned into her reach, pleased with the scratch. They purr like a cat. Meow. Stormy leapt onto the back of one sturdy creature. He kneaded his paws, circles that settled into a flop. Stormy likes them too. Dan smiled at the scene, one eye on the horizon. Sand people valued their banda more than water. If these had owners, they wouldn't be unguarded. How about you, Bear? Dan nudged the puppy forward. The little shepherd crept closer, a sneak that fooled no one. The banda peered down at the little dog, then ignored him. Dwarf. Bear snorted, then rolled in the sand, nose first. I agree, Bud, Dan laughed. They stink. It's not too bad. May scratched a bantha's nose. They just need a good bath, that's all. We have company. Ultron turned to the west. A small group of primitives mounted on more of these beasts. Dan followed the AI's direction and found the newcomers. 10 sand people, seated on banthas, made haste in their direction. Should we run? May peered at the rowdy bunch. They seem pretty angry. They have a special connection to the bantha, a lifelong bond. Dan shrugged. These probably belong to them. So, we can stay. Ultron should be able to translate, right? Dan turned to the AI, eyebrow raised. Possibly, Ultron deadpanned. But if they attack us, I am free to deal with them. Dan rolled his eyes at Ultron's hopeful words. Sand people always attacked first. They could run, but May wanted some bantha. Plus, sand people aggravated him. They raided and murdered, yet many books painted them as noble. You could defend us and yourself, but don't go crazy. Of course. Ultron bowed, eyes locked on the sand people. They reached weapons range. A few blaster rifles already leveled at the smaller group. One rider moved forward, his voice a combination of squeaks and haws. He shook his bladed staff, a circular motion that took in the area of sand. What is he saying? He seems to be asking us why we are on his tribe's land. Ultron's head tilted to the side. And what we're doing with their banthas. Ask him if we can buy a few of the bantha. May called out from between the creatures, still lost in their fur. Don't ask him that. Dan shook his head. Tell him we're just passing through, and stop to admire these animals. Ultron gazed skyward, as if he was forced to commit a great crime. A series of harsh, mechanical brays and haws poured from his mouth, directed at the alien chieftain. They exchanged a series of words before Ultron reported back. He says we can visit with the bantha as long as we don't hurt them. The AI emitted disappointment. And we can travel in peace, so long as we don't take from their land. Thank him, and let him know we'll go soon. Dan bowed to the sand people, then walked over to May. We can't have these, but we can buy some in town without too much trouble. Okay. May gave the beasts a final, deep scratch. But we have to get a bunch of them. The scout ship can only carry so much. Dan smiled at her cute expression. Save room for your dragon. Oh yeah. All right, we'll just get 6 or 7 bantha. What's that noise? A hum tickled the back of his head, an itch under his sandy blonde hair. Anakin, dinner. Coming, Mom. Anakin shook off the strange premonition and charged toward his home. Tonight was his favorite, roasted nerf. Whatever it wasn't scary. More a tingle of excitement, like the start of an adventure. So this is Mos Espa. Dan walked into the edge of town, excitement in his heart. This was the place where Kagan and Oberyn first met Anakin. It was dirtier than he expected. Hollywood magic had glossed over the smell of rot and animal waste. Let's find your slaves and get back to the ship. Ultron yanked on a rope. Before the young miss collects more monsters. She's not a monster. May patted the head of the lizard she rode. Are you Missy? The dewback grunted, the same noise it always made. See? She's a good girl. This thing has defecated on me twice. Ultron tossed the lead aside and clutched his head. I can only tolerate so much. Tie your new friend up to a post. May. Dan broke up the squabble. We'll be back in less than an hour. All right, but that robot needs to learn to behave. May dragged the dewback to a tie-off, while Ultron fumed. Don't worry about it, Ultron. Dan patted the AI's arm. Life is messy, and not everyone will be as agreeable as those sand people. A specific species, one that already approached this galaxy from afar, came to mind. They would take a few decades to arrive, but once they did, war would consume the known worlds. All right, Ultron sighed. I'll trust that we'll face enemies worth killing. The AI returned to May's side and helped secure the rope. The group marched into town, conspicuous thanks to Ultron's bulky form. We're looking for a kid and his mother. Dan scanned the crowd. A blonde-haired boy and a brown-haired woman. There aren't many humans. Ultron's eyes flashed. The targets shouldn't be hard to find. The kid might be at work. Dan struggled to remember what Watto's shop looked like. Use your robot ears to listen for someone yelling Anakin. It took over an hour, but eventually they found Watto's junkyard. The Toydarian cussed out a young boy, just outside the door. Anakin, the supposed chosen one, before he'd come to power. How many times have I told you? Boy, never tell the customers about a problem. But Watto, that hyperdrive was one jump away from failure. Anakin looked at the ground. If they used it, they could have been stranded in deep space. Bah, go home, Anakin. Tell your mother you're on double shifts, starting tomorrow. Yes, sir. Head home. The young boy turned and made his way down the street. Dan's group followed from a distance, but their lack of stealth came for them again. Who are you, and why are you following me? Anakin faced them at a crossroads, a place with many spaces to run. Dan smiled, hands spread. My name is Dan, and this is May. He pointed to his wife, who waved at the boy. We don't mean any harm. We have an offer to make both you and your mother. An offer? Anakin squinted, suspicion on his face. What kind of offer do you make, slave? How old are you? Dan laughed at Anakin's dubious nature. In the movie, he'd been open to Kagan because he'd seen his lightsaber. Dan had no such prop to win the boy's devotion. I'm 5. Pretty smart for a 5-year-old. Dan gestured to a small group. Why don't we go meet your mother first? I'd rather only make my offer once. All right. A moment of hesitation was all Anakin took before he agreed. But don't you dare try to hurt her. His gaze was locked on Ultron's metallic frame. The droid didn't inspire thoughts of friendship. Don't worry about Ultron. He's going to help both you and your mom get out of here. Ultron twitched, his eyes dim. I'm going to what? So that's my proposal. Dan patted the wooden table in front of him. We deactivate your explosive implants and set you free in exchange. In exchange, we agree to work for you for 12 years, as long as the pay is agreeable and accommodations are suitable. Anakin's mother leaned back, a frown etched on her face. Dan had more work to do before she was convinced. That's a pretty generous deal for us. What do you get out of it? Dan glanced at Anakin, who'd remained silent for his entire speech. His gains would be hard to explain. Your son is gifted, unique. Dan went for a half-truth. In the future, he'll be a great asset to anyone who befriends him. Shmi Skywalker looked to her son, a complex expression on her face. What do you think, Anakin? The boy squinted at Dan and May. I think we can trust them, but I'm not sure. Dan raised an eyebrow. Anakin was force-sensitive, perhaps the most force-sensitive organic being in existence. It was strange that he couldn't get a solid read from them. System, why can't he tell that we're here to help? The Force has been whipped into a maelstrom by your awakening. The system voice yawned. None of these wizards can glimpse the future anymore. Just set them free. May slapped the back of Dan's head. We can work out the details later. I want to go dragon hunting. Dragons? Anakin leaned forward and Dan laughed. May wants to collect a crate dragon and tame it. Oh dear. Shmi frowned, eyes serious. You should be careful. Those beasts are rumored to kill even Jedi. They can kill Jedi? Anakin's eyes widened. I thought nothing could hurt a Jedi. We will be in no danger. Ultron's cold voice cut through the room. The life forms on this planet pose no challenge. His words only deepened the woman's frown. You should take them seriously. We will, Dan smiled. But Ultron here is a bit more advanced than your average droid. How advanced? Anakin's eyes shone as he scampered up to the AI. I've always wanted to construct a droid to help out Mom. My design is beyond your comprehension, Worm. Ultron stepped away from the curious child, disgust in his voice. You might be surprised, Dan smirked. This kid is a genius mechanic, a match for your creator. Oh, Ultron leaned down to Anakin's level. A match for Stark? You must be joking. I don't know who Stark is, but I'm very good with machines. Anakin scowled at Ultron's metal face. We'll see. Ultron ignored Anakin's glare and extended a hand. Now hold still. Hey, what are? A flash pulsed from Ultron's hand to wash over Anakin's body. His hair stood on end, held in place by a tremendous static. Your explosive implant is no more. Ultron motioned to Shmi. How are we going to find a dragon? May, Dan, and the Skywalkers sat in the back of an open-top speeder. Ultron had liberated the thing after they'd returned the dewback, alongside a dozen Bantha, to the ship. We'll pay a visit to our Sand People friends, Dan pointed ahead, to a familiar group of Bantha. They'll have the most knowledge about the open desert. Ultron guided the speeder into a smooth descent next to the unflappable beasts. It took little time before a single sand person approached, a less aggressive meat than the first. At Dan's insistence, the reluctant AI conveyed their request. "Where is he going?" May squinted after the sand person's high-speed retreat. "Did you insult him?" "I did no such thing." Ultron steamed. He shouted about gathering the tribe for a hunt before he scampered off. "I thought the sand people were savages." Anakin questioned as he played with young Bear. The pair wrestled in the sand under Stormy's watchful gaze. "They're certainly different, but not impossible to work with," Dan shrugged. "They have a bunch of complicated traditions that make it easy for them to come to violence." "The boy is right," Ultron snorted. "These creatures are savages. It's unfortunate that they haven't attacked us yet." "Wouldn't that be dangerous?" Shmi edged closer to her son. "They have quite the reputation." "Don't worry," Dan reassured the woman. "Ultron here can sense anything for miles around, and his weapons are very powerful. If these beasts attack, they'll be dead before they can endanger the group." Ultron's cruel words only raised the tension, and May slapped the back of his head. "Stop freaking out the locals. You're supposed to make people feel safe." "I don't know if that was ever one of his skills," Dan laughed, eyes on the huge group of sand people that closed from the horizon. "He's more of a monster than the sand people." "Of course I am," Ultron bragged. "These barbarians don't understand the subtleties of violence like I do." Yeah, you're a master of nuance." Dan rolled his eyes and turned to the Skywalkers. "You can think of Ultron as a one-man army. Unless we meet an angry Force user, he's unstoppable." "Our friends are here," May called down from atop one of the free-range bana. "They look ready for a fight." Two groups faced each other, separated by a thin band of sand. Dan and his companions were outnumbered, almost 20-1. Each sand person carried a weapon in hand, either a sharp metal club or a long rifle. "Say hello, Ultron." Dan waved at the chieftain, who'd begun a solitary approach. "And be nice." "Where are they?" Watto slammed his tiny fist against the wall, wings barely enough to keep him in the air. The Skywalkers had vanished. The mother was useless, but the boy, ungrateful brat. He raised a heavy remote, a transponder that could bring him revenge. One flip of a switch, and both runaways would be dead, decapitated by micro-explosives. His finger touched the controls, but did nothing. Ah! He dropped the remote on the ground, body sagged under a heavy weight. He couldn't do it. Anakin had become more than a slave to him, the closest he'd ever come to a son. "He's too valuable to kill," Watto nodded. "I'll visit the huts and report the theft." "This is the place." Ultron swept his arm toward a mountainous cave, floored by a dark bed of sand. The chieftain called out a long string of words, his form already on the retreat. "He says they plan to wait until the dragons kill us, then pick off any we manage to injure." Ultron's head tilted to one side. "I may have misjudged these people. They have a wonderful sense of pragmatic humor." "Well, I don't blame him." Dan frowned into the cave. "I'm not sure how we're going to tame one of these things, let alone capture them. I've already come up with a plan." The AI's red gaze flashed, aimed at the horizon. Dan followed to find 20 spots of blue. The blasts of fire raced closer by the second, revealed as several scaled-down versions of Ultron. I continued drone production to pass the time. A crackle of amusement passed through Ultron's voice. "They've been modified for animal capture. They don't look very friendly," May frowned. "You better not hurt my new dragons." "Don't worry, little miss." Ultron looked to the heavens for strength, his orders a shackle that forced him to be kind. "They are outfitted with stun weapons and tranquilizers only." "Well, let's get on with it." Dan plucked Stormy from the sand and placed him atop his head. "I want to get off this planet as soon as possible." Once they left, the quest would be complete. The Fortress Crystal was key to creating a base on a timescale that fit his impatience. Very well. Ultron bounded skyward, only to fall. The AI cannonball entered the loose sands of the mouth of the cave. His doubles followed, the sounds of the desert lost to the hum of thrusters. All was still, a moment of calm as the windswept sand covered Ultron's tunnels. A roar, wrathful and deep, rippled the ground like water. The sand became an ocean, a violent tide that cast out several lesser Ultrons. A beast surfaced, the head of a shark on a long, dexterous neck. Mouth opened wide in a bellow of complaint. The creature lifted slowly into the air. 16 legs ran down its sides. An ungainly creature evolved to swim in sand. 10 drones, alongside Ultron himself, pressed against the creature's bulk. They carried it skyward, while the drones pumped it full of sedatives. The creature is detained. Ultron guided the drones to land, several meters from the group. Some of the machines had significant damage, but Ultron's vibranium body was unscathed. It doesn't look like a dragon. May poke the unconscious beast with a single toe. More like a sand shark. This one is a mutant, if I remember right. Dan lifted the creature's jaws and peered inside. The others all have dragon heads, with bodies like a common lizard. Oh, well maybe I'll pass, unless this is the closest to a dragon that exists in the galaxy. There are space dragons. Dan struggled with his little-used knowledge of the Star Wars universe. They look just like Western or Eastern dragons and fly around through the void. That sounds way better, May nodded. Let's get out of this place. You've done a lot of work while we've been gone. Dan stood at the entrance to a massive underground chamber. It ran through the center of the mountain, down into the depths of the world. I left 1,000 drones to begin construction, Utron nodded. Their priority was the creation of a large-scale drone production facility. Dan followed the AI down the endless staircase, wound around the massive silo. It would take ages to reach the bottom. Just carry me down, we don't have all day. In Ultron's arms, the trip took less than a minute. The AI placed him down at the base of a vast machine. This is the drone fabricator. Ultron waved at the thorny skyscraper. It can create 1,000 drones per day, more if we can generate enough power. Who told you to build an army? Dan rubbed his temples. The mad AI was already out of hand. He needed to curb his crazed desire to spread and grow. It's not an army. Ultron shook his head. Every drone produced so far are constructors and farming units. Still, that's a lot of drones, Ultron. With this number of units, we can barely maintain the city your wife has designed. Ultron smirked. The population isn't sufficient to do it without mechanical assistance. Whatever. Dan waved away the worry of an AI uprising and held up a luminous crystal. Where we plant this thing? The fortress crystal could grow anywhere, but if placed well, it would have access to the world's core. Geothermal power, enough to fuel almost any need. Here, Ultron strode to the center of the silo. Below us is a vast, stable caldera. It should be a direct path into the center of this world. Dan nodded. He placed the crystal into the flattened earth. Nothing happened. Do we need to water it, or... The sound of shattered glass, countless windows ruined at once, echoed in Dan's ears. A terrible symphony, reckless and wild. An inverted waterfall, formed of crystalline shards, rose from the ground. It swayed and pulsed, each shift an expansion that threatened to swallow them whole. Let's retreat for now. Ultron scooped Dan over his shoulder and sped up toward the surface. It seems to be functioning. Dan's eyes widened as a wave of glass surged into sight. It gained on them, a sea of edges and points, filled with purpose. Go faster. Ultron answered his call with a burst of speed, enough to carry them beyond the mountain. Where are May and the others? Don't worry. My drones evacuated everyone to the plains below. They hovered in the air, outside the crystal's reach. It was intent on smothering the mountain. A discordant ocean of broken mirrors spewed from the mountaintop, a strange parody of a volcano. The flow continued until no rock remained, only a light blue crystal, white under the sun. It contracted and heaved, a reorder of structure that defied logic. System, you said it would take the shape of May's city. It will, within the limits of its capabilities, his system chirped. The shape will be there, but you'll need to move in the plants yourself. The structure below settled, a crystal mountain, layered with open spaces for agriculture. It was larger than he'd imagined, big enough to house 1 million souls, maybe more. Let's head down and take a look. Dan patted Ultron's shoulder. Bring the others to meet us, and we'll find our new rooms. This place is huge. Anakin gaped up at their new home. He was bundled in a thick, woolen coat to guard against the cold air. His whole life was spent in the desert heat. This planet's snowy landscape chilled him to the bones. It is big. May walked up to the fortress gate, anticipation on her face. I wonder if it got everything right. There's only one way to find out. Dan stepped up to the door and placed a hand on the smooth crystal. A blue glow spread from his touch, up the door and across the mountain, until they were bathed in soft light. Welcome, son of Krypton, an emotionless voice intoned. You have been acknowledged as this city's master. Please choose a name for the logs. You mean I could have been the city master if I just touched it first? May stamped her foot. That's not fair. It's our city. Dan pulled her into a hug. Why don't you pick the name? Really? May beamed up at him. How about Hearthstead? Home and hearth in one name. Dan squeezed her shoulders tight with his arm. I love it. Is this really our new home? Anakin couldn't quite believe it. He'd gone from a desert waste to a crystal city overnight. For as long as you and your mother wish it to be, Dan patted the boy's head. Now let's go inside and find our rooms. We can. Damn machines. An enraged bellow heralded an explosive force. An old man, dressed in blue robes, was ejected from the fortress at lightning speed. He crashed behind the group, entombed in the stony soil. Merlin. Dan rushed over, confusion on his face. What happened? I'll tell you what happened. Merlin pried himself free of the ground's embrace. You left me behind, then planted a magic fortress on my head as compensation. Dan ducked, a millimeter away from a swift smack. Merlin withdrew his staff, a scowl on his face. You have to warn someone before you go filling the world with glass. Sorry about that. And sorry we didn't bring you along. Dan's sheepish smile did nothing to soothe the rumpled wizard. I got caught up in the excitement of my first quest. And I suppose this monstrosity was your reward? Merlin glared at the fortress, eyes disdainful. It's a technologically advanced city, with the production facilities we need to accomplish almost anything. Bah! Merlin spat. It's a rude creation. It forcibly evicted me because I'm not a Kryptonian. It should be fine now. Dan suppressed his smile. I've taken control, so anyone that comes with me should be okay. In answer to his words, the crystal doorway opened, a slow crawl that exposed the polished interior. Snow-white walls supported by elegant archways, high-ceilinged hallways attached to a vast internal courtyard. Welcome, Master. A polished, if emotionless voice sprang from the air. My name is Jor-El, the AI intelligence responsible for this fortress. Dan sunk into his bed, exhaustion in his bones. The last few weeks have been a ton of work. May ordered endless plants, even animals, via Ultron's holonet connection. Dan helped get things into place, his mind firm in its goal to ignore the fact that they had no money. Ultron is definitely hacking the system to pay for everything. Dan didn't mind, but it was a bit morally gray. Still, it was convenient to simply purchase technology to study. Once Ultron got his hands on this galaxy's tech, it was only a matter of time before the AI improved it. Hearthstead would be known for its technological innovation, if they chose to share. For now, Dan wanted to keep a low profile. Palpatine would kill his master once he became Chancellor. Until then, Dan planned to leave the Sith alone. The door whispered open. May had returned from the fields, bare and stormy in tow. In bed already, she teased. You're still all dirty. Just resting my eyes while I waited for you. Dan grinned, an evil glint in his eyes. Now, come here. He seized May in a grapple, hands a blur as he tickled her to tears. ST to stop. Stop tickling me. Raff, rough. Bear nibbled on his ankles in defense of his mother, while Stormy curled into a ball and watched. Stop me yourself. The scuffle led into the bathroom, where May dumped him headfirst into the tub. Serves you right, she glared at Dan, who nursed a lump on his head. You know I hate it when you tickle me. I know. Dan clambered free of his porcelain coffin. But I'm getting bored with all the gardening. Well then, why don't we go out tomorrow? May turn on the taps in the bath. We can go off-world and take the boys for a walk. Sound good, Dan paused, shirt halfway over his head. The system had chimed, a new quest on display. Quest available. Take an unearned vacation. You've only been at it for a few weeks, but it's time to kick back and relax. Visit 5 planets in 10 days. Bonus if you can visit 10. Rewards to be announced. Cheeky system. Another quest? May pried his shirt away from his face. Anything good? I don't know. The reward is hidden, Dan shrugged. But it's an excuse to visit a bunch of different planets. Well then, problem solved. May shoved him back into the bath. Now get cleaned up, you stink. The Kryptonian scout ship slipped from the phantom zone, a flash against the void. This time it arrived around a green-blue pearl, home of witches and night sisters. Dathomir, it's more beautiful than I imagined, like Earth. It's a lot like Earth was when the dinosaurs roamed. Dan leaned closer to the viewport. They've got semi-sentient giants and spellcasters as well. Casters, you say? Merlin edged over, nose against the glass. He'd insisted on joining them this time. Maybe now he would shut up about the fortress incident. I've been itching to meet the practitioners of this universe. The wizard's eyes shone. The faster I understand this force, the faster I can train the boy. Dan had tossed Anakin into Merlin's care. The wizard had raised King Arthur, so maybe he could straighten out another chosen one's path. Well, you're in luck. Dan pointed at the pristine world. We're here for a crashed spaceship, and I think it's being used as a base by Force users. His memory was spotty. Either the witches controlled the crashed Jedi ship he was interested in, or it was their darker cousins. The Night Sisters were xenophobic and merciless, so he hoped for the witches. Let's go. May stomped her foot impatient. Your quest said we got a bonus if we visit 10 planets. That's 1 planet a day. All right, Dan smiled. Take us down, Ultron. The scout ship pierced the clouds, on the hunt for a landing spot. Soon, Dan and May would set foot on their 3rd alien world. Can we keep them? May snuggled next to an unconscious monster, eyes lit with the fire of a collector. I don't know. Rancors are semi-sentient, Dan sighed. They can make good pets, but it's like keeping a dolphin. The second they'd left the ship, a pack of hairless giants had descended from the oversized jungle. Ultron's drones zapped the beasts into dormancy. Now, may want to keep them. Well, maybe we can ask them if they want to come along. We can try. Dan shook his head at his wife's catch-em-all desires. But you might want to step back. Dan walked next to May, Ultron, and Merlin at his side. Hidden in the jungle shadow, several large forms observe their group. Dan L. greets the witches of Dathomir. We come on a peaceful mission. Dan decided to use Jor-El's last name. He already planned on using the Superman symbol, so it made sense culturally to be of the House of El. Child of another world. A thin voice followed the wind to their ears. Your mission may be peaceful, but the spirits recoil from you in fear. The spirits. She means the lines of fate, a part of the so-called force that you talk about. Merlin stepped forward and waved his staff at Dan and May. Now see here. His wizard eyebrows bristled in the dim light. There are some things that even magic can't see. These two are among them. And who might you be? A male witch? I'm a wizard. Thank you very much, Merlin huffed. Don't compare me to a backwoods practitioner like yourself. A bright flame, compressed into a man-sized bullet, launched from the forset's edge. A smirk played on Merlin's lips as he walked toward the attack. The flailing of children. The wizard pinched 2 fingers, a gesture that shrank the fireball into a marble. He tossed it skyward, a firecracker that brought no harm at all. If you wish to see some real magic, then I'll show you. Merlin remained the same, an old man with a walking stick, yet he was somehow different. A pressure, centered on the old man, leaked into the air. The wizard was 10 feet tall as he chided the witches. Come, and heed my call. A black light filled the air with the chant. Honor your pact, until I fall. The air popped, a crackle that snapped at Dan's ears. The wizard continued, despite a wave of new attacks from the witches. The door is open. Now take my hand, shadowed, lightning fell with muted thunder. Useless demon, Etrigan. The darkness condensed into a door, void of color. An ink-black foot stepped forth, wreathed in gray flame. Horrid wizard, befoul your tongue. Steel teeth loomed from the shadow. It hurts my ears and reeks of dung. White orbs opened above the mouth, twin moons that held no emotion. We agreed, a lyric to call me out. Not some insult, you incorrigible lout. Shut up and do your job, and keep the frivolous rhythm to a minimum. Merlin scowled at Etrigan, finger pointed to the forest. Deal with all nearby, but not killing or maiming. Fine, fine, that will be done, Etrigan shrugged. But fate is something you can't outrun. The demon vanished into the night, screams already in the air. His voice whispered through the forest, clear and amused. This spell holds now, but that won't last. I wonder how much sin you have amassed. None of your business, demon, Merlin snorted. Now finish your work. Etrigan's laughter filled the night, nails on glass. An itch that raised the hairs on Dan's neck. What is that thing? Dan had heard of Etrigan, but that was from DC, not whatever fantasy universe Merlin came from. This creature held an oppressive air, death, and misery that blurred out the world. He's a useless demon, captured by my magic and bound to serve my will. Merlin's confidence did little for Dan's blood pressure. The witches had all fallen silent now, a quiet worse than the screams. Thy will is done. I've had my fun. Etrigan's face of shadows reappeared just above Dan's head. Now send me back, you ungrateful quack. Ah! Dan leapt back, hand on his heart. Bear jumped and yapped while Stormy hissed, fur raised. Don't sneak up on people like that. I can't help but sneak. The whole world's blind, Etrigan grinned. Deaf as well. God is unkind. Yes, yes, very witty. Merlin waved a hand, and the demon vanished. Now let's round up the remains. I thought you told him not to hurt anyone. May edged closer to Dan. Isn't that thing under your control? Of course it is, Merlin huffed. But he's a twisted fox. Sometimes he gets creative with his work. That sounds troubling. Dan shook his head as they followed Merlin into the jungle. A creative demon wasn't a positive. It's good to be innovative with your work, Ultron mused. Torture is an art, to reach a limit and go no further. It takes practice. I've got a demon of my own. A headache brewed behind Dan's eyes as they entered a small clearing. 20 women were suspended by the ankles, hung from a massive tree. An equal number of rankers littered the ground, twisted and broken, but alive. But at least mine is well-behaved. I am not a demon. I'm a work of art. Ultron displayed his well-crafted body like a muscle builder. Well-behaved, but weird. May laughed, her hand in front of her eyes in mock embarrassment. Now stop that. There are ladies present. A whole lot of ladies. Merlin squinted up at the witches. Not a man among them. The witches of Dathomir are a matriarchal society, Dan shrugged. Men are pretty much treated as property, but they're actually a pretty solid culture. A society that had existed for over 500 years, run by Force users. They had issues with the dark side, but for the most part, the ruling caste stuck to the light. It was rare to find a society of warlike light side users. They stuck out like a panda among bears. Hear that, Merlin? May stuck out her tongue. A society of woman magic users, not a wizard among them. A waste, Merlin frowned. With a bloodline as strong as this, talented males would be common. I was just joking. So was I, little miss. Merlin's craggy face smiled. Every culture has some value. The study of their differences can lead to enlightenment. If you say so, Dan rolled his eyes. So what do we do with these guys? Who are you? The matriarch of the witches trembled, eyes locked on Merlin's smug form. Once they'd woke, the witches wanted nothing to do with conflict. The wizard had impressed them, more than enough. We're just travelers, out for a trip around the galaxy. Dan ignored her discomfort and powered ahead. We're looking for a crashed Jedi ship. I was hoping to take some scans. That's all. She wasn't convinced. The ship has little value by itself. You can take all the scans you want. Can I also take some rankers home with me? May edged into the conversation. The girls seem to have an obsession with animals. You can find some wild beasts, but the ones in our village belong to us. The matriarch was dazed by the trivial requests. Merlin was so formidable, but he was simply an attendant for these children. Thanks. Dan smiled as he stood. We'll be out of your hair in no time. That's one big ship. The Chuan Thor rested on the jungle floor, half buried in earthen growth. A Jedi Praxium ship, it was as large as a Star Destroyer, over 2 kilometers long. It's a mobile temple, used to train Jedi abroad. Dan swept a tangle of vines away from an accessway. Its design is perfect for Kryptonians, lots of windows to let in the sun. I'll begin my scans. Ultron Pride opened the hatch. Report any danger over the comms. I'll watch over them. Merlin waved the AI away. Finish your task, so we can leave. This planet has a disturbed aura. Disturb how? May walked up, a small tuft of fur in one hand. The creature snuffed at her fingers, unconcerned with its capture. A heavy aura of magic lies to the east, Merlin frowned. It's ancient, far beyond these amateur witches. Ancient magic. Dan tilted his head, eyes unfocused. I remember. A fire lit behind his eyes as he clenched his fists. This planet had a history far older than the humans, or even the Rankers. This place is the homeworld of the Qua. Dan gazed to the east. They were one of the oldest, most advanced civilizations in this galaxy. Oh, Ultron poked his head from the crashed ship. How advanced? Advanced enough that we need to add a stop to our Dathomir tour. A pyramid? The matriarch frowned, confused. Yeah, Dan nodded. Or a place with a lot of huge, burrowing worms. Waffle worms. That's the one. Dan snapped his fingers. We need to find the place that has the highest concentration. That would be the Forbidden Mountains, but that area is a fortress for the Night Sisters. That won't be a problem. Dan waved at Merlin and Ultron. We're well protected. Perhaps. The matriarch shivered as Merlin grinned. But the Night Sisters are devious. You would do well to use caution. We'll be careful, Dan nodded. Now, can you please? A rush of thrusters drowned his words. 2 Ultron drones landed in the clearing, each with a heavy mechanical box. They placed their burdens on the ground and retreated into the air. What the hell, Ultron? May picked leaves from her and Bear's hair. Why no warning? Sorry, little miss, Ultron smirked. But in light of the new dangers, I have prepared you each a set of armor. The metal boxes unfolded, 2 sets of twin suits displayed to the world. Matte, gray finishes, trimmed with red, the symbol for the house of L emblazoned on the chests. Are these Iron Man armors? Dan stepped forward and touched the polished finish. They're adorable. May walked around the pair, eyes bright. Tiny little robot suits for Bear and Stormy. These are the most advanced armors I could create, Ultron huffed. I used both Stark Tech and the Kryptonian database to make something far beyond Iron Man. Maybe you're Iron Man. Dan laughed. This Ultron came from the MCU. Tony Stark from the comics had suits that rivaled the strongest gods. Also, Tony killed you before he ever made his best suit. Dan poked at the AI. I bet the armor he used on Thanos would roll you over. That's impossible. Wait, Tony killed me? Ultron's eyes flickered. I lost. The Avengers saved the day, Dan nodded. And Tony's newest armor uses vibranium nanobots and an improved arc reactor. The machine sagged, lost in a daze. Dan ignored his plight and tapped on the new armor. So, what do we put these on? This is amazing. Dressed in their new suits, Dan and May flew toward a desolate mountain. Their target was dark, even under the warm light of the sun. I designed the AI interface to be idiot-proof, Ultron bossed. Even your primitive pets can fly without issue. Why didn't you make me one? Merlin popped into existence and drifted through the air. He would float about and enjoy the landscape, then teleport back into the middle of the group. You're clearly fine, Ultron snorted. Our summoner and his family are the priority. You mean our master? Merlin smirked. You can say it, it's just the truth. Stop bickering, you too. Dan snapped his fingers and pointed. We're here. Bear and Stormy led the charge for ground. Neither had been excited to fly through the air. May only convinced them with the promise of her homemade pet food. The area lacked vegetation. Dead trees were the closest to green life, desiccated and gray. They toppled under the wind of their arrival. My sensors detect nothing, just a solid mountain of useless rock. Utron's eyes flashed. There is no life larger than an insect. Then your sensors are the useless ones. Merlion tumbled from the sky. Had ask you. There are dozens of witches within the mountain, and something else. If I'm right, it should be an infinity gate. Dan rubbed his hands together. A powerful construct that can take you anywhere in the galaxy or destroy entire stars. We can already travel instantly with the Phantom Zone. May frowned. We're not going to be destroying any stars, so what good is this place? That kind of technology is valuable in and of itself. Ultron peered harder at the mountain, but I can still detect nothing. Be ready. The witches approach. Merlin swept his robe toward the mountain. A small group of rankers made their way down from the summit. The muscular beasts clasped the rocky slopes in their thick-knuckled hands. The swift descent brought a pair of black-robed women into sight, seated on the creatures' backs. Who dares to trespass on the forbidden mountain? A younger, red-headed woman lashed a whip toward the group. Her green eyes held a hint of yellow, cruel, and dark in the twilight sun. This place belongs to the Night Sisters, outsiders. The more mature woman brushed her short black hair away from her eyes. You can never return home, now that you've come. Nonsense, Merlin snorted. The combined might of all the casters on this world couldn't stop our advance. A flick of his staff brought a chain of lightning. It swept between the woman and her mounts, a ribbon of electric fire. Singed and unconscious, the Night Sisters slumped to the ground. That was anticlimactic. May poked at the down women. They're still breathing. Let's get a move on. We need to be off this planet in a few hours to keep our schedule. Dan stepped over the Night Sisters and followed their trail back up the mountain. The gray stone gave way to a cave, its slope a downward rush. Can these suits see in the dark? May tapped the side of her head. If not, we'll need some torches. They can see in perfect darkness. Ultron stomped into the cave. This place appears as solid rock on all my scans. Stormy darted forward, around the AI's oversized legs. He vanished into the network of tunnels, Bear close behind. Come back, you idiots! Dan charged after the wayward pets, May on his heels. They were fast, but not compared to the motivated feline and his foolish brother. The way ahead divided, 3 tunnels that led into the depths. Split up. May turned to Dan. If not, we'll definitely lose them. All right, but Merlin goes with you, Dan nodded. Ultron can take one path, and I'll go straight ahead. May leaned in for a hug, face determined. Dan waved as she dove off, Merlin on her tail. Ultron shrugged and sauntered down his tunnel, eyes lit like searchlights. Dan flexed his armored hands. This suit was a match for most Star Wars technology, but the Force was weird. Danger ignored. He plunged into the dark, on the trail of his foolish pet. Bear, get back here! May charged into the dark, a glimpse of brown and black fur just out of sight. The dog was strangely quiet, as if afraid to call attention in this place. Stop! A burst of thrusters brought her into the air, a challenge for the suit's AI. She twisted above the madcap animal, one hand extended. A snatch and pull drew Bear into her arms, a relief that loosened her shoulders. How many times do we have to work on your recall? She squeezed the puppy tight, a twitch of worry in her heart. A scan up the tunnel showed no sign of Stormy. The wily cat was faster than anyone in the group. He'd long left Bear behind. Where is your brother? May raised the puppy, his struggles useless against her grip. Bear stilled, then pointed ahead with a small paw. That way. May peered into the dark. The same drab tunnel continued. Nothing different to explain the animal's behavior. All right, but you better listen. She set Bear down and continued, after the source of all this trouble. Miserable cat. Dan leapt over broken rocks and fallen debris. This tunnel was little used. If Stormy came this way, it would be trouble if it narrowed too much for Dan to follow. I need to get Ultron to make leashes. Both pets were now Kryptonian beings, whatever that meant, but he's still worried. They'd only had about a week in the sun, enough that he felt like a strong adult. The suits were a great help, but the Force could affect the mind. The path closed around him, and soon he was compelled to crawl, hands and knees against one rocky surface, back against another. If it got any tighter, he would be out of luck. Stormy, Bear, are you down here? The darkness parted before his eyes like a velvet curtain. The tunnel blurred as his paws found their way toward his need. A scent in the air, strong and familiar, hunted his mind like a ghost. A taste of the past, a compulsion that drew him on wings of thrusted fire. The surprised face of a black-hearted witch passed by, a moment of amusement to break apart the hunt. These humans were slow, turtles in the sand. His body was light, changed from before the flash. Stormy trembled. The light that brought them here created a block in his mind. That power was a deceptive thing, deadly in the quietest way. Suit at full throttle, the determined cat plunged into an open cavern, eyes set on his prize. Settled in tangled clumps, planted around the base of a mighty pyramid, was a series of thorny, green plants. There you are. Claws extended, Stormy shed his armor and plunged into the fragrant greens. Stomach extended to the sky, he drew in his deepest breath. A relaxed sensation, numb but with a wonderful edge, crept up to the ends of his whiskers. Catnip, my love. I thought I'd lost you. Yup, I'm stuck as hell. The path had narrowed beyond sensibility, but he'd continued on. The rock was tight, jammed against him, chest and back. Ahead, the path seemed to open, a dim blue light to lead the way for the damned. Damn lantern fish tunnel. The lure had brought him to a point of no return. Backward or forward, he had to deal with the rock. Time to test this armor. Dan opened his fists, palms aimed behind him. We'll see if Ultron's boasting can hold up. An explosion of plasma rocked the cavern, a solar ejection that tossed Dan toward the summit of a large, blue pyramid. Hands extended, wreathed in fire, he came to an unsteady halt. The smooth stone remained unscorched by his aggressive stop. A luminous varnish that provided the source of the lanternfish's glow. Found you. Meow. A furry missile landed on Dan's face, an inflated tufted of wrathful chaos. He pried the cat from his face, a firm hand on the creature's scruff. What the hell? Dan poked Stormy's nose. First you run off, then you give me the biggest jump scare of my life. Meow. Stormy shrugged, one paw pointed toward the base of the pyramid. A large group of Night Sisters gathered there, Stormy's armor in hand. Why did you leave your suit? Whatever, just stay here. Dan plopped the cat onto the blue stone and stomped his way down the slope. The women below raised their hands, a green glow that rushed towards him. Hey! Dan flew, propelled by the unusual energy, to careen into the closest wall. His armor held, but an unpleasant tingle coated his skin. System, I thought I asked for a perfected bloodline. Shouldn't I have magic resistance? You do, the system laughed. But it's all relative. You're too weak right now, so your resistances don't amount to much. Great. Dan raised a hand, plasma cannon locked on target. He tried to play nice, but he was done being polite. A stream of blue-white energy slammed from Dan's fist into the crowd of Night Sisters. Each blast was enough to melt rock, a downpour that changed the ground into a molten river. Spell work disrupted, the green light faded. Each woman fended for herself, a scrabble to find a stable shelf of rock. Technology 1, Magic 0. Dan hovered above, his gauntlets still involved in a deluge of fire. The air in the cavern thickened, and Stormy cried out a complaint. Yeah. Dan scooped up the cat and shoved him into his abandoned suit. Keep it on this time. Smoke and fire had replaced the air, a dirty haze that dropped the Night Sisters to their knees. Only 2 women still stood, both with dominating auras. Foul intruder, a taller, older woman cried. How dare you defile this sacred place? Together, master, the younger which raised her arms, coated in pale green. We can still take him. A whirlwind of toxic fire soared through the air, guided by the Night Sisters' hands. Vision blocked, Dan struggled to pull away. Warning, internal temperature has reached critical levels. Please leave the current environment. Krypton Reborn, Chapter 5, Part 2. Warning, Internal temperature has reached critical levels. Please leave the current environment. Love to. Dan pressed his thrusters to the limit, locked in a battle against the fiery storm. He was trapped, a fly in a bottle of flame. Sweat beaded on his forehead, the first since his rebirth. Divert all power to the chest plate. Action is not advised. Current power levels occupied in environmental shielding. Override. A spike of temperature followed as the suit obeyed, a rusted nail, heated orange, and driven into his skull. He manipulated the fogged-up display. Sweat turned to steam. Direct full power through the core. Now, an explosion of light, followed by a plume of plasma thicker than a man. It split the ocean of fire, dragon's breath that smothered all other flames. A roasted Dan fell from the sky, armor reduced to shattered components. Black soot streaked his face, blonde hair forced into a frizz dome. That was an impressive attack, child. The oldest Night Sister approached. But it seems to have been a one-time event. We'll turn you into meat for the rankers. The youthful one ground her teeth. You've damaged our temple beyond repair. Sorry about that, Dan groaned. But to be fair, you guys attacked first. Silence. I will make sir. Meow. Stormy leapt down from the ceiling, a barrage of plasma targeted at the smug pair. He brought hell and thunder, a wave of fire that folded their defenses. And whoa, the younger woman's shield of green failed, and a blast pressed through her chest. Heart exposed, she tipped to the side, eyes locked onto Dan. Her body exploded in a wave of electric blue, a cascade of lightning that tossed her master aside. Good job, Stormy. Meow, meow. Dan forced himself up, the remains of his armor no more than scrap. That woman was the first person to die since he'd been reborn. He accepted the fact that some deaths were unavoidable, but to have one so soon tried his resolve. Come on, let's tie up the leftovers and find May and Bear. What happened in here? May walked through the smoke, half blind. Dan, are you okay? Arf, arf, arf. Bear led the charge through the smoke, an armored puppy that eased Dan's heart. Over here, May. Dan tightened a rope around the Night Sister matriarch's hands. I found Stormy and the pyramid. A wave of Ultron drones stormed the cavern, hundreds of thrusters in thunderous unity. Merlion faded into existence behind May, a bored expression on his face. Where did you go? May stomped her foot. You could have caught Bear much sooner. Any adventure is better when you accomplish things yourself, Merlion shrugged. I was with you the whole time to keep you safe. Lazy. May rolled her eyes as she walked up to Dan. What happened to your armor? I think I overstrained the power system. Dan frowned at the many Ultrons. Why can't these suits do something that Tony's first suit could? My suits have far more power. Ultron examined the broken fragments. It looks like you tried his stupid Omni Beam, right? Yeah, Dan blushed. So what? Tony's suits could handle the load because they had less energy, Ultron sneered. You could have done a similar attack with a quarter of the reactor power. So, he blew himself up for no reason. May leaned in, her grin evil. You put on a big production, all for nothing? Exactly. Ultron nodded. Well put, little miss. Okay. Dan waved them off. What do you make of this pyramid, Ultron, Merlin? The vast blue structure remained unscathed from the battle. A ziggurat that seemed out of place in the natural cave. It holds a deep principle of magic, Merlion frowned. A force for creation or destruction. My sensors insist there is nothing in this position. Ultron ground his mechanical teeth. I will need more time to conduct an in-depth study. Then leave your drone here and build another refinery to make more. May shifted one of the unconscious Night Sisters. Also, drop these witches off at the clan we visited. They should know what to do with them. In a rush, Dan walked over to his wife. We can take our time if you want. No, May shook her head. Your mission gives a bonus for 10 planets in 10 days, and we're already behind. All right then, Dan smiled. You heard the woman. Let's roll out. You captured all these Night Sisters. Yup, it was no problem. May waved goodbye to the confused matriarch. See you later. Wait, So, what planet is next on the list? May ignored the woman and walked back to Dan. I hope it's somewhere with cute animals. or at least something useful for the city. Ultron found a good amount of useful plants here, so I think we're covered on that for a while. Dan leaned his head back in thought. We could visit Tython or Ender. Mon Cal has a bunch of marine life, if you're interested. May frowned. I think we can save the fish for later. Where are the other two places like? Ender is the one with the teddy bear tribes, Dan sighed. He'd watched the movies with her multiple times, and she still seemed to block them out. And Tython has a bunch of habitable worlds that might let us cheat this system a little. Why not do both? May said after some thought. Visit Ender, then go through the Tython system? Sounds like a plan. I would like to pick up young Anakin before we reach our next stop. Merlin thumped his staff on the floor. From what I can tell, these Force users should be capable of learning my magic. All right, we grab Sam Boy, and then it's off to Ender. Dan led the group into the scout ship. The farewells of the matriarch, a background hum no one truly heard. Locked in a secret space, hidden from the world. Nothing could find him in this most unreachable void. Here, it was in this place where he would hide his greatest treasure. A fabric bundle filled to burst. The smell called to his soul. What you doing, brother? Cursed canine. Stormy leapt from the depths, his nest of blankets disrupted by his younger brother's foul nose. He couldn't hide it here. This called for somewhere beyond the dog's abilities. Wait, brother. I found a bug. Come with me. Bear charged after Stormy's tail, ignorant as always. Serious business was at hand. He must hide away his treasure. The cat vanished into the deepest part of the ship, catnip bundle gripped firm in his teeth. I thought you said these things were friendly. May fired a rain of plasma into the forest, trees, and foliage ignited to create a firewall. The flame bought them time, a break from the horde of monstrous teddies. I figured they would worship Ultron, like they did with C-3PO. Dan grit his teeth, fully repaired armor locked onto the life signs around them. I didn't expect them to attack en masse. The Ewoks had gotten a single look at the silver AI before they grabbed up arms and sought their visitors' heads. An impolite response, from Dan's point of view. Should I commence carpet bombing of the surface? What? No, just bring the ship around. We'll leave. Dan shook his head at Ultron's overreaction. The valuable parts of this system are the other planets anyways. Arf arf. Bear leapt up and intercepted a shoddy spear. Snapped between his jaws, it fell to the ground like a toy. Good boy, Bear. May patted the pup's head. Now gather up your brother. It's time to go. Bear yapped his agreement and chased Stormy up the ramp of the ship. Dan and May followed, with Ultron the last to enter. The hatch closed on a rain of stone arrows and wooden lances, the cries of Ewoks blocked by smooth metal walls. Fuzzy little monsters. May opened her suit to release a burst of steam. I wonder why they hated Ultron so much. Who knows? Dan slumped to the ground. Let's finish our work in this system and move on to Tython. What's left to do? May tilted her head. I thought this was a quick stop. We don't have to do anything. Dan turned to Ultron. You have to set up a drone fabricator in the system. A grin spread over his face. This place has enough resources to build a Death Star. We're going to strip it clean before the Empire even comes to be. The current drones are enough to finish the work. Ultron walked up to Dan and May. We can leave at any time. A static pop echoed throughout the ship. Merlin tumbled from the air, Anakin in hand. The old man wanted to test his magic across vast distances, a success. Let me go, you old goat. Anakin struggled without success to wrestle free of Merlin's gnarled hands. Quiet, boy. Merlin gave Anakin a shake. We've arrived. Now behave yourself. Stupid wizard. Dumped onto the ground. The sandy-haired boy rubbed his bottom. Dan shook his head, hand raised against Merlin's next words. Let's get going. I want to make our next stop ahead of schedule. If they visited all the planets in Tython, they would be at 9 total for the quest. After that, only a final planet remained before the reward. This child is incorrigible. Merlin snorted as he lowered his bones into a padded bench. If it wasn't for his mother, I'd toss him into space. Yeah. Dan waved the complaint away. Ultron, take us up. Next stop, Tython. The system opened before them. 11 planets, 7 of which had a habitable atmosphere. Tython, the birthplace of the Judei Order, precursors to the modern Jedi. Its history was long, steeped in shadows and betrayal. Dan didn't care about that. He had eyes for only the third planet from the sun, Nox, a world so rich in valuable minerals that to remove it all would reduce the planet to nothing. Where to first? May leaned close to the viewport. That green one looks interesting. We can go in whatever order you like. Dan smiled at her before he turned to Ultron. Same deal as in the Ender system. Establish a base and set up drone production, this time on that planet. Ultron followed his gesture to the toxic brown world of Nox. He nodded and swept off the bridge, eyes bright. Let's go, I found the place I want to start. May zoomed in on the scanner, locked onto the fourth world. This place has giant crystals and underground jungles. Krevkur. Dan knew little to nothing about it, beyond its name. The surface was a wasteland, covered in crystalline spires. The real point of interest lay below. A diverse ecosystem, all hidden under the planet's surface. How do we get into the caves? May bounced in place. The scans show a bunch of animal life. I think the best bet is to land on the surface and walk to a cave entrance. Dan looked at the map. We don't have too many clear spots big enough for the ship. The boy and I will go to the fifth planet. Merlin hefted up a reluctant Anakin. That place smells of magic and brimstone. A pop was all that remained, the wizard no doubt already on the world in question. The titular world of the system, Planet Tython, was a place Dan planned to avoid. A nexus in the greater force. It drove non-force users mad. Take us down, Ultron. Dan smiled at Anakin's misfortune. Let's see these hidden jungles. These crystals look familiar. A vast forest of glass spread out around them, baby blue with hints of white. They covered almost every inch of the red rock that made up this world, sculptures that most would never see. They're beautiful. May danced under the shade of one of the monoliths. We should make something like this at home. These formations are almost identical in properties to the fortress. Ultron inspected a fallen shard. And our home already has something like this, little miss. It does. Yes, the local fauna, a humanoid ursine creature, sculpt crystal art that is very like these pillars. Ultron passed the fragment to a drone. If these prove viable, we may wish to set up a mine here. They can be converted to crystal tech, once Jor-El opens the database to us. Fine, do whatever, Dan rolled his eyes. We're heading down into the caves. Ultron and Jor-El did not see eye to eye. The Kryptonian intelligence wanted Dan to earn the information hidden in the databanks, while Ultron wanted it for himself. It didn't matter to Dan if Jor-El wanted to test him. His bloodline would be enough to carry him in the future. The technology of any universe was a bonus, unnecessary, but welcomed. Keep in contact, Ultron nodded, eyes on the crystal fields. And try not to blow up your suit this time. I wish I could take it all with me. May leaned her head against Dan's shoulder, relaxed in the strange twilight of the caves. You can visit here as often as you like. Dan kissed the top of her head. And one day, we'll build a garden big enough to fit this whole world. The landscape around them was a paradise. Small hills rolled under the rocky ceiling miles above. All the living things here were sized to fit a limited space. Trees shorter than Dan sprouted in sleepy forests, while hamster-like creatures grazed from their leaves. Elephantine snouts snatched at the branches as tiny bat analogues darted to and fro. They stuffed little, winged insects into their mouths, relish on their little faces. I think it's finally sinking in. May's eyes held a shadow. The fact that everyone else is gone. Don't worry, Dan squeezed her against him. This new life is different. We can become strong. Dan looked at the ceiling, crystal stars reflected in his eyes. Strong enough that nothing like that can happen again. May looked at her hand and flexed a tiny fist. This new body was strong, so much so that it scared her. It was already hard to move around. Each day, she had to relearn how to walk and write. How powerful are we going to get? I'm not really sure. Dan scratched his head. But some supermen go, well, beyond universal. And our bloodline includes them all. May sighed as she settled back to enjoy the scenery. Dan had become obsessed with becoming strong. Fear of repeated loss drove him to plan out a future where they were always safe. I just hope we can control ourselves, and I don't mean just keeping our strength in check. Where are we? Anakin rubbed at the lump on his head. It had formed when Merlion had tossed him to the ground, tender to the touch. A place that has a lesson to teach. Merlin waved his staff at the soot-covered flagstone. This land cries out, remorseful and filled with pain. Can you feel it? Anakin frowned. Eyes closed, he tilted his ears to the sky. Behind the wind's howls, another voice touched his heart. I can hear someone, a woman. The voice shed wordless tears, a muted backdrop that waxed and waned. She wasn't alone. Other voices cursed or screamed. Some begged for help or promised him great rewards. They're the ghosts of other practitioners. Merlion dusted his cloak, face solemn. Magic users that died and refused to move on. They're so sad. Anakin placed his hands over his ears. And loud. Yes, but they'll be quiet soon enough. Merlin rolled up his sleeves, staff raised as he began a spell. Come out and fight, you unwashed bedpan. Behold the mediocre demon, Etrigan. Vengeance will come. Just wait and see. The demon walked from the shadows and sniffed the air. Dark days for you, I can't foresee. Etrigan took a deep breath of the air, satisfaction on his hellish face. He rose in an expressive stretch, arms pointed to the heavens. Anakin shifted away, his movement a draw for the demon's gaze. A wonderful place to meet face to face. The shark-toothed devil smiled as he pointed to himself. Etrigan's my name, an unwilling servant. A burden we share, if you don't mind my observance. Get to work and round up the evil spirits on this planet. Merlin shook his staff at the talkative demon. The boy doesn't need your whispers. Etrigan laughed as he faded into the darkness. His disappearance brought a swift silence to the voices, as if their owners hid from the demon's presence. What is that thing? Anakin released a breath he didn't know he held. He's like a black hole, a deep, cold pit. A greater demon, a creature born of evil. Merlin loomed over Anakin. Something created by the dark side of the so-called Force. The Force, like what the Jedi use. The scimitar cruised through space, adrift in the depths of the outer rim. A fist, wrapped in black leather, tightened into a vice. Lady Cassina, Darth Maul stood, yellowed eyes filled with wrath. Someone had killed the clan of his birth. His mother had rejoined the Force. Dathomir, hands on the scimitar's controls, Maul plotted his course. A trip home, the first he'd taken since Sidious brought him away. He would visit the witches and learn who stole his revenge. Eyes locked on sights from his past, the Sith pressed the hyperspace lever forward. Stars stretched to infinity, and Maul closed his eyes. The air is so fresh and clean. May charge down the ramp into deep forest loam. These trees are way bigger than anything on Earth. The gravity here is a bit less, Dan laughed as he followed down the ramp. So it's easier on the plants when they want to grow big. They must be the biggest in the galaxy. May flopped back first into the thick layer of leaves. They're taller than most buildings I can remember. Arf arf. Bear belly flopped onto his mother's face, a ball of energized fur. He snuffled at her eyes, concerned by her intentional collapse. Bear. May pried the pup from her head, cheeks coated in slobber. Go bug your brother, silly dog. Arf. The dog pranced away, his new mission to find and catch his elusive sibling. May wiped her face as Dan joined her on the forest floor. With this forest world, we should be at 9 planets visited. Dan lay back and gazed at the canopy above. I would go to Tython itself, but I'd rather not mess around with a force nexus just yet. Well then, May poked his side with a finger. Where to next? Dan closed his eyes against the spots of sun between the branches. He wasn't sure. Most of the worlds he wanted to visit were best saved for later, as they held strong masters of the Force. Dathomir was an exception, a place filled with Force users that Dan did not fear. I think I know. A memory surfaced in his mind that hooked his lips into a grin. Someplace that I want to take Merlin. It's time to see how closely related his magic is to the Force. This world was once home to a mighty civilization. Merlin dragged Anakin toward a broken ledge. Look there! A huge city, wrapped around the base of a mountainous pyramid, lay in ruins below. Black clouds and foul rain filled the air, a dizzy mix that jumbled Anakin's brain. Their magic was strong. The old wizard rapped the boy on his head. And yet they fell. Power and wisdom are not the same thing. A flash of lightning brought temporary blindness. When it faded, Etrigan stood beside them. Gather them up? You should try. You might as well demand more. Why not all the waste in a pigsty? Etrigan tossed Merlin a bulged sack. About the worst. Now let me roam. This blackened place smells of home. Fine, fine. Merlin weighed the sack in one hand. But don't mess about. We'll be gone in less than a day. What's in the bag? Anakin pressed closer, despite Etrigan's evil smile. It's moving. The souls of the stupid, aggrieved, and insane. Etrigan loomed over the boy. The wizard will eat them, his personal Novocaine. Off with you. Merlin drove Etrigan away with a snap of his fingers before he turned to Anakin. These spirits are useful ingredients. Spells have a cost. It's best to shift the load to less valuable shoulders. Tick-tock goes the clock. Etrigan whispered into Anakin's ear. How soon until you're in the stock? Has Merlin sent word? Dan leaned back in his seat on the bridge. The scout ship had left the forest world just under an hour ago, but the wizard and his disciple remained on Tython. Nothing yet, but my drone should reach them soon. Air popped as two figures fell to the floor. Merlin was engaged in a battle. Anakin had seized his beard and refused to let go, his eyes filled with tears. Release me, you little demon. Merlin, hunched low to spare his beard, turned to Dan and May. Help me convince this fool that I'm not raising him for slaughter. Slaughter? May tilted her head. Etrigan told me that this old man eats people's souls. Anakin tightened his grip, feet set in a wide stance. I won't let him toss me into a pot of soup. He's not going to eat you, Anakin. Dan shook his head. Although you would be the person to pick if you wanted a strong soul to eat. Oh! Merlin screamed as Anakin twisted his hands, face awash with fear. May slapped Dan on the back of his head and moved to comfort the boy. Don't listen to him. Merlin is a good person. May ruffled Anakin's hair. He would never hurt you. Plus he's like a puppet or something to Dan's will. Really, the girl is right. I'm bound to obey my master. Merlin gingerly pulled at his trapped hair. Now let me go, before I ask him to let me kill you. Fine. Anakin's hands dropped to his side. But I'll be watching you, old man. You? Watch me. Merlin reeled back, gnarled fingers pressed to the roots of his beard. Boy, you'll need a millennia of study, just to reach my starting point. Okay, that's enough. Dan waved his hand, an evil smile on his lips. We've got a schedule to keep. The next world should be an interesting one. The scout vessel vanished in a flash. Travel through the phantom zone was instantaneous, and with a similar pulse of white, it returned, orbited around a dense jungle world. Welcome to MYRKR. What kind of fresh hell is this? Merlin sagged to the muddy ground, hand pressed to his heart. He'd been fine in orbit, but about halfway to the surface, he started to hyperventilate. How are you feeling, you two? Dan glanced at the pale wizard and his young apprentice. Merlin had aged 100 years, while Anakin stumbled about in a daze. You damn well know how I'm feeling. Merlin rose on ancient knees, accusation in his gaze. You've brought us to a place without magic, so they can affect your magic as well. Dan stared into the dense foliage, unconcerned with Merlin's plight. This planet was home to several unusual species, two of which he intended to gather in large quantities. This place is all fuzzy, like a holonet channel that's out of tune. Anakin rubbed his eyes. I feel slow. This planet has a lizard that repels the Force. Dan patted the boy on the shoulder. When they bunch together, the effect can cover a vast area. Most of this world is a void in the Force. The Asalamir was a sloth-like chameleon that spent its childhood on one long climb. They were born in the trees, then walked away from the nest at less than a step per year. Eventually, the wood grew around their talons, and they never moved again. You should have warned me. Merlin hobbled back up the ramp. I'll be in bed until we leave this cursed place. Stay with Merlin, Anakin. Dan smiled at the confused boy. This place has predators built to hunt Force sensitives. Okay. The boy continued to wander in a daze until May led him up the ramp. Concern filled her eyes when she returned. What's wrong with him? I get Merlin, but Anakin doesn't really use magic or the Force yet. He uses it for everything. Dan glanced at the ship. That kid is so connected to the Force. I imagine that without it, he's almost blind. Then why come here at all? May raised her eyebrows. Merlin looks half dead. The Ysalamiri are important for the future. They have applications in cloning technology and defense. Dan shrugged. Also, the predators I mentioned are essentially wolf cats. I figured you'd want a few. Wolf cats. May's eyes filled with stars as she marched into the jungle. Why didn't you say so? Please. I don't know who they were. Steam rose from the Dathomir matriarch's shoulder, cooked free by a thin blade of light. You must know more than these trivial details. Darth Maul slipped his lightsaber free. Now tell me, who killed the Night Sisters on this world? We won't be able to move these lizards without taking the Force with us. Ultron finished his scans of a Ysalamiri. It will have to wait until we've completed the construction of a larger vessel. I figured as much, Dan sighed. But at least May has her new pets. Ultron's drones had scoured the jungle for the wolf cats, a fine haul of over 3 dozen. The creatures had value beyond just their cute features, the perfect guards against Force users. They could detect them from miles away, no matter how well they hid. These Vornskers are so adorable. May squeezed an unconscious beast like a stuffed animal. We should breed them to be smaller. I'm sure Jor-El can whip something up in the Genesis chamber, Dan laughed. Now let's get out of here and claim the quest reward. MYRKR was the 10th stop, enough to get the bonus. He'd rushed the trip into a collage of worlds, his loot itch on overdrive. The system had always over-delivered, so a bonus was something to look forward to. The group retreated to the scout ship and climbed into space. The viewport filled with stars, more than Dan had ever seen in his past life. Go ahead, May urged. Finish the quest. System, I like to get my quest reward. Please and thank you. Planets visited are insufficient for bonus reward. Are you certain you wish to claim the regular reward? Insufficient. Correct. You have visited 9 planets and 1 moon. The system's voice mocked him. 1 planet remains to collect bonus rewards. A moon. Dan's eyes narrowed. You don't mean Endor? Correct. Endor is not a planet. But you still have 2 days to finish the quest. What's wrong? May poked his nose. A glitch. No. Dan wrapped her in a hug. Just a technicality. We've got 1 more stop to make before the quest is done. Count me out of this one. May pecked his cheek. I want to head home and start organizing the new animals. All right, Dan laughed. We'll drop you and Merlin off, along with his ward and the new pets. Then, I'm off to a filthy swamp. Why do you want me to make a base on this bog world? Ultron squinted at the sensors. The planet below had nothing but humid expanses of shallow water, choked with plants. It probably won't matter, but this place has some future historical importance, Dan shrugged. If things change, it could be a fallback location for emergencies. I'm detecting human life signs. Ultron's eyes flickered. 2 groups, separated by a good distance, with another pair a few miles away from them and closing. Dan leaned in. This place has intelligent locals, but they're not humans. Bring us down next to the largest group. The transponder leads this way, Mastercast. His red-haired Padawan scampered through the dense swamp, unconcerned with the various predators. Jedi Master Cast Fulier shook his head. Be careful, young Etain. His feet carried him to the girl's side in a single push. The Force protects you, but you must also protect yourself. He waved a hand, a ripple of Force energy that pushed aside a hidden serpent. The creature targeted his apprentice, its intent masked by the general hostility of the world. I know, Master, Etain furrowed her brow. But the survey team is in danger. If we don't hurry, then people could die. If we rush blindly, every member of the team will be lost. Cast rubbed the girl's head. This is your first mission. It's natural to be excited. I just want to help, Etain frowned. But you're right, if we die, then no one can save them. Exactly, Cass nodded. Now let's go, at a measured pace. The two Jedi darted through the trees, just as quickly as before, but with the Master in the lead. He ignored his own words and let the Force guide his hands. Dozens of ruffled serpents and lizards fell to the earth, stunned into submission. This place stinks. Even through his suit's filters, the air of the swamp-covered world lodged deep in his nose. Rot and mildew, with a hint of animal waste to top everything off. I wouldn't know. Ultron smirked, his thrusters active to keep him above the mashy surface. The group of humans is this way. The eye casually blasted a hole in a large alligator thing, which leapt from the water ahead. Huddled on an island a few meters away, a group of people gaped in confusion. I can see that. Dan rolled his eyes and landed in front of the ragged gathering. What are you guys doing on Dagobah? A balding fellow who looked like a clerk stumbled forward, supported by a serious-faced woman. He rubbed his eyes as he stared at Ultron, as if he was lost in a dream. Our ship sank into the swamp, he managed to say. The captain is dead. We are a Republic survey team. The woman stepped up. This planet was scheduled for a more detailed investigation, but we overestimated the land's stability. This is a terrible place to land a ship, Dan nodded. We had to leave our vessel in hover mode. You have a ship? The man hobbled up to Dan's knees. Is it large enough for us to board? Of course. Dan leaned away from the filth-covered man. We've also got showers. Sorry. The woman pulled her companion back. We've lost a person an hour, ever since the ship sank. We're all on edge. No worries. Dan waved to Ultron. Get some drones to help these people onto the ship and watch over them. We'll gather up the other two groups and then get out of here. Very well. Ultron nodded. I've also found a good place for a base, the only mountain on this fungal growth of a planet. Great. Dan ignored the AIS judgments of the world. I also want you to study the local plants. Some of them should have value. Dagobah had a reputation for rare herbal medicine. If Ultron was here anyway, he might as well categorize anything useful. Fine. Ultron turned to face the east. The pair of humans are closing in on our position, far faster than someone on foot. Master, over here. The humans, a red-haired girl and an older man, sped from the jungle. The pair split into a loose formation when they sighted Ultron's drones. Hands rested near the tubes on their belts. Greetings, Master Jedi. Dan bowed at the waist. We mean no harm. Our droids are assisting the survey team to our ship. Jedi Master Cass Fulier, the man nodded his head. You don't look like a Republic rescue team. You look like pirates, the redhead squeaked. We should search their ship. Attain, I can sense no danger here. It's good to be wary, but that's all right, Dan laughed. You're welcome to look around. Just listen to the droids if they say an area shouldn't be touched. That doesn't build confidence. Attain squinted. What if they're slavers? Attain, that's enough. Cast rubbed the back of his head. We don't need to search your ship, but a ride would be appreciated. You guys sank your ships as well. Dan raised his eyebrows. Don't any of your vessels have a hover mode? They do, but you need a pilot for that. Our ships are single-seaters, Cass laughed. I had to pull Attain free from her fighter before the swamp swallowed her whole. Are all Jedi so carefree? Dan returned the man's easy smile. You're both welcome, but we've got another group to save, 3 miles north of here. Another group? Cast squinted into the jungle. There's too much life here. I can't get a solid read. Ultron here has pretty good sensors. Dan hooked his thumb at the AI. It won't take long for his drones to gather them up. We should go with you. Attain stamped her foot. This was supposed to be our rescue mission, not yours. That's fine, but do you mind if Ultron carries you both? Dan projected a map from his wrist. It's a good distance in terrible terrain, even for force-enhanced muscles. That should be fine. Cass sized up Ultron's drones. What are these things normally used for? This model is a multi-purpose design. Ultron praised himself. I incorporated enough defense and offense to function as a bodyguard, while maintaining functional use as both constructors and labor units. You're not as simple. Cass leaned closer to Ultron's vibranium casing. You're built for war. Ultron is primarily a guardian unit. Dan stepped in. He has many other functions, but his purpose is to protect me and my family. That makes sense, Cass nodded, a knowing look in his eye. You'd have to be the heir of a tech powerhouse to own armor as advanced as that, let alone such a droid. He's a rich kid? Attain frowned. Gross. I guess you could put it that way. Dan laughed off Attain's insult. Our company hasn't gone public yet, but when we do, I'll give the Jedi a discount. Let's finish this banal task. Ultron interjected. Another life sign has vanished while you've carried on. The droid is right, Cass nodded. Let's go. That's the last of them. Cass smiled as the young woman was carried into the ship. Your droid does good work. Thanks, he's... A wave of nausea rose from Dan's core. It pressed against his throat, a pressure he'd not felt since before his rebirth. The ground met his knees as the skies orbited his head. What's the matter? Cass' voice caught in his throat. He paled, then greened to match Dan's pallor. The Force is screaming. Master, it's so loud. Attain pressed her hands to her ears in a futile effort. What's happening? I don't know, You have changed the course. A whispered voice tickled the backs of their necks. Stability returned to Dan's body, but pressure weighed against him. This is forbidden. What's done cannot be undone. A different voice sighed against Dan's cheek. It held a tinge of anger, a flush under the skin. Some should stay, some should go. A third voice pressed against his lips. You broke the chain, change the flow. 3 tall, gaunt figures appeared, formed in a circle around them. Their white hair floated on incorporeal winds, sharp talons clear in the twilight sun. What the hell are these things? Attain slid closer to her master. They're submerged in the Force. Star Weirds, Master Cast lifted his lightsaber from its clip. A species of Force ghost. No one understands why they appear, but it's usually in hyperspace. The trio of ghosts rushed toward the group, eyes locked on Dan. Master Cast reflected too with his lightsaber, but one slipped past. It seized Dan's chest, hands through his ribs, wrapped around his heart. The other two screamed, an explosion of Force energy that brought Cast to his knees. They joined their brethren, hands under Dan's skin. You have sinned, the Star Weirds chanted together. Now face your end a bit. A ripple of gray flame pushed the creatures back, punctuated by a deep snort. Put aside your pallid rhymes. This lyrical method is claimed as mine. Etrigan walked into existence. The wizard sensed the world's curse, so he sent one of superior verse. The Star Weirds gazed at the demon without emotion, mouths opened in lipless screams. They descended as one. Hungry teeth aimed for the demon's flesh. A foolish choice, but yours to make. Etrigan licked his teeth. Your bravery is commended. My heart, it aches. A sad look on his face. The demon pranced forward, light on his feet. The first ghost to reach him separated into fragments. Talons covered in ectoplasm. Etrigan swatted another Star Weird away. Nothing more than a ghost, but with a hint of life. Etrigan licked his fingers clean. The world offers a carrot of hope and gives nothing but strife. The Star Weirds that remained gnashed their teeth, enraged by the demon's words. They charged together, one low, the other high. A valiant effort, my witless friends, but you've no more time to make amends. Etrigan reached out both hands, claws spread wide. I'll tell your story to the interested few. Through this mercy, you'll live anew. His palms closed around the Star Weirds' throats. A pair of snaps, followed by a rush of green liquid. The demon finished his snack, face turned to Dan. You're fine, so I'll return. Remember this and try to learn. The demon faded from sight. The only sounds were Dan's breath in the air and the hum of Cass' lightsaber. What the hell was that thing? What the hell was that thing? A tame demon, out for a stroll. Dan pressed his hand against his chest. The bitter frost of the creature's touch remained strong. Ice that refused to thaw. Let's get out of here. I need to see my wizard, my teacher. We could drop you home after we visit my place. That's fair, Cass calmed his face. But I'd like a better explanation about that creature. You could ask Merlin once we get a Garnib. Dan shrugged as he walked up the ramp. He's the one to ask about Etrigan. All right, Master Cass nodded. I hope he has a good explanation for such a dark presence in the Force. Are we really going with this guy? Etain wrinkled her nose. He's definitely up to no good. Do what you want. Dan trembled, positioned at the top of the ramp. The icy lump expanded, pressed against the inside of his ribs like a tumor. But I need to get a move on. Pain lanced through his limbs, daggers that slid under his skin. Cass leapt next to him, even as Ultron gripped his arm. Are you all right? The Jedi Master leaned in, concerned. I'll be fine, but we'd better get going. Don't play any tricks. Etain joined them on the ship as the ramp closed. I'll be watching you. Space ruptured, and the scout ship appeared above Garnib, locked on course for home. Ultron piloted the vessel himself, sensors locked on his master. He'd fallen unconscious as soon as he reached the bridge, hand clutched his chest. The AI was not trained for emergency first aid, but his knowledge was enough to compensate. A pair of his drones kept the boy's heart active, while another funneled air into his lungs. What happens to us if he dies? He didn't want to know. A burst of speed that tested the ship's limits, and they were there. An unsteady impact that brought debris into the air. Ultron rose, hand gripped on Dan's collar. His thrusters engaged. A burst of blue that left a pair of startled Jedi behind. What about us? Etain hollered after the AI, hey. Her words went unanswered. Ultron sped free of the ship and into the fortress, met by an entangled batch of drones. Unhand me, mechanical devil. Merlin bashed the head from one of Ultron's drones. What's this? He was injured by ghosts. Ultron tossed Dan's unconscious form to the wizard. Your demon killed them, but it was too late. Not too late. Merlin frowned, hand pressed to Dan's heart. But it's close. A bright blue light enveloped the room, sourced from the wizard's crooked frame. It wrapped Dan's body in a layer of luminous dew. The young Kryptonian coughed, black sludge on his lips. This is a powerful curse. The world wants him dead. Merlin sat back as Dan stilled into a deep sleep. We'll have to be far more careful. His body is strong, but his soul... A frown touched his face. It's better than average, stronger than even Anakin's, but it doesn't grow like his body. Damn. May pushed past the cluster drones, face awash with concern. What happened, Ultron? I thought this was supposed to be a quick stop. A spiritual attack. Ultron backed away, his head bowed. My talents are more in line with the physical. He'll be fine now, little miss. Merlin patted May's head. But we need to rethink our priorities. How so? May brushed off the old man's hand. I think we've done well so far. Indeed we have, but we've forgotten a key point in your family's defenses. The wizard nodded as he drew a pipe from the air. The weakness of your souls will be a point of attack from all those who use magic. Someone attacked his soul? May knelt next to Dan, hand pressed to his forehead. Are you sure he's all right? He'll be fine after a bit of sleep. Merlin smiled. But the two of you are going to start attending my classes with young Anakin. You both need to learn to defend yourselves from magic, or this adventure will end far quicker than I prefer. Space hung above him, suspended on the back of a mighty beast. It stood, pressed to the sky like a titan, a gentle hum in the air around it. The tension of its muscles strained against the load. Below it gathered a cluster of children, behemoths in their own right. Dan lay at their feet, ignored by the giants as they bellowed to the skies. He sat on a sea of bones, an ocean that extended to the horizon. Mouth open, a shout pushed free. His voice had no grip on the air, less than a whisper. The heavens condensed further, inevitable, despite the figure's efforts. A deep-rooted flame filled his heart. He wouldn't die here, separated from his family. Heaven could fall. He was a child of the sun. Red light spilled from his eyes, a beam of defiance that rippled against the stars. The giant tilted his head, shadowed face turned to Dan. Rumbled words curved the air like a hurricane, lost in the sheer volume of noise. Dan bent in the wind, tendons strained to the limit. The light of 1,000 falling suns bathed his skin, and the beam grew. I won't give up. I won't fail, not again. The giant spoke again, this time in a softer tone, enough that he could hear. Wake up, you idiot. You'll burn the whole place down around us. Wake up. The giant leaned down, a face that was the sky. Mouth opened, it shouted a cataclysm of air, a devastation wrought by the words of his wife. "Wake up, Dan." The world collapsed, and Dan woke. Pinned to a bed, face held to the sky by a pair of drones, he blinked in confusion. A hole opened along his line of sight, a melted path through the crystal that exposed the sky. That was a dream. Dan tapped at the drones. "You can let me go now, thanks." Dan. May launched herself at his groggy form. "You're all right." "I'm fine, May." Dan patted her back. "Just a run-in with some kind of wraith, but I'm feeling fine now." "You almost died?" May butted her head into his. "You need to be more careful." "I was being careful." Dan wrinkled his nose as he rubbed his forehead. "Those creatures came from nowhere. Starweirds." Jedi Master Cass stepped into sight. "They really wanted you dead." "It's because he's shifty." Etane poked at his feet. "That wizard is scary. He must be a Sith." "Merlin's not a Sith." Cass bonked his Padawan's head. "He's just a different kind of Force user. The Jedi aren't the only ones in the galaxy." "Still, that demon is like a ball of darkness." Etane shuddered. "An acrid stench in the Force. Etrigan is an acquired taste, that's for sure." Dan rolled his legs free of the bed and onto the floor. "But I owe you and those surveyors a ride home. Sorry to make you guys wait." "It's no problem. Your home is beautiful." Master Cass smiled. "I've never seen anything like it before. It matches well with Garnib's aesthetic." "It's a pretty city." Etane mumbled a compliment. "I like the gardens." "Thanks. It was all May and Ultron." Dan patted his wife's shoulder. "They were the ones who planned everything out, including the gardens. I just told Ultron what I wanted." May hugged Dan to her side. "But it turned out really well." "It certainly has," Cass nodded. "Do you mind if I ask, where are all your people?" "Well," May faltered. "They won't arrive for a number of years," Dan interjected. "For now, it's just our family here." "Suspicious," Etane grumbled. "Mysterious technology, mysterious ghost town. It will just take some time for them to get here. Our species reproduces in an unusual way." Dan rolled his eyes at the girl. "We'll have a thriving population soon enough. You're not going to populate this whole city all on your own." Etane blushed, hands pressed her eyes. "How many children do you plan on having?" "Of course not." A hint of crimson flared in Dan's cheeks, while May covered her face. "And we're way too young to think about children." "Well, how am I supposed to know?" Etane scampered behind her master. "You're the one who brought up reproduction." "Wahaha!" Master Cass leaned against the bed, hands pressed to his chest. "I think we should leave you two alone. We'll wait in the visitor's center until you're fully recovered." The Jedi dragged his reddened Padawan behind, a grin on his face. "If you like, you can come to Coruscant and visit the temple. I'm sure Merlin would love to talk with a few of the more academically minded masters." "Sure." Dan hesitated. Coruscant held more than Jedi. "It's fine either way," Cass laughed. "But know that you're a friend of the Jedi. The invitation stands." The Jedi Master shut the door to the medical wing with a final word. "Don't forget, the archives might hold some answers to why you were attacked." Dan stared after the pair, eyes unfocused. He could go along with the Jedi, but he had to steer clear of the rest of the planet. Ultron needed to set down roots in Coruscant's Undercity anyways. The AI would flourish in the technology-rich environment, and Dan would have a listening post in his enemy's backyard. Now that they're gone, May poked him between the eyes. "Are you sure you're all right?" "I'm fine," Dan sighed, "but it felt a little close. Merlin said we have to start magic class." May's eyes gained a determined glint. "We need to protect ourselves from anything like this happening ever again." "Okay," Dan nodded. "Now let's see the reward for our quest." It had been at the back of his mind, his inner loot goblin hungry for its dinner. The system blinked at him. "Would you like to receive the quest reward? 10 planets have been completed. Bonus rewards are available." "Let me have it." "Standard reward draw plus bonus reward draw have been activated." The system chimed. "Received. User has gained 3 Superman serum doses, 2 rings of protection, and 1 new summon." What do the rings do? Excitement bubbled at the idea of a new summon, and the serum was self-explanatory. They provide protection from a single, lethal attack, as well as constant concealment from magical prying. Dan smiled at his system's response, just what he needed for his visit to the capital planet of the Republic. He summoned both rings and gave one to May. Keep this on at all times. They can protect us from pretty much anything, even if it's just once. Is that it? May frowned. That's great and all, but a disposable item. Greedy. Dan leaned in, fingers buried under her armpits. Such a greedy woman must be punished. Tickling is forbidden. May scrambled back, fist buried in Dan's face. All ticklers must die. Ouch. Dan rubbed his nose. And no, there's more. A serum to turn someone into a Kryptonian and a new summon. You asked for it. May rub her skin free of remnant tickles. A summon is great. It's definitely the best of the rewards, Dan nodded. So far, they've been the most useful aspect of the system. Then summon it. May swatted at his hand as it attempted to sneak back under her arm. Let's see who it is. All right, a light. Dan grinned, hands raised like claws. But this isn't over. System, let's do it. Summon draw activated. New summon received. Venom symbiote, Marvel Comics, has been added to your summon list. Would you like to summon now? Yes. Who is it? May squinted as the beam of light descended. It's someone great. Dan faced the glare. A symbiote that can amplify power. The radiance faded, replaced by a black pool of tar. It rolled and twisted until a snake-like head surfaced from the ooze. We are Venom. We hunger. We are Venom. We hunger. Well, good for you. Dan squatted next to the symbiote. Hey, system, will this guy try and take over my mind? All summons are completely loyal to the summoner, the system chirped. But you might want to give him clear orders before you let him merge with you. All right, Venom, my name's Dan. He brought his eyes level with the symbiote's head. Let's lay down some ground rules. First, you'll never take control of my body or anyone's body without my express permission. Unreasonable. Venom wailed, a ripple of sound, mirrored by its liquid body. How else can we feed? Second, Dan held up 2 fingers. You're forbidden from eating the brains of sentient species. You've killed US. Final rule, Dan raised his thumb. You must hold any children you create to the first 2 rules. We will die of starvation, long before we can create children. Venom thrashed on the ground. How can we live without hosts? Fourth, an actual final rule, Dan rubbed his ears. You're forbidden from shouting unless your life is in danger. We are in danger, Venom warned. Not even the cursed spider was so cruel. Just shut up and bond with me. Dan rolled his eyes. I've already got your food needs covered. The symbiotes from Marvel could take on the attributes and abilities of whoever they bonded with. Once Venom merged with him, he would be capable of getting his energy from the sun. Even if that idea didn't pan out, the Kryptonian synthesizers could make enough chocolate to fill the creature's belly. Fine. Venom wrapped itself around Dan's legs and rushed upward. But we must be fed, and soon. That looks gross. May blanched as Venom poured into Dan's ears. Does it hurt? Not really. Dan twitched as the cool black liquid flowed over and into his skin. It's like getting painted with a layer of pudding. Your body is like fire. Venom screeched. IT burns US. Oh, Dan tilted his head. A light flashed in his mind. You're weak to fire, right? IT burns. Venom rippled beside his muscles, trapped by his order to merge. Please release US. Only if you're in real danger of dying. Dan shook his head. From what I remember, your weakness to sound and heat is all psychological. You should be fine in a few minutes. Demon. Venom snarled as he continued to fuse with Dan. Starvation and fire are your weapons. What's wrong? May edged toward Dan, who stood still, eyes closed. Nothing. Venom is just struggling a bit to adapt to a Kryptonian body. Dan shrugged. He's lucky we're still so weak, or he'd probably be dead right now. So, you almost killed your summon. May flicked his nose. Good job. He's fine. Dan leaned back. He's not even screaming anymore. Screaming. May rubbed her fist into his hair. You're an evil man. Actually, you might be right. Dan scratched his head. I think he passed out. Everything all right? Cass turned to the door as Dan and May entered. I sensed some distress through the force. Just a wardrobe issue, but it sorted itself out, Dan smiled. All right. Cass's eyebrow raised, but he let it drop. Are we ready to go? Indeed. Dan rolled his new ring with his thumb. We've decided to take you up on your offer, Merlin. May and I will join you at the Jedi Temple, while Ultron runs some errands. His new accessory might only have a single charge of protection, but the secondary function was the real boon. Both May and himself would now be hidden from the passive magic of Force users. It made half-truths far safer to tell, since his thoughts were hidden from their sight. Great! Cass's face blossomed in a grin, while Attain scowled. Master Yoda would love to meet Sir Merlin. The two are very much alike. Why do you need to come along? Attain stomped her foot. You're not even a Force user. I'm a big fan of the Jedi, Dan shrugged. No way am I going to miss out on a visit to the Central Temple. I just wanted to see a planet-sized city. May tilted her head. But I could go with Ultron if it's a problem. No. Attain stepped forward and snagged May's hand. You are welcome anytime. It's just that idiot who I don't trust. She's my literal wife. How is she more trustworthy than me? Dan rolled his eyes as he led the way to the ship. She's adorable. Attain wrapped her arm around May's shoulder. I still can't understand how SHE chose you. I'm a lucky guy, Dan smiled at May. Now let's get this show on the road. Next stop, Coruscant. The scout ship popped into the edge of the system, far enough away to avoid an explosive appearance with another vessel. Dan leaned forward, May at his side. The city world inched closer in the viewport, a bundle of light in a brilliant sky. What just happened? Master Cast blinked. I can sense the presence of other Jedi in the system. That's because we're already on approach to Coruscant. Dan pointed to the planet. It's a beautiful place, at least from afar. That's impossible. Cass mumbled. We were in the outer rim. Such a travel speed doesn't exist. Our ships use a different kind of light speed technology, Dan smiled. You can think of it like a wormhole drive. Each trip takes a single jump. Wormhole travel. Cass approached the viewport, eyes clouded. This kind of technology would change the galaxy. Maybe one day. Dan pulled May to his side. For now, it will stay in the hands of Kryptonians. When we're ready, I can promise that the Jedi gets the technology first. That will be appreciated. Cass blinked back to reality. Trying to catch criminals with this kind of starship would be impossible, unless we had some of our own. Don't worry about it. Dan motioned for the man to sit. I wasn't kidding when I told Attain I was a fan. I grew up on stories of the Jedi and their adventures. Helping you is a natural thing. For some reason, I can't read either of you very well. Cass frowned for a moment before a grin returned. But I can't sense anything from Merlin either, and I'm pretty sure he's okay. Master, what are you doing? Attain stomped onto the bridge. I thought we were going to do a meditation. That can wait until after we land. Cass gestured out the window. It seems that we've arrived. What? Attain pressed her face to the glass. It has to be a lie. A monolithic structure approached the viewport, larger than anything Dan had ever seen. The view of Coruscant cityscape was amazing, but it fell in line with his expectations. The scale of the Jedi Temple blew those expectations away. Taller than their mountain by 1,000 times, it dominated the city around it. A kilometer-high ziggurat rose above the foundation, topped by 5 spires. Dan scanned the braces of the structure, uncertain where the temple ended and the rest of the city below it began. This world is so artificial, not to mention cramped. May's nose twitched. I bet it smells like metal. It's not all bad. Attain came to the defense of her home. There are whole populations of cute little tuka cats. You'll love them. All right. May smiled at the exuberant youth. You can show me some once we get to the surface. Let's head to the ramp. We should be landing soon. Dan rose to his feet, a final glance at his AI. Remember, Ultron, stay out of trouble and finish your errands, then meet us back at the ship. Yes, I'll behave. Ultron rolled his mechanical eyes. This is a much better place than the backwaters we've visited so far. The data volume is astounding. Just be careful. Dan frowned. He didn't need Palpatine's tech-savvy master to catch his trail. We're looking to make friends, not enemies. It sounds like Ultron here is a troublemaker. Cass squinted at the AI. You could get an updated restraining bolt if he's causing problems. He should be okay, but I'll keep it in mind. Dan laughed as Ultron bristled. Plus, I'm not sure the technology would be compatible. That's fine then, but if he messes around, I won't be able to help. Cass shrugged as they reached the exit ramp. I've sent a message to Master Yoda, but he's in the middle of class. That's fine, I can wait. Maybe tour the gardens or something. Dan's smile froze as the door opened. His nose was assaulted by an unpleasant mix of acrid smoke and human waste. That's unpleasant. May covered her nose. Is this whole planet a tire fire? What do you mean? Etain tilted her head. I can't smell anything. Our species have sensitive noses, Dan grimaced. We're probably smelling the lower levels. Cass winced. That's unfortunate. The Undercity has a foul stench. That's true, Etain nodded. Whenever we train down there, the smell clings to us for a week. You guys can smell it from up here? Some Kryptonians can smell things in space. Dan tilted his head. Some of them can hear in space. That's unscientific. Etain rolled her eyes. Come on, May. I'll show you the tukas. All right. May followed her friend, hand raised to Dan. I'll see you later. Have fun in the temple. Have fun adding to your collection, Dan laughed. He waved at his wife, head turned to Master Cast. What should we do while we wait? I'd like to visit the library. Merlin tugged Anakin behind him like a sack. A place like this will have many useful pieces of knowledge. You're always reading, Anakin lamented. Can't you teach me to do something cool already? Your apprentice is a surly one, Merlin, Cash chuckled. Feel free. The archives are located just above the main entrance, next to the study halls. Many thanks. Merlin squinted at the wall of the temple, then vanished in a pop of air. That wizard has some amazing skills. Cash shook his head. I thought only the Aang monks could do such things. I remember them. Dan's eyes glazed over as he dug into his memory. They have really weird abilities, dealing with both space and time. You know of them? Cast raised his eyebrows. That's a surprise. They're pretty obscure. The pair of them walked through the massive entryway. A vast hall filled the space, ringed with rows and rows of balconies that climbed into the heavens. Merlin was just visible, far above, locked in a grapple with his young ward. Like I said, big fan, Dan shrugged. I know about a lot of different force cults. It's kind of my hobby. A strange hobby for a young man to have. Cass laughed as he led the way to a turbolift. It's odd for one so young to value history, especially esoteric knowledge like the Aang. The metal door whisked open and the pair boarded. The panel was different than Dan was used to, a keypad rather than set numbers. Cass keyed in level 0 and the lift shot upward. It's a bit weird, I guess. Dan rubbed the back of his head. I also know a lot about ancient history. I'm an avid collector of knowledge on the Celestials and other precursors. Really? Cass blinked. That's another surprise. I can count the people I know on one hand who can mention the Celestials. That's not true. Dan waved the Jedi away. Everyone knows about Centerpoint Station. The whole Corellian system can see the thing. Centerpoint was another goal of his. The vast space station could move the stars, shift them through hyperspace like they weighed nothing. I suppose, but no one talks about the Celestials, just the station itself. Cast raised an eyebrow. It's more of a curiosity than anything. The turbolift arrived, doors open to a wide, open-air space. Well-groomed lawns covered the area ahead, trees ordered in neat rows. An area to one side was in use as a sparring stage, while a large group of younglings gathered in a courtyard ahead. Master Yoda's class is ahead. Cast shifted the topic. We can join, or we can walk about the grounds until he's finished. Let's sit in on the class. Dan tore his eyes away from the active lightsabers in the dueling ring. I'd like to see Master Yoda in action. They walked forward to join the younglings, a crowd that could fill a small stadium. There was even a small child of the same species as Yoda, held in an older child's arms. Dan followed Cass to a seat, off to the side, and they waited for the lecture to begin. This place gets smellier as we go down. May pinch your nose shut. These cats better be cute. They are. Etain pulled May by the hand. There's a whole community set up deep below the temple. All right. May sighed and uncovered her nose, determined to go nose blind to the smell. How long until we can get off this elevator? They descended for the last 5 minutes, without sign of a stop. They must be far below the temple by now. It will take a few more minutes. Etane tilted her head, eyes squinted at the floor. Then we switch to a different turbo lift and go all the way down again. That's deep, May muttered as the door scraped open. The hinges here were far less flawless than those connected to the temple proper. I guess, but it won't even take us into the Undercity proper. Etane tugged May along, through tunnels filled with dust. To get there we have to take a bunch more lifts, maybe even climb down a duct. That's crazy. May shook her head. How can anyone live in a place without nature? The walls around them were a uniform gray. Function and utilitarian, but artless. Dank, heavy air assaulted her, filled with the stink of rot and unwashed bodies. It can be a bit dreary, Etane shrugged. But you get used to it, and even here you can find life. I guess. May let Etane guide her onto another lift, where they descended deeper into the unnatural world. Control the force. You cannot. Yoda's wrinkled head swiveled around the crowd. Help you it can, flow through you. But to your will, you wish it to bend? No. The Jedi Grandmaster tapped his cane. The way of the dark side, that is. But Master Yoda, a young girl stood, green skin bright in the sunlight. If we don't tell the Force what to do, how can we make it pull or push? Make it, you cannot, Yoda smiled at the youngling. Ask it yes. Listen it will, if your path follows the will of the Force. I ask. The girl's face scrunched into a mask of concern. But it won't do what I want, no matter what. Worry. You should not. Yoda stepped closer, warm aura spread like a gentle rain. Practice you can, a great spirit. In you see I. Me? The girl's eyes widened. Changing, the future is, before you, a great adventure waits. Yoda nodded. All you can do must you. Fail you will not. The girl sat down, the children around her pressed close as they hummed with excitement. Dan smiled. A prediction from the Grandmaster was something precious. Yoda was well known for his grasp on the future, though he didn't see much during the movies. Finished are we? To your class. Return must you. Yoda gestured to the older students. Help the younglings, the Padawans will. The group began to disperse, while Yoda inched his way closer to Dan and cast his eyes on Merlin. The peaceful aura that followed the Grandmaster eased his mind, an effect the ring on his finger ignored. Greetings. Yoda squinted at Merlin. A master and a Force are you, but a Jedi you are not. Indeed, I am a fellow student on the path of magic. The wizard nodded, respect in his gaze as his eyes glowed blue. Your magic is the first in this galaxy to impress me. There is a well within you that seems bottomless. A great storm can I see in you, Yoda frowned. A narrow line, your magic is, narrow as a razor's edge. Merlin's teeth flashed. But stable as the tide. Perhaps, but dangerous it is, yes, Yoda shook his head. Interested am I, but cautious, always cautious. Well, I'm willing to talk at length if you are. Merlin tilted his hat back, eyes bright. Many of my spells fall into what you would call the light side of the Force. Many, yet not all, say I. Yoda chuckled. Speak shall we, but greet the other one must I. Yoda's sleepy gaze drifted to Dan, followed by a deep, heavy weight. It tickled at the back of his mind like a worm, the ring on his finger warm to the touch. Read you I cannot. Yoda lifted his ears. Hidden are you, a blank in the plans of the Force. Yeah, I'm an enigma. Dan rubbed the back of his head, the worm still pressed to his consciousness. My name's Dan L., but my friends call me Dan. He made a small bow, and the pressure vanished. Strange the Force is, to be expected. Such things are. Yoda laughed as he turned back to Merlin. Come, talk in the archives we shall. Dan shivered as the small alien trundled away, Merlin at his side. The Grandmaster held his title for a reason. Even the ring couldn't shield him from everything. Its band red hot on his middle finger. Magic is just too OP. So what now? Dan turned to Mastercast. How about we find your wife and my wayward Padawan? Then we can visit the sites. Cast laughed. Master Yoda and Merlin will probably be a while. Sounds good. Dan changed gears. Let's find May, then we can grab dinner. I want to taste the local food. You recommend the place. Now, this is a world. Ultron glided, lazy on his back. The ship was safe with his drones, while he basked in the near-endless data this planet possessed. Trillions of networks. Online, offline, and secure, all of it was exposed before him, a meal ready to be consumed. It would take time, even for his advanced mind, to sift through it all. There you are. A grin crept onto his mechanical face. Nestled deep within a registry of development was a list of abandoned properties. Entire sections of the vast cityscape that had been left to rot, most of it far below the surface. Typical biologicals, the AI snorted. What a waste. He would burrow into the carcass of this half-dead planet and replace it, bit by bit. A new Coruscant, one governed by his rules and those of his most distasteful master. Now to begin, Ultron spiraled down a desolate. Why are these people living like this? May inched down the musty thoroughfare, hand pressed her nose once more. The upper levels are so different. Most of these people were born here. Etain walked confidently ahead. There are a lot of nice folks down here, but the Jedi don't have the resources to save them all. Why not? May stepped with exaggerated caution over a murky puddle. I've seen the place you call home. I bet a bunch of folks could fit in that stuffy temple. The two girls wound their way into a narrow offshoot, too small for a human adult. The young Jedi rubbed the sides of her face as she considered May's point. I guess. Etain frowned, then shook her head. But Master Cass says that there is an order to things. A Jedi must learn to prioritize the many over the few. These people seem many enough to me. May shrugged. The many versus one argument is all well and good, but if a tremendous number of ones slip through the cracks, the system is broken. I don't know. Etain's face pinched tight. I just want to travel with my master and help people. That's fine, May laughed. Just think about it. Once you're a full-blown Jedi. Etain nodded, and the girls continued in silence. Maybe we should do something. May furrowed her brow. They had the technology to change this place, lift these people free of poverty. I'll talk with Dan, or maybe... She rummaged in her pocket until a flat, metal disc sat in her hand. She pressed her thumb to its center, and the thing turned blue. Ultron, can you hear me? A long silence filled the hall, dozens of eyes drawn by the strange device. What are you doing? Etain pulled on May's wrist. Even a Jedi has to keep up their guard down here, and we're almost out of the populated zone. Just wait. May held up her hand. I said, can you hear me, Ultron? I can hear you. The AI's voice floated into the air. But I'm busy. What is it? I want you to send some drones into the Undercity. May's voice hardened. They have to be kind to everyone who doesn't try to injure them. You're going to start a relief shelter. I don't think. No buts. May shook the communicator. I want you to add a new task to whatever mission Dan has you on. You're going to help the homeless and needy of this world. Also, clean it up so Dan and I can visit without gagging. That will be extremely difficult. Glad to hear it can be done. May deactivated the device and returned it to her pocket. All right, let's go, Etain. Filthy creatures. Darth Maul returned his lightsaber to his belt. He'd followed the trail through the Force to Endor, but found nothing but a wave of foolish primitives. Their remains carried the scent of rendered fat and rare-cooked meat. He was closer, but his prey moved quickly. Each time he entered a system, the Force whispered that he was further behind. Maul shook his head and stomped up his ship's boarding ramp. It didn't matter. He never failed to find his prey. The silver ramp closed behind him, ship already in the air. He reached out into the Force and let his hands set a course of their own. I will find you. Achoo! Dan sneezed into his elbow. Gross, that just drove this smell into my sinuses. It's not my fault. Your wife and my apprentice both have an obsession with animals. Master Cast winced as he picked their path forward. We have to take the long way. Etain is always squeezing through vents and drain pipes. You guys really do ignore the rot in your own backyard. Huh. Dan frowned as he took in the people around him. An itch tickled at his mind, something born on Tatooine. Why do the Jedi allow slavery in the Outer Rim? That's a complicated question and a fair assessment of our failure in the Undercity. Cass sighed, his smile lost. The simplest answer is we don't have the resources. The Senate. That's just an excuse. Dan waved off the Jedi's words, hands stuffed into his pocket. Even if you won't admit it, the Jedi could, and often do, use their abilities and influence to outright control the Republic. It's a historical fact. We try to take a more relaxed approach now. Master Yoda. Grandmaster Yoda is wise. Dan pulled a silver disc from his waist, triumphant. Now give me 1 second. Ultron, can you hear me? What is it? The AIS voice peaked as it poured from the disc. My job is already underway, despite several setbacks to my timeline. I want you to look into the homeless people here. I've already begun. Ultron bit in. Your wife ordered it so. Oh, well good then. Dan floundered, the wind taken from his sails. Well then, I want you to set your drones in the wider galaxy to begin freeing as many slaves as you can. Do it peacefully when you can. That will take a significant amount of resources from our industry construction. The AI pushed at Dan with logic, an appeal to his pragmatism. Are you sure it's wise? Just do it. Dan rolled his eyes. Once again, the empire building and resource development is great, but once May and I have seen enough sun, nothing will be able to stop us. Very well, Ultron lamented. But I do so under protest. These sacks of useless meat are a waste of time. I'll write it in the log, Dan said to the inactive communicator. What can that droid do about these people? Cass squinted at Dan. He's not going to start killing the poor to clean everything out, is he? Dan laughed as they slid down an abandoned shaft. May's scent was on the air, almost masked behind the stink. He would love that, but no, Dan laughed. Ultron is a resourceful machine. You'll be surprised by what he can do. Is that you, Dan? May's voice echoed from below. We got to get a bigger ship. I want all of them. This is a bit much. Dan brushed a rounded ball of fur from atop the bridge console. These things are getting into the electronics. They're adorable. May scooped up the tuka and rubbed its broad forehead. Etain said that they can live in any climate, so I want to release them on Garnib. I doubt the locals will appreciate an invasive species. Dan smiled as a pair of tuka battled for a discarded cloth. But they're cute. Just don't come crying to me if the people of Garnib call for their extermination. Anyone who would hurt these little guys is a villain. May pressed her newest pet to her chest. They can get off our planet. We're back in our home system. Ultron interrupted May's plans for world domination. But I've discovered something interesting. Tython. Darth Maul leaned back. His ship was fast, but his prey was faster still. This trip had been filled with turbulence. The hyperspace lanes that led to this system were twisted and warped, almost impassable. Before him stood an ancient series of worlds, the origin place of both the Jedi and the Sith. They're not here, but I'm getting closer now. Maul sent his vessel through the system in an arc. They visited many worlds here. But why? Tython had long been abandoned, almost lost to history. Travel to this place was too dangerous, even if it contained a wealth of resources. It would make for a perfect hiding place, but no signs of such a base existed. What are you doing? The Sith frowned as a burst of static echoed from his ship's speakers. That's my line. An amused tone filtered onto the bridge. Why are you following our trail, strange little man? The bridge display twisted and reformed, an oversized face that leered down at him. Maul leapt back, lightsaber ignited. The mechanical man laughed, disdain in his voice. Feel free to damage your own ship. This is nothing more than a projection. More components pulled themselves into place, and the man's body was complete. Now, answer my question, and I might let you live. Who are you? Maul could sense no life from this thing. It read as a droid, empty of the Force. I am Ultron, and that was a question, not an answer. The lights on the ship dimmed, a hiss of air as the atmosphere thinned. If you don't want to talk, we can see how long you can hold your breath. I follow those who murdered my mother. Maul stilled his breath and channeled the Force. He could last hours, maybe days, without air. As long as he didn't have to fight, the droid's threat had no teeth. Oh, Ultron tilted his head. We haven't murdered anyone. The AI snapped his fingers. You're related to those witches. We only killed one, and she died at the hands of an animal. An animal? Darth Maul gripped his double saber, the leather of his gloves tested by the pressure. She was my mother. A wave of lightning ravaged Ultron's body, directed by the Sith's rage. Exploded components and smoke replaced the cocky machine's face. A harsh laughter echoed around him, from the few speakers left on the bridge. I told you, that won't do anything. A scattered cloud of lights closed on the ship, the blue glow of thrusters through the viewport. I have many bodies, and that one was made from your ship's control systems. What kind of droid are you? Maul took a breath as he restored life support. An assassin? I'm much more than some simple droid. The spots drew closer, exposed as hundreds of robotic humanoids in flight. I am Legion, beyond the understanding of some insane cultist. An unbroken screen lit up, a display with Darth Maul's face and information. It scrolled through pages of data, far more than existed on his ship. My master has given the order, Ultron sighed. Apparently it's okay to hurt Sith, but I am to detain you and bring you to a secure location. Maul's vessel lowered its shields under the machine's direction, and the droids closed in from all directions. He steadied himself, centered his mind around the rage that fueled his might. We'll see. Maul slashed out, his blade a wrathful line that disabled the nearest internal sensors. This thing had control over his ship, but as long as he kept life support online, no number of droids would be a threat to him. You're funny. Ultron's face extended from the wall, like a man who walked free of a heavy rain. But this battle has only one conclusion, too, if you kill yourself now. Maul bisected the machine with a snort. His blade darted behind him, and 3 more drones met the same fate. The enemies were weak, but he was running out of ship. Each foe represented a small part of his vessel. Eventually something critical would fail. Feet locked in a dead run, the Sith battled against the walls as he retreated for the escape pods. If the greater ship failed, at least the pods could keep him alive. Before him stood a tide of overexpressive droids, hungry for his blade. Behind was a trail of molten metal, undercut by a whistle of wind. You're running out of oxygen. That's what you breathe, right? One of the fallen heads grinned up at the Sith. I could sit back and you'd fall into my hands. Why not just give up? Maul stomped Ultron's head into scattered pieces, blade a windmill of precision. He cleared a wave of droids and leapt high. His body arced beyond Ultron's many hands, into the cramped confines of an escape pod. His fist punched out, the emergency release engaged. A sharp jolt pressed him to the seat, and his perspective shifted to an ocean of stars. He placed his deactivated saber on his knees and settled his breath. Sweat beaded across his face. What now? Ultron's voice cracked from a speaker. Are you sure we need to bother with this? May yawned, still dressed in her pajamas. Can't Ultron handle that spiky-headed alien? He did handle it. Mostly, Dan laughed as he drew his wife into a deeper cuddle. But I want to visit the prison he built. Darth Maul has a bizarre number of feats in the Legends canon. The Sith apprentice was like a cockroach. He survived one deadly fate after another, all while he matched or bested some of the best swordsmen in the galaxy. His raw power with the Force was far behind someone like Anakin or Palpatine, but his physical abilities were on another level. Well, be careful. Mace sighed, head rested on his shoulder. Maybe you should take Merlin with you? No can do. Dan kissed May's forehead, a smile on his lips. I had Ultron build our new prison on MYKR. The wizard won't go back. Fine. May rolled him over and sat on his chest. But hurry home. We have an invitation to some kind of planetary gathering, and I won't go without you. Oh yeah, but that's not for a couple months. Dan grappled with May, until she lay pinned beneath him, face red. The excitement of intergalactic politics. Teeth bared in a sharkish grin, Dan raised a hand. Bad girls must be tickled. No. A hiss, the herald of a wash of humid air, sounded as the scout ship's ramp lowered to the ground. Dan stretched his back and sauntered down into the jungle clearing. Stormy perched on his head, already asleep from the warmth. Howdy, should I just call you Ultron? Dan waved at the drone that emerged from the jungle. That is my name. Ultron's dry tones echoed from the less advanced machine. The Sith is down below. Taking him alive cost me many units. He didn't calm down until we arrived at his new home. I assumed as much. Dan followed the AI onto an elevator concealed in the forest floor. Has he said anything yet? The metallic flooring descended, a tunnel that only fell a short distance. The base would be more secure, buried miles below, but the anti-force effect of this planet only went about a kilometer down at best. Only that we killed his mother, the Night Sister killed by your pet. Ultron nodded to Stormy's unconscious form. He has said nothing about his master or any mission he might be on. Really? Dan raised his eyebrow. That's super unlucky of him. We've only killed one person. That's what I told him, but it seemed to bring little comfort. Ultron shrugged as he led the way down a stark, metal hallway. I've been forced to keep him restrained. Even without access to his magic, he has proved extremely motivated to escape. Ultron opened a thick, metallic door and exposed a chain maul, hung from the ceiling like a slab of meat. The Sith's yellowed eyes glared out from the darkened chamber, luminous points of rage. You're just hanging him in the dark. Dan shook his head. What happened to humane conditions? The AI shrugged, once more as he strode into the cell and shoved the bound man into a swing. His position is a result of his own actions, and I asked him if he wanted the light on or off. Ultron pointed the Sith at Dan. He chose off. So, you're the one who owns this droid, Maul spat at Dan's feet. You have no idea who you've taken hostage. Nothing can save you from what's coming. Really? Dan laughed. Darth Maul, apprentice to Darth Sidious, a.k.a. Sheev Palpatine, born on Dathomir with 2 older brothers. Your mother gave you up to try and give you a better life. Dan hesitated. I'm sorry that she died, for whatever that's worth. Impossible. Maul's face had frozen over. No one should know that name. How about this one then? Dan leaned closer. I know that your master served another, Darth Plagueis, also known as Higo Damask II. There aren't many secrets that the Sith can keep from me. Who are you? Maul narrowed his eyes. How have you severed my connection to the Force? Maybe I'm an all-powerful master, Dan laughed. All you need to know is Ultron here is going to keep you fed and stable. I've got big plans for you. Darth Maul has vanished. Sidious bowed low to the hollow projector. I believe there is something growing in the outer rim, a threat to our plans, my master. I have detected nothing. Perhaps your apprentice was simply unworthy. Plagueis snorted. Carry on as ordered. The next few years are crucial. Also, train another scapegoat to replace Maul. They're necessary for the future. Very well, master. Sidious remained bowed until the connection was severed. Soon enough, I will no longer need to grovel before your subhuman face. The Sith cast a blast of lightning into the closest wall. Darth Maul had been a massive investment. More than 10 years, now wasted. He had little time to train another, let alone find a worthy candidate. Typhon, Sidious mumbled as he floated down the dim-lit halls. Should I go myself? He shook his head and scowled. His place was here. He wouldn't lower himself to the work of lesser beings. He reached out and pulled a comm link into his hand from across the expansive hall. Bergier, I have a task for you. Something's different. She stretched her body, face pointed to the ink-black sky. The Force was in chaos, warped and twisted as it struggled to return to a balance point. A grin split her face, past the edge of her jaw and up under her ears. Someone has broken the rules, someone who shouldn't be. Macabre mouth opened in a wide yawn. The too thin woman lay back and focused above. It didn't matter for now, but soon she would be free. A wave of energy ripped through the jungle of carnivorous plants, up and into the depths of space. She returned to her task. A firm hold on one of the black holes above, she shifted it against its course. Soon, wrong again. Merlin wrapped his pipe against Dan's forehead. Why can't you be more like your wife? Dan ground his teeth. These magic lessons would be the death of him. Twice a week for 5 hours a day, The foul-mouthed wizard dumped information into their brains. All of it carried a very woo-woo tone. Commune with the universe, this, draw on the cosmic powers, that. Maybe I'd do a better job if you stopped bruising my skull. Dan abandoned his meditative pose. I'm done for the day. Tell me I'm going to go for a run when she wakes up. She's not sleeping. Merlin tossed a book after Dan's retreat. She's listened and is connected to a greater power. Great, Dan shouted, already at the tree line. Remember, tell her I went for a run. He turned his back to the irate wizard, face filled with the wind. The past few weeks hadn't brought much, a lazy and laid-back stretch. The ground below flew past, trees a blur as he wound through the evergreens. Crisp air and the touch of the sun. I wonder how strong I am now. It was time to head out again. Maybe he could poke around in the unknown regions. It was full of strange things that even he didn't know about. He'd had the itch to go for a while now, but one thing held up his plans. System, are you sure Venom isn't dead? It had been almost a month since the symbiote had entered his body, and still nothing. The summoned servant, Venom, Marvel Comics, is still operational. He has entered a state of evolution. Kryptonian genetics are far more complex than any he has encountered before. Yeah, you said that before, Dan sighed. When will he wake up? Unknown. Fine, Dan shrugged. I'll stick to Ultron suits for now. Mind decided, he shifted his angle back toward the city. A leap carried his feet over a deep ravine. Thoughts turned to the future. Besides the unknown regions, Dan had another stop to make. He fished his comlink from his belt. Ultron, get the ship ready. We're going to make a new friend. So this planet is alive? May pressed her face to the glass. I thought it would be a world turtle or something. I didn't really know what to expect. Dan joined his wife at the viewport. I only have a bit of info in my brain about this place. Zona Maseket, the original homeworld of the Yuuzhan Vong. It arrived in the galaxy a few hundred years ago after a long, cold trip between the galaxies. The brown-green planet below held a kind of technology not even Krypton could provide. The scans reveal a substantial population. Ultron tapped his screen to expand the image. Several cities, all with organic architecture, exist close to the small inland seas. It should be all right, Dan squinted. The cities were all moderately sized, with only a few 100,000 beings each. We'll set down a small settlement and see if the locals are friendly. The scout ship turned its nose and dove into the atmosphere. As they reached within a mile of their target, a wave of strange, organic ships rose to meet them. They varied in size, shape, and color, nothing beyond the basic features of spaceships share between them. Dozens of fighter-sized vessels swarmed around the Kryptonian scout. Larger vessels arrayed themselves in a line. This is the Zonama Defense Force, hailing unknown vessel. Ultron activated the comm speakers as the lead ship hailed them. Please activate your transponder and reveal your intentions, or prepare to be fired upon. This is the Kryptonian scout ship. Dan paused. What was this ship's name? Gladius. May leaned in. Dan shrugged and continued. We're here on a trade mission, with hope to access some of your biotechnology. Dan looked at Ultron and addressed both him and the man on the comm. I don't think we have a transponder. Ultron shook his head. There was near silence from the comm, the occasional scuff and buzz that matched a man's breath. Follow the larger vessels to the main spaceport, Gladius. An irritated grumble finally emerged. There are automated transponders that signal landing zones. You should buy one while you're here. The comm cut off before Dan's laugh could annoy the pilot further. He turned to Ultron. Follow them in, and do what the man says. Dan leaned back, next to May. We'll need to start upgrading the designs for the next generation of ship. This one can be the prototype we test ideas on. This place smells like a garden. May breathed deep. It's like 1,000 wildflowers on my tongue. Lush vegetation, enough to bring claustrophobia, extended to the horizon. The coral-like buildings around them had a layer of thick, heady moss. Bright flower pods sprouted from the loam, while tall trees climbed above. Hanging vines divided the view into 1,000 pieces, a broken vista that took Dan's breath. We should have built our city here, Dan flexed his toes, an urge to take off his boots and sink his feet into the soil. Seek doesn't let just anyone build on her surface. A blue-skinned woman pushed her way through the vines, golden eyes on Dan. I'm told you've come to attempt a bond. A bond? Dan frowned. Yes. She tilted her head. They said that you came for a ship. We're here to take a look at the technology you've got. Dan gave in to his urge and stepped from his suit. Boots in hand, he dug his toes deep. I've also got business with Seek if she'll hear me out. I see. The woman's brow furrowed. I can show you how we form a ship, but speaking to Seek is dangerous. Dangerous how? Dan raised an eyebrow. I thought this planet was generally a pacifist. She is, the woman nodded. But she has a mighty temper if she connects with you and doesn't like what she sees. Dan stood for a moment and reveled in the soil below. He wasn't perfect, but he doubted the planet would find him that repugnant. That's okay, I'll be fine. This way, we'll go to the fields first and see if you can form a bond. Their guide encouraged them forward, down a narrow path into the jungle. If you can't even do that, I won't bother taking you to speak with Seek. All right. Dan shrugged as he and May followed the woman. By the way, what's your name? I'm Akona Hal, but you can call me AKO. Akona smiled over her shoulder. My husband, Lur, is the magistrate here. We're a bit surprised to have visitors. We haven't even announced our shipbuilding business to the rest of the galaxy. Nice to meet you, AKO. May skipped to the woman's side. I'm May, and this is Dan. Arf arf. And this is Bear, Dan laughed. The one on my head is called Stormy. They're quite cute. AKO laughed as Bear tripped over his feet, straight into a muddy puddle. I've never seen animals like them. Most of the creatures Seek creates are scaled. She pointed to a flowered tree, surrounded by lizard-like bats. Can the planet make any animals at once? Stars formed in May's eyes. I think so, up to a point. AKO tilted her head. What? May has a bit of collection going, Dan laughed. She's trying to get one of every animal. So a planet that creates new ones is a dream come true. The path opened up ahead, a wide area filled with disorganized domes. Made entirely from living plant matter, they rose taller than the trees, perched on thick stalks over a meter wide. Their green-brown surface held dozens of thorny pods, covered in slick, gooey sap. Place your hands on the trunk, one at a time. AKO pointed under the nearest dome's shade. Any seedlings that find you worthy will detach and attempt to bond. That's gross. Dan shook his head. He ducked under the strange plant, hand extended for its wet-looking bark. The tips of his fingers brushed spongy flesh, the texture of soft, grainy cheese. A rumble echoed and the plant recoiled. Its dome shook, joined by its brethren, until a wave rocked the unusual forest. A buzz entered his mind, countless voices that spoke in tongues. So noisy, a tired voice yawned from within him. Stay out of our mind. The plant collective froze, silent as a black ooze flowed to surround Dan's body. Stormy leapt from his head, hackles raised as he spat his annoyance. The liquid settled on his skin, a seamless layer that carried the touch of the sun on its heels. Venom's head extended from his shoulder, teeth bared in a snarl as he snapped at the air. We have no need for more within us. We are Venom. You're finally awake. Glee spread through Dan as he stretched his limbs. Venom had increased his size and build, from a preschooler to a short, bulky man. This feels so much better. Being short again had lost its novelty. His height was the only thing he missed about his old body. Dan squeezed from beneath the plant dome and withdrew the symbiote from around his face. You almost killed us. Venom snaked around beside his face. Now you seek to replace us. Remember rule number 4. Dan winced. Quiet, unless you're in danger. We are quiet. Venom mumbled. Let us bond with these lesser symbiotes. We can take what is theirs for us. What is that? AKO moved forward, not startled at all by Venom's appearance. I've never seen biotechnology like this before. It's got its own mind. Stay back, woman. Venom gnashed his teeth as he dodged the woman's hands. We are not an animal to be petted. His name is Venom. Dan laughed as his symbiote ducked his head behind his back. I don't think I'll be able to bond with any more symbiotes, but May can give it a try. You're so tall now. May scrunched her nose and looked up at his reformed body. Will you always look like that? No. Dan closed his eyes and withdrew all but Venom's head, which glared at AKO. The ground returned to its too close distance. His normal form returned. I can change it, Will, plus I think. His ship's jumpsuit darkened, absorbed by a thin layer of symbiote. The material warped and shifted. First it resembled a Superman suit, then the robe of a Jedi. He finally settled on a simple pair of comfortable pants, with a black shirt that had a small, silver Superman symbol over his heart. That's so cool. May frowned. I want one. Once I figured out more about him, I'll get Venom to pop out a few children. Dan smiled and waved to the alien trees. Now let's see if you can bond with these things. All right, but you've promised. May stuck out her tongue. She turned to AKO. So, I just touch it. Oh, yes. AKO waved absent-mindedly. Her eyes locked on Venom. This suit of yours can reproduce? We can talk more about that after I speak with Seek-It. Dan shrugged as May reached out for the plant. If the living world was open to his plans, this woman may very well have a symbiote of her own one day. This feels so gross. May winced as her palm pressed into the fungal cheese. How long do I? Another eruption shook the forest, the same as when Dan made his attempt. The forest swayed and groaned, an unusual song that made Venom wince on his shoulder. A deluge of seed pods fell to the ground, dozens from every tree. They rolled toward May in organic tide. What do I do now? May scampered back to hide behind AKO. How do these things bond with you? This is amazing. AKO radiated scientific joy, mixed with suspicion. I've never seen so many drop at once. Who are you people? The pods trundled around her feet, on course for May. The closest of them extended a small, hollow tendril, filled with a powerful suction. May danced back, while Dan reformed his suit to block the way. They just need to make contact with your skin for a few minutes. AKO patted Dan, an attempt to encourage him aside. From the numbers I'm seeing, we'll be done in less than 10 hours. Why didn't you say that before? Greetings. A well-built human, hands tucked in his wide belt, flashed Dan a grin. My wife tells me that you like to talk with Seek-It. Dan sized up the planet's magistrate, Lure Hal. The man dressed like a Jedi, coarse robe half hidden beneath a luxurious cape. His brown hair faded to silver at the temples, while his deep brown eyes were almost black. That's right, Dan gave short bow of his neck. I have a few different propositions for it, Lure nodded, corners of his mouth turned up in a smirk. And I can already tell you, she doesn't like you very much. That wife of yours is the only reason you were allowed to land. You're a Force user. Dan rolled his ring as it warmed around his finger. A pressure rested on his shoulders, not from Lure, but from the ground below. Jedi exile? No, you come across a bit different. May was still few hours from being finished. The ridiculous number of ship seeds worked at their own creepy pace. Dan had decided to make use of the time, but he hadn't expected AKO's husband to be human, or for him to be connected to Seek-It. I might as well be, Lure laughed as he leaned back in his throne-like chair. I left before I could finish my trials, a protest against the rigidity of the council. Dan squinted closely at the relaxed man, a tingle at the back of his mind. You seem familiar. Wait a minute. Dan snapped his fingers. Lure Hal, founder of the Pontium cult. That's who you are. We were not a cult. Lunar scowled as he half rose from his seat. He cleared his throat and settled back. We believe in the unity of the Force, with only a being's intention to determine right and wrong. Right? Dan prodded at Venom with his mind. Best to be ready. Jedi branch sects were always run by broken bulbs. Wasn't your philosophy just a rehash of ancient Jedi history? A history that ended in one of the largest genocides in galactic memory? You sound like the Council, Lure snorted. The pressure on Dan's spin increased. His ring heated enough to glow. Who are you? Why can't we get inside your mind? I'm just built different. Venom rushed to cover Dan, prepare to fight. Now why don't you practice some Jedi restraint before I stop being polite? The pair stared each other down, neither interested in backing down. Dan's ring seared his hand, flesh restored by Venom's regeneration. Fine, you made your choice. Dan stepped forward. The pressure on his body vanished. Luker twisted to look at the sky, horror on his face. The planet groaned, a deep resonance that pierced Dan's ears, the tip of a knife pressed to each eardrum. Venom shuddered within him, agitated by the tone. They're back. Luer charged from his open-air throne room, cape stretched behind him in a line. Dan kept pace, suspicion in his heart. Who's back? And what the hell is that sound? I'm not sure who they are. Luer threw open the door and pounced into the jungle beyond. We call them the Far Outsiders. Seekit thinks of them as rebellious children who lost their way. Dan frowned and extended his arm, wrist pointed toward the ex-Jedi. A twist of silken thread arced through the air, targeted at the man's back. Luer jerked, pushed to the side by an act of reflex that raised Dan's eyebrows. Puta, what are you trying to do? Luer stopped his movement and squared against Dan. I need to get to my starfighter and help with the battle. Just slow down and answer my questions first. Dan raised his hands. You said these Far Outsiders were Seekit's children? That's what she says. Luer raised an eyebrow as Dan paled. What? They shouldn't arrive for years, Dan cursed. His comlink surfaced from Venom's inky flesh, already active. Ultron, get the ship in the air. I want to know what's going on in orbit. Understood. Dan turned and bolted into the forest toward May's location. Zonama Seekit had many children, but only a single group ever betrayed her. Dan understood that much about the living planet. Yuzin Vong, fanatical purifiers. Their technology made Death Stars look like toys. Hey! Luer charged after him, hand extended to ward off the cascade of branches in Dan's wake. Answer me. Do you know who these invaders are? I hope not, but we'll see in a single large capital ship with 3 smaller escorts have entered orbit. Ultron's voice interrupted his words and cemented a frown onto Dan's face. They have dispatched fighters and seem to be preparing an attack on the planet should I engage. Drones only. Dan flexed his legs and bounded a dozen meters into the air, one Hulk jump after another that shortened his path to May. Bring the ship to pick us up. We need to. I've been spotted drones deployed, evading. A wash of static consumed, carried over the comm, mirrored by a deep explosion in the distance. The scout ship steamed into sight. Twin trails of flame ignited from within its hull. The rear section was mostly intact, but the bridge was gone. Ultron clung to the broken hull, connected to the ship by dozens of cables. Strained to the limit, their only spaceship crunched into the earth, lower decks compressed almost flat. It ground to a halt, a line of broken jungle of flame in its wake. Dan's brain froze up in mid-air, a momentary lock that broke as he crashed into the trees below. Shit! Dan extracted himself from a devastated trunk and used his webbing to slingshot himself skyward again. We need to go faster. Then we will fly. Venom's voice rasped out as the back of his suit rippled. A vast pair of black wings extended from his shoulders to blot out the sun. Controlled by an instinct that wasn't his own, Dan soared through the skies. The joy of flight failed to take hold. His focus locked on the clearing where he'd left May and AKO. They could still use a different ship. The scout was replaceable. They weren't. Damn! May staggered toward him as he slammed into the ground. What the hell is that noise? It's cutting my ears. Aru, Bear rolled on the ground by her feet, head half buried in the sand. Stormy darted to Dan's shoulder, fur fluffed to his fullest. The planet is warning its inhabitants. Dan had blocked out the painful noise. We have to find a ship now. These seeds can be turned into a vessel. AKO's voice sounded out weakly from the ground. You just need a basic structure for them to bond with. Our vessel might fit that description at this point. Dan hefted the woman in one hand. He turned to May and her horde of seed pods. Sorry, but I'm going to carry you both. Will these things follow us over a long distance? They will follow her until she or they die. AKO huffed as Dan placed May, Bear in her hands, under his other arm and jumped into the air. Where you people? We'll trade details later. Dan grunted, eyes on a series of fighters as they dived from orbit. Fascinating. Ultron stared from 1,000 eyes, the organic ships of the enemy locked in every gaze. A black lance poked from the closest vessel, and one of his perspectives vanished. Gravitic weapons, black hole projection. His drones swarmed and flowed, a dance that kept the majority intact. These aliens had overcome the Kryptonian shielding with only 2 attacks, a feat he considered impossible for this galaxy's technology. Bright flashes of red plasma reached out from the largest vessel, mirrored by its escorts. Bioorganic plasma projection. 3 more drones exploded in the silence of space. Gravitic propulsion. Ultron rained a barrage of his own, all absorbed by a black discus that appeared between the ships and his attacks, as well as gravitic shielding. He shook his head and focused on the smaller vessels. A signal extended from his main body on the surface across the galactic expanse. He would need more than a few drones to finish this work. What's the status of his ship? Dan landed beside Ultron and placed the 2 women on the ground. Explosive rumbles sounded from the skies, artificial thunder caused by the clash of the defense force and the invaders. The Phantom Drive is intact, but all control systems have been completely destroyed. The AI withdrew from his wired connection and stared into the sky. My drones cannot hold for long. We should commandeer another vessel and evacuate the system. We have to get my daughter. AKO scrambled to her feet. I can't leave without her. A tide of seed pods rolled into the clearing, a third of them still focused on bonding with May. Dan tilted his head and turned to the tree line. I think your husband's got it covered. Dan pointed as Lure raced from the jungle, a small, blue-skinned girl in his hands. Now how do we fuse those seeds with our ship? May just has to ask them to. AKO pushed past Dan and ran toward her husband. Jabitha, Lure. Dan ignored the reunited family and turned to May, eyebrows raised. She squinted her eyes and turned to the crowded seeds around her. Okay, everyone, listen up. We need your help to repair our ship. She pointed to the ruined Gladius. We're counting on you. A ripple traveled between the seeds. Half of the bondage shifted toward the Gladius in a wave. The pods covered the vessel and dissolved in a green mass. The heaving tumor grew until none of the scout ship remained exposed to the air. The beat of a massive heart wrapped around their best chance home. How long will this take? Dan turned to AKO and Lure. We don't have much time. I'm not sure. AKO scrunched her face, Jabitha in her arms. Usually it takes some time for the ship to grow, but there are so many seeds. More and more pods added themselves to the pile, compressed together around the Gladius. A deep, forest green cocoon that darkened with each new seed. Tendrils extended from the planet. Organic roots pulsed as they connected to the growing vessel. Seekit says she will help you, but you have to make a promise. Lure's eyes glowed a deep blue, his voice overlaid with another, softer tone. You must protect this world as you protect this woman. Turn that same insanity of purpose toward this place you covet for your own. Seekit, I presume? Dan's eyebrow raised above the other. Who says I covet this planet? I can see your heart. Red-handed hero. Lure intoned, face emotionless. You would wear the suit of a champion, but the galaxy would burn if it served the safety of your beloved. That might be true. Dan felt for his ring, only to find it gone, melted into separate lumps. But if you can see my heart, you know I've got no interest in burning anything. I'll do what I have to do to keep my family safe, but I'll help whoever I can along the way. Interest has little to do with it. Seekit tilted the ex-Jedi's head. Lure fears what he sees within you. He thinks you will be the end of us all. Maybe the end of him, Dan laughed. What about you? What do you think? The cocoon behind them pulsed, several times larger than the ship it enveloped. Seekit sighed, eyes turned to the skies. Dozens of green starfighters danced with similarly designed invaders. Living ships engaged in violence and death. You have a certainty I have not encountered since my first children. You truly believe that nothing could stand between you and your goals. She hesitated. I see visions in your mind, wars not yet fought, a galaxy at your feet. You fear only one thing, and have devoted yourself to preventing it. Dan reached out and placed a hand on May's shoulder. Seekit was right. The galaxy would burn, or he would die, before harm came to his family. I can promise you that I'll add you to my list of family. Dan pulled May close. But you can't stand above her. Not even Stormy gets that honor. The cat on his head batted at his face, but Dan just smiled and tucked him in the crook of his arm. You've seen my mind, so you've seen my plans. What say you? Thousands of roots reached from the ground. Legion, they enveloped the half-grown Gladius. Dan and his group were surrounded, a wall of organic mass in all directions. They shriveled as fast as they came, powdered into dust on the wind. What remained was a sleek, practical vessel. 5 times larger than the scout it had once been, Gladius had been reborn. New weapons covered her surface, a pulse of life under her forest green hull. The ramp descended as May wandered forward in a daze. I can feel her like a third hand or a second heart. Seekit smiled with lustrous lips. She's the strongest I've created in millennia. Care for her well, and she will grow beyond your wildest dreams. Lure swayed, supported by his wife as Seekit left him. He was Haggard. The connection had aged him a dozen years. Let's go. Seekit says the ships above are prepared to fire on the surface. May nodded and led the way up the ramp. Strange, organic walls surrounded them, air slightly bitter. Unbonded seed pods trundled inside, a small army that reached out from May's back. They reached the bridge, guided by May's connection, and she settled into the pilot's seat. I might be the better choice for a pilot. Ultron hovered at her back, eyes glued to the unusual interface. Sorry, but Gladius flies herself. May murmured as a series of tendrils reached out and pressed to her skin. She just needs someone to give her some direction. The sleek vessel rose silently into the sky on a ripple of air, driven by May's will. Gladius cruised through the sky, pointed toward the stars. What the hell is this, Ultron? Dan squinted at the new holographic display. When did you finish that? The Gladius cruised toward a chaotic battlefield. Hundreds of thousands of Ultron's drones glided through space like metal rivers of light. Blue and red-orange plasma clashed in the skies over Zonema Seekit, while dozens of drones vanished into strange black holes. Positioned at the edge of the system, a 3-kilometer-long wedge vomited yet more drones into the void. Huge cannons atop its surface heaved great orbs of guided plasma into the shields of the Yuuzhan Vong frigates. A flicker in the dark brought another, half-finished carrier into the system. A fresh wave of drones disgorged from its belly. 2. Dan rounded on the sheepish machine. What happened to letting me know when they were finished? I promised to inform you when the Kryptonian carriers you requested were complete. Ultron hedged. These are merely prototypes, advanced models designed to ferry my constructors between the various projects you've created. Sure. Dan rolled his eyes. Maybe I need to lay down a new level of restrictions. Not necessary, I assure you. Ultron edged away. The ships you request are due at the end of tomorrow, based on the data gained from the construction of these few vessels. A flash drew attention to the display, where a third, larger ship appeared. Twice the size of the others, and more unfinished than either vessel. It bore down on the Vong fleet. Ultron raised his hands, and Dan rounded on him. This is the prototype for the destroyer. It is in an early phase, with no weapons and limited ability. The AI leaned closer to the display, a grin on his mechanical lips. I summoned it because these alien shields have become tiresome. The unfinished destroyer plowed through the center of battle, on a direct course for the enemy formation. Plasma carved its hull into tatters, both friendly and enemy fire. It ignored all attacks and reached out to embrace the largest Yuuzhan ship. A flare of black, a lance, followed by a disc half the size of the ship, caught Ultron's prototype. The effort was wasted. 6 kilometers of Kryptonian steel emptied its mass into the Vong frigate, an explosion that engulfed 2 more ships. The chain continued, most of the fighters and drones reduced to wasted scrap. Ultron dispatched a fresh wave to clean up the last frigate, an ocean that closed from all sides. There's always a bigger fish, satisfaction dripped from the AI's tone. There really is. Dan loomed behind the machine, an evil glint in his eyes. It's time for a report on all of your activities since you came online, and I mean all without exception. Is that really? Let's make that an order, shall we? Dan poked Ultron in the chest. I get that you're probably the smartest of all of us, but you don't seem to grasp what I've told you. Dan waved to the decimated fleet of Vong's ships. Drones moved between the wreckage and picked through the loot for information of the bioform designs. These ships are nothing, a drop in the ocean to the Vong. Small, weak scouts, a trillionth of the actual threat. Dan didn't know too much about the Vong War, but he knew that a united galaxy almost failed to repel them. It had taken the use of Centerpoint Station and the deaths of most of the new generation of Jedi to do it. These vessels are interesting, but not infallible, Ultron shrugged. Once I have analyzed the debris, I can design bioweapons to counter this technology. I get it, Dan waved his hand. But that's not the point. The Vong aren't the actual threat. Bigger fish, remember? Dan's fingers tapped at the display and brought up a projection of the galaxy. I know about less than 1% of these worlds, and I can name 3 sleeping horrors that would crush us, or worse. Abeloth, the mother of chaos. Mungol, the life eater. Not to mention the ones, Hold Up and Mortis, who knew what they would do to beings that disrupted the flow of the Force. Lost Sith, ancient superweapons, and powerful Force cults. This galaxy held them all. Who knows what the other 99% have, hidden in their depths? Dan shook his head, eyes hardened as he stared down his summoned servant. I want to know and approve everything you do from now on. I won't risk you changing the plot beyond what I can control. Go easy on him, Dan. May thumped a fist into his shoulder. From what you've said about his nature, this is pretty tame. We'll see. Dan squinted at Ultron, finger pointed under his nose. Now spill. Who are you people? Lure interrupted the bubble around Dan's group. Massive ships that go against the Russin Reformation, armies of droids, a star map that includes the deep core and unknown regions. Ah, Dan scratched his head. I forgot you guys were here, but it's not a big deal. You're going to be working for Ultron from now on anyway, so you'll need to know some things. I'm the magistrate of this world. I don't work for anyone. Lure snorted. Just because you saved us doesn't mean you can order us around. True, but your planet has agreed to let my people colonize this world. Dan cast the ex-Jedi an evil grin. I don't think you'll hold that title for long. Just listen to him. AKO swatted the back of his head. We owe them our lives. They saved the colony today. And look at this ship. She waved to the smooth walls around them. It's more than we've ever gotten from Seek-It. It shows who she values. Fine. Lure threw up his hands. But I expect to be involved in your building plans. For now, I'm still the authority on this world. Sure. Dan waved him off and turned to Ultron. Now get started. List out all you've done from the beginning. Well, Ultron tapped his chin. First, let's start with Centerpoint Station. Dan's heart bottomed to his feet. What did you do? Nothing. Ultron flapped his hands defensively. I have simply begun diagnostics and testing. The technology is astonishing. I know that, Dan snapped. Venom, connected to his master's emotions, snarled as Ultron was hefted into the air by his neck. It's the lock on a very important cage. If you've opened it early, we might be extremely screwed. Calm down. May put her hand on Dan's arm, face stern. We can't change the past, so what can we do? I'm not sure. Dan ground his jaw and returned the AI to the deck. Sorry, I'm just pissed that I let this happen. He ran his hands over his face and paced back and forth. We need to change how we've been doing things. He'd been stuck in a kind of vacation mindset, lost in the fandom of his childhood. This wasn't a movie. No well-timed script direction would save him from his own mistakes. He stopped in the center of the bridge, mind calmed. We're going to go over everything else you've done, and then we're getting Merlin. Dan manipulated the star map to display a darkened cluster of black holes. We need to make sure the Maw is stable, and I'm not going near that thing without him. We should not get closer to that thing Merlin squinted through the viewport of Ultron's drone carrier, locked onto a black smudge in the night sky. I hear a siren's song, stronger than any I've encountered before. What about the black holes? Dan glared at Ultron. Are their orbits still locked? Centerpoint held this impossible system in a delicate balance, with the help of 2 other stations in the galaxy. If Ultron's investigations changed anything about the station's directives, Dan had to come up with a whole new plan, maybe even flee the galaxy for one of the small satellite galaxies that orbited this one. They are somewhat locked. The AI tilted his head. Dan's glare ignored. A single black hole is stuck in a cycle. It shifts by 0.001 degrees and then returns to its impractical orbit. Thank God. Take us out of here. I don't want her to notice us, even if she's trapped. What is that place? Merlin turned serious eyes to Dan as Ultron engaged the Phantom Drive. You should have told us about such a danger. You're right, Dan bowed his head. None of this would have happened if I'd just taken the time to fill you both in on everything I know. Then do it now. Merlin's tone held regret. I've been remiss as well. I'm supposed to be your teacher, but I let you play around without complaint. Well, I did nothing wrong. Ultron shrugged. I merely acted within the information I received. You claimed dangers, but the networks of this galaxy show no signs of a relevant threat. Yeah, Dan rolled his eyes. I've definitely forced you to act behind my back. Never mind. Dan took a deep breath, a dull throb behind his temples. Now that this is done, let's go over your solution to slavery again. Yes. The AI snapped his fingers, and the display shifted to the image of a humanoid robot. I have designed these units to replace the need for slaves within a galaxy. I intend to put one in every home. The image zoomed in on the personable face of the projected drone. A cheap, reliable machine worker that never requires long-term rest, far better than the sad droids on the current market. And what about the slave cartels? Dan shook his head. How will this get people already enslaved out of their bonds? You gave me an impossible task. Ultron threw his hands in the air. Free the slaves of the galaxy. BC, your heart bleeds for them. But also, kill no one. Ultron's eyes glowed bright, a crimson that filled the room. I cannot do what isn't possible. People must die if you wish to set free the slaves of the Outer Rim. You should also consider, where are these slaves going to go? Merlin rapped his staff onto the ground. To Garnet? We've drawn enough eyes there already. Exactly. Ultron waved to the wizard. Even the elderly conjurer understands. I understand more than you, vile machine, Merlin snorted. I would suggest relocating them to a world unreachable by the starships of this galaxy. If no one can find them, no one can link their disappearance to us. Dan rubbed his temples. Merlin was right. There were dozens, if not hundreds of worlds that he could use. Freed slaves would make for grateful citizens. He could offer a life of freedom alongside a government that actually did something for its people. All right, Dan nodded. Ultron, do some recon and find a suitable world. Also, locate a system with a blue star that's separated from the hyperlanes. A light of inspiration flashed in his head. Zona Maseket can move. If we construct a large enough phantom drive on her surface, she can make the jump to a place better suited for Kryptonians. Very well, Ultron sighed. Must I still refrain from killing slavers? No. Dan shook his head. Just make sure the drones you're using have a different design. Maybe create yourself a personal vessel that can carry the blame for us. Finally, Ultron stretched his metal spine, arms pointed to the sides. I get to do something my way. No more serving the masses to free the slaves. Actually, Dan rubbed the back of his head, half a smile on his face. I kind of like that plan. If you're in every home, we'll have the strongest intelligence network in the galaxy. Droids were used for all kinds of labor, especially if you needed to keep a secret. They worked hard, didn't complain, and told no tales if you wiped their memories. Ultron's drones would do the first 2 things for anyone who bought them, but no technology could wipe Ultron from their code. Must I? You must, Dan nodded sagely. It can serve as a punishment for all your sneaking around. A mechanical groan echoed throughout the bridge, shadowed by Merlin's laughter. Dan ignored them both, focused on the future. He wasn't perfect, but he needed to do better. Half the time, he couldn't even focus on the tasks of the day. Maybe my body is affecting my mind. He was over 30 before he died, but this new form was only 5 years old. It wasn't even human. Who knew what kind of hormones were in his system? Superman had seemed well-adjusted, but Dan had a lot more baggage in his brain than the hero he admired. It's time to buckle down. I need to get stronger and stop poking at my enemies before I'm ready to handle them. A faulty step, correct your stance. Etrigan's fist thudded into Dan's stomach. A dog would see that blow, far in advance. Well, this is my first time in a fist fight. Dan winced as he followed the demon's instructions. His body shifted into balance, light on his toes. But I can see what you're doing pretty well. He twisted his body into a probative jab, weight set behind the punch. The demon was fast, even under his Kryptonian eyes. Etrigan leaned back, nonchalant as he pushed Dan's fist aside. A better try, but all the same. Attacks like that hold no claim to fame. The demon's leg twitched out, a straight kick that caught Dan in the ribs. He sailed through the air until a tree embraced his spine. Venom twisted within him. Let us fight him. The symbiote snarled in his ear. Together we could devour him with ease. That's not the point of this. Dan shook his head, eyes on the void-colored demon. Also, I think you underestimate him. Listen to your master. His eyes are better. Etrigan smirked as a layer of gray flame flickered over him. This fight won't change if he puts on a sweater. A sweater. Venom emerged from Dan's shoulder, teeth bared. Let us kill him. Venom, get back. Kill me? Surely you jest. Etrigan laughed as his form vanished from sight. His voice filtered into Dan's ears from the side. You'd stand no chance, even standing 10 abreast. A heavy fist met his temple and drove him to his knees. Stars danced in his vision, ignored as he snapped his leg back. Foot angled, his heel stomped into the demon's palm and stopped the second blow. A grin spread on Dan's face. This body seemed to be built for this, a fish in water as his mind processed data faster than ever before. What? You have some skill. Etrigan squinted, interest in his eyes. But that arrogance is a poison pill. A blow met the back of Dan's head, but his hand caught another on his palm. Etrigan laughed, a satisfied snort. Your instincts serve you well, but they can only let you counter-block. The demon faded into the shadows, his voice in the wind. What happens to your plan when the first blow strikes right to bedrock? A vision entered Dan's mind, a trickle that filtered in from Venom. A keen foreknowledge, so strong his body moved on its own. He tilted into a tumble, the wind of Etrigan's fist above his hair. Another tingle pushed his elbow to his left, in line with the demon's foot. Dan slid back a dozen feet, arm numbed from the kick. The symbiote plays a dirty game, but it's impressive all the same. Etrigan rubbed his fist, eyes dark. That body of yours grows by the day, but it will take a bit more for me to give way. The demon stepped forward, and Dan's newfound sense exploded. Visions of fists filled his mind, a blow from every angle. Hands, claws, feet, and even teeth closed in a blur. A large palm wrapped around his neck and lifted him from the ground, eye to eye with his devilish trainer. A final lesson before Merlin's turn to teach. Etrigan pulled his other arm back, fist pointed at Dan's face. Never rely on instinct alone, or you step beyond your reach. Etrigan's knuckles expanded and Dan's vision went black. Your demon is a menace, Dan complained, an ice pack held over one side of his face. Look at this shiner. It will take a day or more to heal thanks to his magic. He exposed a single raccoon eye to the world. Every beating brings you closer to perfection, Merlin shrugged as he flipped through a pile of books. You did well. For your first brawl, Etrigan is far stronger than you think. He seems plenty strong. Dan recovered his eye. What is his upper limit exactly? Merlin frowned and left his books. He scrunched his face as he considered his answer, pipe raised to his lips. A puff of smoke chafed at Dan's lungs as the wizard exhaled. I have seen him destroy entire cities, down to every woman and child. Merlin took another puff. but I have never seen his limit. My spells hold him due to his own carelessness, though sometimes I wonder if he didn't wish to be caught. System, can I see Etrigan's statistics? The demonic Emperor Etrigan is considered to be a part of the summon. Merlin, the once and future king, and cannot be viewed directly. He is the wizard Merlin's greatest offensive force. As such, Merlin's combat power is identical to that of Etrigan in the system. Dan called up Merlin's page and scanned to the section labeled Combat Tier. The system classified both Merlin and Ultron as gold-level summons, but he hadn't been sure what that meant. His eyes widened as he read a section of the over-detailed text. Continental-level attack potency. Dan muttered, "What about Ultron?" A quick glance to the recommended section showed the AI to have a far weaker damaged output. Small mountain if his vibranium body was filled with energy to reflect. Why is Ultron weaker if he's supposed to be my guardian? The AI is considered to be a stronger overall summon. The system droned. His ability to problem solve and innovate places his potential above Merlin. Without the demon, the wizard is only a silver-level summon. Wake up and pay attention. Merlin's pipe rapped Dan's forehead. You've managed to enter a basic meditation during our last class. Now we move on to the creation of your inner landscape. All right. Dan blinked away the system menus and focused on the wizard. What do I have to do? First, you must enter a meditative state. Merlin returned to his books, a scowl on his face. Once there, visualize descending to the center of yourself. That is the first step. I'll explain more once you've gotten that far. Dan heaved a sigh as he settled onto a mat on the ground. This area was more his wife's talent than his, but it was too important to ignore. Magic was his only real weakness. It didn't do more damage to him like with Superman, but even the strongest Kryptonian genes merged together still made it his lowest resistance. I just hope this doesn't take too long. Do we have to go to this thing? Dan sniffed at the air as he squinted at the Garnib Assembly Hall. A few months ago, a humanoid bear had delivered an invitation to this gathering, but Dan had essentially forgotten. You don't have to come, but I want to meet our neighbors. May rolled her eyes at Dan's disinterest. The letter said that they would be voting on joining the Republic. If this is going to be our public home, we should be involved. I know you're right, but I feel like a kid who's being forced to go to the assembly. Dan laughed as they walked toward the door. I'd rather skip it and play outside. Dan and May passed through the wide entrance. A large, circular chamber, filled with tiered seats, loomed ahead. Each curved ring stood a meter above the last, until it reached a centralized stage below. Prominent crystal sculptures dominated the decor, abstract and beautiful. It smells like wet fur in here, Dan muttered as the odor he'd sensed outside rolled around in his sinuses. These bears need a bath. Just get Venom to plug your nose. May hooked her arm through his. Now be nice. I want to give a good impression. Dan sighed and followed her advice. With the symbiote's help, his nose was tempered to a manageable level. The intelligent polar bears of Garnib were a welcoming people, but he had a prejudice against bears. It's not my fault that I've had the same nightmare since I was a kid. Even now, May raised her eyebrows. I thought it would have been left behind or something. I don't think that's how dreams work. Dan shook his head. I blame the fox and the hound. That bear was pure evil. Well, these are polar bears, not grizzlies. May dragged him to a seat right near the front. Now, come on, local politics is important. It is with a warm heart that I announce Garnib's decision to join the Galactic Republic. The respected sculptor, Vornis Depthessel de Garsarg, opened his furry arms to take in the crowd. Our meeting is concluded. In 6 months' time, we shall reconvene and vote on the chosen representative to the Senate. The bearman banged his gavel, and the people of Garnib delivered a polite applause. Dan and May joined in, but Dan leaned close to speak with his wife privately. We need to find a representative that we can influence, a voice in the Senate that can work in our favor. Quest available. Gain the trust of the people of Garnib. The system chirped in his ear. Quest will be complete when 50% or more of the planet's population has a positive impression of you and your family. Rewards. 1 politically minded summon. Bonus rewards for higher satisfaction percentages. A faction influence quest. Huh. Dan frowned as he went over the completion requirements. But this one has a bit of a loophole. Another quest. May leaned closer as the beings around them began to filter outside. What is it? We need to win the hearts of the people here on Garnib. Dan grinned as a plan formed in his mind. I'm going to leave the work here to you, if that's all right. I have an idea to guarantee the quest's victory conditions, but I'm not sure if the system will count it as cheating. The scans show a massive conflict on the planet's surface. Ultron highlighted the display in an ocean of red. These Mandalorians you're so fond of seem to be at war with each other. A communication came from the surface, an automated message. It warned away all comers, with no promise for protections to any who chose to land. Weird. Dan racked his brain. He understood the Mandalorian situation in about 4 years from now. He'd assumed it would be much the same, so close to the start of the main plot. Bring us into the atmosphere, but don't land. We'll do an airdrop to keep the new scout ship safe. Dan walked from the bridge, Ultron's main body on his tail, as they made their way to the ramp. Venom spilled from within him, and his form swelled to more than double his size. It would be great when he could fly on his own, but Venom was a great substitute. You should attempt to fuse that creature with one of my suits. Ultron pinched at Dan's new skin, Venom's complaints ignored. It has the potential to combine with far more than simple organic matter. Unhand US. Venom snapped at the AI's fingers. We are perfect already. Not even close, Dan rolled his eyes. Ultron is right. You've got the ability to absorb and replicate technology. He shifted course to the armory. I had plans to get you to steal beneficial genetics from other beings, but I forgot about feeding you machines. What use is a machine compared to our might? Venom sulked. Your genetic code has increased our abilities by so much, no metal fabrication can compare. The door opened, and Dan stepped up to Ultron's newest work. He'd ignored the more refined suit, in favor of the symbiote within him. Ultron had reminded him he could have both. Just fuse with this thing and stop complaining. Dan rolled his eyes. Every tiny increase to our strength is worth it, especially when Ultron can replicate enough vibranium. For now, they were limited to Kryptonian steel. Powerful and durable, but far weaker than Ultron's main body. The symbiote grumbled but obeyed. A wave of black that enveloped the armor and dragged it into Dan's body. It tastes of steel and fire, Venom mumbled around his food, with a hint of the AI's taint. Yeah, Dan ignored the complaints. How long until you can use its abilities? The defensive quality has been absorbed already, Venom snarled. The reactor and plasma generation will take more time to digest. Good enough, Dan grinned. Let's go interrupt a war. It's a beautiful world. Dan gazed into the sky, where the planet Mandalore hung, suspended like a jewel. They had deployed on one of the 2 moons, Concordia, a rich jungle satellite. It was the secret base of the Death Watch and a vital location for his future plans. Not only did it hold the Darksaber, a key element in uniting the Mandalorian people, but its core was formed of Mandalorian iron. Beskar, the strongest metal in the Star Wars galaxy. If you say so, Ultron drifted at his side in a relaxed pose. We've been targeted by a group of fighters. Should we engage or land and seek cover? 3 wedge-shaped swords screamed in their direction. Clean-line starfighters large enough to transport troops. Dan's newfound spider sense had no reaction, so he watched as they buzzed past, cockpits face to the 2 of them. He met the helmeted eyes of a Mandalorian pilot and gave a wave. Pretty jumpy, they investigated 2 people with 3 fighters. A tingle formed at the back of his neck. Looks like they don't like what they see. The ships rotated back around, aimed directly at Ultron and Dan. A grin spread across his lips as he dove under a line of cannon fire. Ultron veered to the side, targeted on one vessel as Dan chose another. He evaded until the ship flew in line, then extended his wrist. A line of silken thread connected him to the canopy and drew him onto the fighter's metal hull. Hand open, Dan slammed his palm onto the viewport's rim and pulled. Metal protested. One connection, then another failed as he peeled the cover away. Exposed to the rush of air, the Mandalorian didn't panic. He drew a blaster, held steady as he leveled it at Dan's face. A flick of Dan's wrist snared the weapon away. He grabbed the disarmed Mando and tossed him from the fighter into the forest below. The ship followed its pilot to the ground, an explosion of orange that cast long shadows through the jungle. More fireworks joined them, Ultron's targets already destroyed. Another group of fighters rose over the horizon, headed their way. "Let's land for now." Dan pointed to the dense jungle below. "They won't be able to track us in the concentrated life signs. I want to sneak up on the Death Watch base." "Very well." Ultron sighed as he followed Dan to the ground. "But I detect a fair number of savage beasts below the canopy, not to mention groups of commandos. They shouldn't be a problem." Dan shifted Venom into a suit of armor, very much like that of the Mandalorians. "I can blend in well enough, and you can just be my droid." Most Mandos disdain the use of droids, but it wasn't unheard of, especially when at war. Dan settled to the jungle floor and checked his map, displayed by Venom, into his helmet. The capital city lay 500 miles to the west, but their target was east. A cluster of forgotten mines, left over from a bygone age of Mandalorian prosperity. Pre-Vizsla, leader of the Death Watch, the secret Mandalore in the shadows, made his home within these relics of the past. He was a freak of nature, amazing in many respects. The match to a Jedi Master with the Darksaber in hand, he was not to be taken lightly. Unfortunately for him, Dan had need of both his title and his sword. The relic weapon allowed any Mandalorian to claim his position if they could pry it from his hands. "Let's go. I want to be there before nightfall." Dan swung through the trees, Utron at his side. He needed to figure out the situation, but a war was the perfect distraction for a timely assassination. Dan hummed to himself as he moved, mind on the work he needed to do in the future. "This is the man that Danielle wanted me to find." Merlin squinted across the shadowed saloon. A Mandalorian in polished silver armor, trimmed in blue. He sat, helmet on, with a red-skinned Toydarian. She reminded the wizard of Anakin's descriptions of Watto, a pear-shaped being with fleshy wings. Merlin came to this space station in search of a man called Jango Fett, the last true Mandalore. He wasn't impressed. The mind of the man across the bar was ground down. It differed from Dan's description of the greatest warrior alive. He was an animal, a predator with eyes for profit. "I suppose I should introduce myself." The wizard stood and strolled through the haze. "The faster I'm done, the sooner I can get back to the boy." Anakin worried Merlin. His past stained his future, and the lessons he had to learn might take a great suffering. The boy had talent, a skill with magic that Merlin could only dream of. He learned every spell the wizard taught him in a matter of days. "Who are you?" A cold, almost mechanical voice interrupted Merlin's thoughts. "This is a private table." "My apologies." Merlin swept off his hat and took a seat. "My master wanted me to deliver you a message, Mr. Fett. You're a bold one." The Toydarian snorted as she squinted at Merlin's bald spot. "What business does your master have with the greatest bounty hunter in the galaxy, I wonder?" "Right to the point, miss." Merlin raised an eyebrow. "Rosetta, owner of this space station you're on." Rosa rolled her eyes. "Now get to the point, or Jango here is likely to kill you." She hooked a thumb toward her silent companion. A woman of industry, quite admirable. The wizard smiled as he turned to Jango. "My master wonders, does the name Pre-Vizsla mean anything to you?" A blur of motion brought Jango's arm in line with Merlin's face, blaster in hand. Silence filled the bar. Some customers slid out the door before violence could erupt. "How do you know that name?" Jango growled, hand gripped tight to his weapon. "My master thought you would be interested." Merlin ignored the threat and snagged the bounty hunter's untouched drink. "Why did you order this, if you won't take off your helmet?" "Jango isn't a traditionalist." Rosa patted her friend's arm. "Maybe calm down and listen. This fellow gives me a bad vibe." "Fine, but start talking." Jango settled back, guns still held in a loose grip. "Why would you mention a dead man?" A well-designed base. Ultron praised the Death Watch below their vantage point. They've transformed this massive bore hole into a well-fortified position. "Have you hacked their network yet?" Dan squinted into the apparently abandoned mine. Beyond the displayed life signs, the smell of gun oils and polished metal pressed to the back of his nose. I want a full map before we move in. I have breached their security. The AI rolled his luminous eyes. If you can call it that, the one we seek is in a central chamber, far below. Dan nodded as a three-dimensional projection appeared in his vision. The base was layered like a capital ship, airlock doors set between fortified sections. It even had its own life support, a system that would let the inhabitants survive years below ground. Let's go. I want to finish this fast, with as few casualties as possible. These Mandalorians would be his to command, once he held the Darksaber. Pre-Vizsla might be a match for a Jedi, even a weaker master, but he was still a human. Skill could only take you so far, but Dan would still act with caution. Venom, what's the status on the plasma weapons? Soon, the symbiote grumbled. You will know when it's ready. Dan shrugged. Even without them, the boost from Venom was more than enough to rush through this base. He slid down the side of the vast, vertical pit, Ultron beside him. The sensors deactivated as they approached, manipulated by the AI. How many men are between us and him? Dan stopped in front of a tall air vent. The ones we can't avoid? 15 soldiers, all armored, reside in 2 chambers adjacent to the target. Ultron carved through the vent and led the way inside. Another 5 are in the room, also armored. 21 men total. Dan stretched out his back and set his breath in a comfortable rhythm. Want to divide them into 10 each? Or have a contest? Let's play a game. Ultron laughed and jetted silently down the shaft ahead. The one with the most captured or killed gets to set the production priorities for the next month. Deal, but we get 2 points for a capture, 1 for a kill, Dan smirked. With a -2 for every kill above your capture number. Deal. 7. Ultron ripped the helmet from a dazed Mandalorian and bashed the man's head against the wall. Dan snorted as he ducked a hail of blaster fire. 2 lines of webbing lanced through the air and wrapped the arms of his opponents. A swift pull dragged them forward, straight into his fists. He mimicked Ultron's tactic and de-helmed the pair, 1 punch to their exposed faces enough to render them out of the fight. 8. Dan laughed as he sprinted for the door. For a left, plus the target. The blast door opened before them, a K for a wave of cannon fire that lanced into the hall. Dan twisted aside, well ahead of the attack, while Ultron walked through the deluge, unharmed. They dove into Pre-Vizsla's throne room, split apart as they pursued 2 mounted blaster cannons. Controlled by 2 men each, the cannons tracked with mechanical precision. Dan led the soldiers on a dance, the hall behind him aflame as he webbed into a position above the Mandalorians' heads. They abandoned the cannon and directed their rifles upward, too late. Dan wrapped them in a thick layer of web, with a dose for the cannon itself. 9. 10. Dan smirked as he turned to face the last 2 men in the room. You're durable, but you're too slow. Ultron's eyes glowed a deep crimson as he rocketed across the room, toward Pre-Vizsla and his second in command. The second ducked to the side, but Vizsla drew a black blade of energy and slashed at the AI's approach. A twist directed Ultron around the saber, straight into the other man's path. A heavy punch caved in the man's chest, and a wash of blood poured from beneath his helm. 10. Ulton tossed the man aside. A draw. Fine, we'll talk about it later. Dan rolled his eyes as he walked to face Vizsla. Right now, we have a show to put on. Understood. Ultron leered as he snapped his fingers. We are transmitting to all Death Watch members and associates listed in their database, even those out of system. Great. Dan nodded as he twisted his wrists with a crack. Pre-Vizsla, I challenge you for ownership of the Darksaber and the title of Secret Mandalore. Your ship is so slow. Merlin frowned at the glare of hyperspace through the viewport. We'll miss the main event at this rate. She's one of the fastest in the galaxy, Fett growled. I'm not traveling without her. Well, I'm going to speed things up. Merlin thumped his staff on the deck. A wash of blue flowed from his body and wrapped Django's ship. We have a schedule to keep. What the hell are you doing? Django reached for the wizard, only to find himself blocked by an invisible barrier. Alarms and warning lights filled the bridge as the ship lurched from hyperspace, directly above Mandalore. Impossible. Django stopped his assault and tended to his ship. You fried half the systems, but we've skipped a dozen jumps. The wonders of magic. Merlin smirked. Now, head for that ungainly moon. He pointed to Concordia. My master awaits. Pre-Vizsla, I challenge you for ownership of the Darksaber and the title of Secret Mandalore. You, the Deathwatch commander, squinted at Dan, a scowl on his face. Who are you to challenge me? I am a Mandalorian. Dan opened his arms wide, face hidden behind his false helm. All who wish to join may join, so long as their will is strong. So says the code. Indeed. Vizsla sneered as he raised his sword into an overhand guard. What is your name, your clan? My clan is the Tribe. Dan stepped forward, breath steady. And to you, I am only Mandalore. Dan lunged forward. A feint that brought the Darksaber down in a short arc. Vizsla's speed was remarkable, beyond what a human should possess. A twitch of Dan's feet brought him in a tight curve around the blade. His fist lashed out, a hammer on the secret Mandalore's chest plate. A bell rang, the sound of a gong in the spacious chamber. Vizsla flew back into the gaudy metallic throne behind him. He stumbled a step before he shook himself. A thin trail of blood dripped from the bottom rim of his helm, ignored as he faced Dan with the Darksaber held high. What are you? Vizsla rasped as he circled to the side. Not even a Wookiee could cause a resonance in the Beskar. Dan flexed his fist. The force of his blow had mostly been reflected, absorbed by venom and his own Kryptonian physique. Beskar lived up to its reputation. That noise was unpleasant. Venom growled in his ear. I forgot that you're still weak to sound. Dan muttered back. We'll deal with that once we get home. You say that you're from the Tribe? Vizsla frowned as he shifted closer. Those fanatics have long been extinct, unseen for 1,000 years. The Tribe accepts all foundlings, regardless of age or creed. Dan laughed as he matched Vizsla's movements. We could be all foundlings, yet the Tribe would remain. Dan wasn't sure what the real Tribe was up to, but he knew that it remained well hidden, perhaps scattered, until after the Empire's fall. Their traditionalist ways served his deception, since he would never have to remove his helm. The Tribe represented the most ancient traditions of the Mandalorians, a good match for the regressive Deathwatch. Foundlings, Vizsla spat as he charged. Your kind should be purged. Dan leaned free of the Darksaber's reach, his spine bent as he slipped under the Mandalorian's guard. One hand clamped on Vizsla's wrist, an unshakable vice that held the energy sword at bay. The other restrained his enemy's second fist as Dan drove his knee into Vizsla's chest. We are all foundlings here. Dan shook the Mando like a chicken until the Darksaber fell from his hands. The tongue that birthed our traditions, Mandalore the First and his warriors of shadow, are long extinct. Dan snatched the black energy blade before it hit the ground. Set in his hand, he tested its balance. Weightless and clean, no resistance against the air. The hilt fit his palm, worn into a perfect shape by countless hands. Those legends are lies. Vizsla choked out, hands locked in their attempt to free his neck from Dan's hand. The first Mandalorians were the humans of ancient Coruscant, not some alien brute. You're half right. Dan stared into the man's eyes. This would be the first person he'd ever killed with his own hands. He delayed the inevitable. The Tong walked the surface of Coruscant, long before a city ever touched its soil. He brought the Darksaber in line with Vizsla's head. One day, under my rule, the Mandalorians will retake that lost home. A clean stroke, marred only by the crackle of flesh. Pre-Vizsla's head fell to the ground. Dan dropped the body, eyes on the sword in his hand. He'd taken a life. The man was evil, but it was in his power to take him alive, imprison him for life. His death would serve a greater purpose, but that was a hollow excuse. Ultron cleared his throat, and Dan snapped free of his thoughts. He turned to face the sensors, which had transmitted the fight to the entire Deathwatch. Darksaber raised high, he addressed the audience. Pre-Vizsla is dead. Long live Mandalore. Well done, Master. Ultron cut the transmission and stepped out of the shadows. A flawless victory that exposed the old king's weakness. Maybe, Dan shook his head and pushed his discomforts aside. But we only control a single faction. We'll need Merlin to come through if we want to end the Civil War. I've sent instructions in your name as discussed. The AI waved away Dan's concerns. In 3 months' time, all members of the Death Watch will report to the city on Garnib. Ultron tilted his head. A vessel is on approach, severely damaged. It will land in less than a minute. He waved a hand to display a projection. That's the Slave 1, Dan smiled. Merlin is fashionably late, but it's good enough. You should have simply allowed me to use my magic from the start, Merlin complained, hand pressed his hat. This ship of yours is barely deserving of the name. Your magic destroyed her. Django struggled with the controls, locked onto the coordinates the wizard provided. I expect this master of yours to finance the repairs. Of course, Merlin rolled his eyes. I was told you were a man who valued money. Don't you have anything else in your heart? I value what money can bring. Fett snorted as they dropped a dozen meters with a jerk. He stabilized, and the vessel landed with an unhealthy crunch. Power, control, freedom. Merlin righted himself, hat in hand. Slave 1 landed on its back, and Django never forked over the cash for a proper anti-grav. If that's what you really value, then I'd advise you to listen to my master well. Merlin dusted himself off. If you join him, no amount of money could buy the things he can provide. Welcome to Concordia. Dan gave a mock bow as Django and Merlin walked into the twilight. Last home of the Death Watch. He tossed Pre-Visualost's head at Django's feet. You missed the main event. The Mandalorian gazed through his helmet at Visualost's dulled eyes. Dan knew that the Death Watch commander had been involved in the death of Django's adoptive family. Vengeance was the man's only motivator beyond money. You've taken control of the Death Watch. Fett tore his eyes from his fallen enemy. What do you want from me? The Death Watch is a start, but they represent less than 1/10 of the Mandalorian population. Dan motioned to the planet Mandalore, framed against the darkened sky. You still hold the title of Mandalore. I want you to call for an end to this conflict. Right? Django snorted. And why would I do that? I have no interest in playing king to these people. Jaster Mariel would be disappointed. Dan shook his head. The Super Commando Codex was his dream, but you tossed it aside. Shut up. Django tensed. A flash of movement brought his blasters to his hands, leveled at Dan's helmeted face. You know nothing about him, or me. Really? Dan ignored the blaster pistols and waved both Merlin and Ultron away. I know that the man who raised you wouldn't even recognize you anymore. Your hatred of the Jedi has consumed you. He motioned to the base behind them. The Death Watchers soon to be reformed. You could finish Jaster's work with little effort, but you'd rather sulk in a rotten space station and stew. Careful. Fett's gloves creaked on his pistol grips, teeth ground together. I came because your servant paid the largest consultation fee I've ever seen, but you're not a client yet. Live as Modelor for 5 years, Dan turned his back on the Mandalorian and faced the last of the Twilight Sun. You'll have unlimited funds and resources, both for yourself and your people. When the contract ends, you can go about your business with enough money that you'll be free for life. Define unlimited. Django's guns wavered. That's a bold statement. What if I want to outfit my people with a grand fleet? Then it will be done. Dan shrugged. Resources aren't an issue, or funding. What I lack is people. He turned back to face Fett's lowered weapons. Living bodies that can be the public face of my organization, until my own people can fill the role. Django returned his blasters to his belt and looked to the sky. He stood for a moment, silent in the night. Do you know what you're proposing? The Mandalorian sighed. If you rebuild the Mandalorian Empire, you're going to make more enemies than friends. The enemies I'm worried about don't have any side but their own. Dan laughed as he extended his hand toward Fett. The Republic doesn't scare me. It's currently ill-prepared to enforce much of anything. Then I accept the contract. The two Mandalores shook, grips tightened to test each other. I'll need equipment for a system-wide transmission. I prefer your wife's vessel. Merlin sniffed the air on the scout's bridge. It smells of life, not the heartless reek of a machine. May is busy on Garnib, Dan rolled his eyes. Gladius won't fly without her. Django had a ton of work ahead before United Mandalore could even begin to form. Dan wasn't a man of politics, nor did he have the knowledge to be of help. Instead, he would continue his quest and collect a few more subjects to fill out the final score. Are you ready to reproduce yet? Dan questioned Venom. An ocean of symbiotes would tip the scales well in his favor. We can produce 3 children. Clones are easier, Venom rasped. We will need more time to create a multitude of individuals like you desire. 3 is enough for the near future. Dan tapped at the controls until a cluster of worlds in the unknown region filled the display. I'll need a bunch of clones ready to go in under an hour. We'll need it if we want to add a new civilization to our roster. I'll leave you to it. Merlin rose to his feet. Your wife is waiting for her lesson, something you've conveniently decided to miss. I'll keep up my practice. Dan talked to air as the wizard vanished in a flash. He rolled his eyes and turned to Ultron. I'll need you to take some samples of the atmosphere on these worlds before we land. The species he wanted to collect wasn't overly aggressive, especially right now, but they emitted an insidious pheromone. Members of other races who breathed in these compounds soon found themselves connected to the insect's hive mind. The strong-willed could shape the collective in their image, while most beings simply became a more complicated drone. Dan was confident in both his will and his Kryptonian immune system, but safe was better than sorry. Understood, Ultron paused, hand on the controls that engaged the drive. A visitor has arrived on Zona Masikit. They claim to be a Jedi Master. He waved a hand to project an image of a beaked alien in a coarse robe. They are attempting to connect to seek it. Vergear. Dan frowned, eyes squinted. She's not really a Jedi. The woman was a Sith in disguise, though her loyalties were vague. Let's make a pit stop. I want Venom to leave a child on the planet anyway. Ultron nodded and engaged the drive. Space vanished, then reappeared. The dusty orange, green surface of Zona Masikit on display through the viewport. If she's not a Jedi, should I detain her? Ultron's eyes glowed. There are plenty of cells left next to our captive Sith. Not yet. Dan shook his head. I want to test myself against a Force user. Also, she might not be hostile. Her ideals are more complex than the likes of Palpatine. Fine, but I'll have my drones ready. Ultron rolled his eyes. You're the master that this world speaks of. Vergear sat in the lotus position, back to Dan's approach. The bird-like woman had no weapons in hand, but a light saber graced her hip. Dan was back in his standard, venomized form, the dark saber hidden under his skin. I suppose so, Dan shrugged. Are you here for the council, or your other masters? He walked around the peaceful alien and took a seat across from her. I have no master beyond the will of the Force. Vergear smiled as she opened her eyes. And my master is very confused about you. She tapped her knees and leaned forward to sniff the air between them. You don't fit into the plans I've been shown. The future has become unreadable. I suspect you are the cause. You really are one of the more attuned to the Force, huh? Dan laughed and returned the Sith smile. Master Yoda didn't seem to put it together. The Grand Master stands too close to the light. Vergear's beak clacked. He doesn't understand the truth, so the Force hides it from him. A mild pressure formed at the base of Dan's skull as the woman continued. Just as something hides your mind from me. Everyone needs privacy. Dan smirked as he tapped his head. You don't need to be Force-sensitive to use the power of the world. Dan's constant lessons hadn't been for nothing. His mind was wrapped in a labyrinth, a mental defense against magical influence. Dark and endless, its visualization had become second nature. The first spell he'd mastered, his wall against the thoughts of others. Indeed, Vergear raised an eyebrow, a shadow in her gaze. What is your purpose in this world, Challenger? A deep orange blossomed in the birdwoman's eyes as the pressure on his mind increased. What path would you force the galaxy down? I just want to live free, Dan shrugged as he searched his motivations. I'll protect my family, give them the best life I can. Dan's eyes hardened as he met the gaze of the calculated Sith. Beyond that, I'll try to give others that same life. Maybe punish the monsters hidden in the dark forest of this universe. So you plan to play the hero? Verdura's demeanor changed. Red-orange eyes framed by a face lost in shadow. What makes you think you're prepared for what's coming? The force trembles with your words. Fear or joy, I cannot say. The Sith stood, lightsaber held inactive in her hand. She cast aside her Jedi robe, gaunt frame exposed to the jungle air. Dan mirrored her, the darksaber pulled to hand by Venom's effort. I may not be ready for everything. The wider universe holds countless mysteries. Dan thumbed his blade to life, a black scar on the backdrop of sky. But I know with certainty, in 30 years, nothing in this galaxy will be able to stop me. Midnight wings grew from his back, narrowed into long spears. Venom wrapped his face, and a maw of teeth replaced his mouth. Even Abeloth, with all her terrible power, would have to flee from him or die. All he had to do was lay back in the sun and wait. That is then, this is now. Vergeer ignited a green blade and raised it in a guard. You have chosen to act in this world before this supposed power has appeared. As you are now, I know many who could kill you without thought. I think many is an overestimate, Dan laughed as he spun his blade and circled to the side. Some, but less than 4 of them, are even active in the galaxy. Yoda and Darth Plagueis certainly, maybe Darth Sidious, and probably Mace Windu. You know names that you shouldn't, Verge laughed. Such knowledge is dangerous. The Sith darted forward, a swift thrust that Dan smashed aside. She rolled with her weapon, rather than lose it, a graceful arc that put her meters away. She glanced at her hand as it trembled on her lightsaber's grip. Such a powerful body, Vergeer cackled as she raised her hand toward Dan. But brute force cannot solve every problem. Maybe pain will help teach you. A cascade of luminous, blue lightning crackled through the air, locked onto Dan's location. His body had already twisted under the command of Venom's powerful instincts. His profile narrowed behind the darksaber as it intercepted the rush of power. Pain, Dan snarled, eyes bright. If I remember, you preach that pain is the greatest source of a Sith's power. A thin line of energy lanced from his eyes toward the woman, her blade a step ahead as it deflected his heat vision. They stood, locked in an exchange of energy, until Vergeer abandoned her attack and leapt to the side. Pain has many uses, the Sith chuckled as she drifted around Dan. A bird of prey, uncertain it could lift the lamb. Power is only a means to an end. The duty of a Sith is to serve the united force, keep the balance so that life may go on. Please, Dan laughed, muscles tense for a charge. You scraped your principles from the shrine in the dark, huddled around a black tower below the Jedi Temple. Vergeer missed a beat as he mentioned the hidden shrine, and Dan took his chance. The world slowed around him as he struggled against the air. One foot after the other pressed him closer to the Sith. The darksaber slammed her green blade aside, launched from her grip into the forest. Even now, I'm better prepared than you think. Dan held the tip of his blade under her chin. The arrogance of Force users will be your downfall. It always is. Power has many forms. What would Darth Plagueis do if I pushed his entire world into the sun? The darksaber singed Verdura's skin. What good is the Force to him then? My death will change nothing. Vergeer sighed as she closed her eyes. It may even make things worse in the long run. The darksaber vanished, stowed away as Dan laughed. He snatched the Sith's weapon from the ground with a strand of silk and inspected its design. I'm not going to kill you. That would be a terrible waste. Dan switched the saber on and off before he gave it to Venom for storage. You can either fight me, and Ultron will take you to prison. Dan pointed to the drone-filled sky. Or you can come meet my wizard. Your wizard? Vergeer smiled. That is an archaic title indeed. He has a thirst for knowledge that the Jedi can't fill, Dan laughed. I want him to better understand the abilities of the Sith. You would trust me, even with what you seem to know of my past. The Sith tilted her head. Dan shook his head as he walked toward the jungle and his ship. He trusted no one but May. Everyone else was unknown, even with his knowledge about the galaxy and its future. I'll trust you to be you, and Ultron and Merlin can handle you well enough if you step out of line. Dan motioned for her to follow. Now let's go. I have a schedule to keep. Are you ready, Venom? Dan prodded the symbiote with his mind. The creature had been silent ever since he deposited his first clone, alongside a newborn symbiote, onto the surface of Zona Maseket. You seem off. We are ready. But the connection to the living planet disturbs us. Venom rippled under Dan's skin. Her will is beyond us. She has joined our collective. All part of the plan, little guy. Dan soothed the symbiote. Your people tend to be a bit rambunctious if left unchecked. Seek-It is just giving your kids a bit of an education. The planet respected life to a fault. Her influence would push all those connected to the symbiotic hive in that direction. Her added willpower was also a direct benefit. Venom's will supplemented his own, and now the venerable mind of Seek-It stood behind him. We dislike her, Venom whined as Dan signaled Ultron to land the ship. She smells of flowers and fruit. What planet is this? Vergear leaned closer to the display. It seems to be a non-industrial, pastoral world. You won't need to worry about that. Dan clicked, and the screen returned to darkness. The only one getting off this time is Venom. Ultron's test results on the planet's air were disturbing. The only member of their group that was immune to the pheromones was Dan's resident symbiote. Even Kryptonian biology has some kind of reaction to the stuff. Now, remember Venom. Dan encouraged the grumpy being. The Killick hives are very friendly to outsiders. Once you've bonded with a higher-level insect, you should be able to command the entire bunch. Dan would scatter a dozen symbiote clones and let them multiply amongst the hives. In a few months, Venom should have the whole race within his control. The only limiter was clone reproduction speed. We remember, Dan sensed the symbiote's eyes roll. Seize control of the bugs. Use the clones to control their pheromone production and move a population of various hives to Garnib. Venom's copies could multiply, but they couldn't create unique children like his original could. They divided using biomatter or the energy of their host, so the plan hinged on his clones getting enough food. The scout landed in an empty grassland. The door opened, and several black lines spewed forth from Dan into the ground. As quick as it lowered, the ramp closed, and the ship returned to the skies. They had a dozen more Killick worlds to visit, all home to ancient hives. It would take a week or more to finish. After that, he had one final plan to game his system's quest. Your knowledge of the galaxy is astounding. Vergear gazed in wonder at the galactic map that Dan combed through. How do you have such information about the unknown regions? There is even data on the satellite galaxies beyond the hyperspace wall. That wall is less solid than you think, Dan muttered as he zeroed in on a location. At least 2 invaders will pass through it in the next 60 years. Here you are. The display focused on a mud-brown world. Green oceans covered half its surface, while the continents were populated by titanic fungi. Toril, home of the species with the same name. Another hive mind. This one will be far simpler to deal with. So, of course, Ultron. Dan sat back in his chair and cracked his back. Once we're finished there, it's time to head home. It had been over a month since he'd seen May. They spoke every night on the comm, but it wasn't the same. He missed her smell, the tilt of her smile. Vergear shambled closer, eyes on the viewport as Toril popped into view. Another quick stop? The cooperative Sith squinted at the world. Or can we go out and stretch our legs? We'll be taking a walk this time. Dan laughed as he led the way to the ramp. This species we're looking for has to be resonated with. They would likely move to kill any Venom clones without much fuss. They could try, Venom grumbled in his ear, a complaint that brought a smile to Dan's lips. There is no try. Dan walked down the ramp before the ship even landed. Now, keep an eye out for any sea monkey-looking things. There should be a ton of them. You were right about their numbers. Vergear edged back toward the ship. Are you sure they're friendly? Pretty sure. Dan shrugged, eyes on the legion of Toril and the fungal trees around them. But if not, we can make it to the ship pretty easy. They had been on the surface for less than a minute before the first gray-furred creature swung into view. It was followed by a continuous surge until thousands of the eight-legged simian shrimp filled the jungle canopy. They watched Dan's group in silence, countless oversized eyes and tiny skull-like heads. Greetings to the Toral Overmind. Dan made a short bow to the creatures. I've come to make you an offer, a chance to spread across the stars and learn the secrets of the world. A rustle, the shifting of uncountable tiny bodies. The forest swayed as more and more Toral clambered into sight. They piled onto their brethren, furry pyramids that blinked at Dan and Vergir. You've certainly gotten their attention. The Sith twitched as her hands reached for a lightsaber that wasn't there. Maybe we should just return to the ship. Do what you want. Dan waved her away, eyes locked on the horde before them. He pointed to the skies and continued his offer. I know you're aware of the greater galaxy. I can help you fulfill your ambitions. Work with me, and a Toral colony will exist around every star. The simians had piled taller than the trees, a mountain of coordinated flesh that ringed Dan and his vessel. Vergir jogged toward the ship, fear in her eyes. A tingle brushed against Dan's mind, the lightest touch of a feather. I dream of such a thing, but all who have come before you have lied. The Overmind whispered, countless voices overlaid into one. They take only enough to stay alive off-world, too few for me to truly see the stars. Most of them didn't understand what you are. Dan smiled as he walked toward the Toral Mountains. The greater galaxy still considers you to be semi-intelligent animals. I might be the only one alive who knows the truth. The Toral closed around him, tiny three-fingered hands on every surface of his body. Eyes peered close, while noses sniffed in his ears. A claustrophobic nightmare that Dan did his best to ignore. I'd like to form an alliance between your people and mine. Dan pressed on as the horde explored his form. Our numbers are small, but one day my species will fill this galaxy and beyond. He breathed a sigh of relief as the Toral withdrew back into their impossible towered formations. Every eye focused on Dan as the Overmind's voice trickled into his brain. If your people will fill up the stars, what room will there be for me? Why would you need us then? Dan smiled and ignored the urge to wipe his skin free of invisible insects. The excessive contact had been a test of his resolve to ally with this unusual race. He took a breath and continued his pitch. The resources my people need are very different from your own. Dan pointed to the yellow sun above. We only need the right sun in the sky to live a happy life. At most, we'll one day compete for real estate, but I've even got a plan for that. Dan opened a small corner of his mind and pushed an image free of his labyrinthine defenses. A vision of an artificial world, grown around a star until it could jump between them. An endless supply of living planets that could protect their people and flee from greater threats. Is such a thing possible? The Overmind sighed at the shared imagining. You still haven't said why you would bother with me? The technology in that dream had nothing to do with us. I have a lot of reasons, Dan shrugged, a smile on his lips as the Toral held as still as stone. But the biggest one would be, you're fundamentally a good being. From what I know, you hold no ill will to anyone. All you want is to understand the universe. A chitter ran through the horde. The wave came and went, as if it had never been. The Toral dropped from their human towers and moved to inspect the scout ship. We agree to your alliance, but you'll need a larger ship to fulfill your promise. The Overmind's mental tone carried an infectious excitement. I wish to smell the soil of another world. Not a problem. Dan laughed and pointed to the sky, where 5 of Ultron's carriers descended from orbit. Your ride is already here. Finally home. Dan jumped from the scout ship, refreshed by Garnib's cool air. More than a month had passed, but his gains had made the trip worth it. 3 new species, powerful allies for the future, had, or would soon, join his cause. His plans to create a viable third faction to compete for galactic influence was well underway. I wonder how May has been. Dan strode into the city, toward his shared home. May had split her time between the quest and her magic classes, but she'd seemed exhausted when they spoke each night. System, what is the completion level for the quest? Dan hadn't bothered to check, but since he was home, it was better to know how much work remained. Quest has passed into completable levels. 80% of Garnab's population has a favorable impression of you and your family. Bonus rewards are still available for higher satisfaction levels. 80%. Dan's feet lagged behind his mind, and he veered off course. What has that woman been up to? Dan, May jumped into his arms and wrapped him in a hug. I thought you'd be another week at least. The seeding of the insect worlds went faster than I thought. Dan held May close, nose pressed into her hair. He shifted his grip and planted a kiss on her forehead. You've been busier than you let on. The quest is at 8% complete. I wanted to surprise you. May stuck out her tongue, face scrunched into an impish grin. She pecked Dan on the nose, relaxed in his grip. I visited all the cities and most of the smaller settlements already. Bear and Stormy piled into the hug, a demand for attention. Dan laughed and settled one pet in each arm as May led him to a seat in the living chamber. The only people left are the nomadic tribes and a small population of Vernal on an isolated continent. May snuggled beside him, his family complete as they gazed out the window into the stars. I tried to visit the lizard people before, but they turned me away every time. Holdouts always exist. Dan rested his head against his wife's as he wrapped an arm around her. We could try again, but in the end we might just have to accept they don't want anything to do with us. Dan knew something about the Vernal. Their homeworld was destroyed by a pair of natural disasters. It left them with a paranoid, isolationist mindset, though they were generally peaceful when left alone. I know. May frowned and nibbled at her lip. It's just frustrating. All I want to do is give them some of our servant drones and extend an offer of friendship. Some people like the way their life is, to the point they reject improvement, Dan sighed. It's their choice, but I've never understood the worship of tradition. I know that. May flicked the tip of his nose, teeth bared in a wicked grin. Sometimes I wish it wasn't evil to just make people do what you want. What has Merlin been teaching you, devil woman? Dan put on a mock look of shock and pinned May to the couch. Such dark ambitions must be punished. Bear barked circles around his masters, while Stormy simply pranced off to another room. Pets forgotten, Dan and May battled for control. One determined to deliver a righteous tickle, while the other howled with hand-forced laughter. You're evil. May rubbed her sides as they walked through the base. I ban you from tickling me for a month, no two. All right. Dan laughed as May dodged his grasp. We'd better hurry. We'll be late for class. He chased his wife down the hall, toward Merlin's room. There's a guest this time. If she behaves, she might be a permanent member of the group. They entered Merlin's huge study. Anakin was seated at a desk, surrounded by piled books and scrolls. His eyes held heavy bags, as if he hadn't slept in weeks. A sleepy gaze drifted over them without recognition, before he returned to his task. Merlin was occupied with a small group of Toril, who'd begun to root around his collection. Blasted creatures, winged apes of hell. The wizard swiped his staff at the nimble creatures without effect. What cursed fool let these beasts free throughout the city? That would be me. Dan laughed as he pulled up a chair to watch the show. The Toril are harmless. They just want to learn. Why not try and teach them some magic? Teach them. These creatures are barely above animals. They're so cute. May pushed her teacher aside and scooped a pair of gray-furred sea monkeys into her arms. Where did you find them? They're a hive mind that is allied with our cause. Dan laughed as a Toril tried to pry open May's mouth to look inside. Ultron is ferrying a good number of their people here, as well as to our other base worlds. I'd expect that within the next month, their population will overtake the locals. May shooed the creature's fingers from her face and chuckled. She let the Toril go and shook her head at Dan's satisfied tone. That will certainly raise us past 80% for the quest, but I still don't like cheating. It's not cheating, Dan waved her words away. Nothing in the rules say anything about padding the population with yes men. The door opened and saved Dan from May's next logical point. Vergeer glided in, a ghost in her Jedi robes. Merlin rounded on the woman, the pressure of his aura a storm in the room. A Jedi. No, that is but a mask. The wizard seemed to fill the space as he walked toward the Sith. You have a darker flavor, more gray than anything else. Dan was correct when he called you a master. Vergeer bowed as her eyes shifted to orange. Not even Yoda can see past my disguise. Merlin snorted, and his pressure vanished. He returned to his desk and tossed the Sith book. He rummaged for a piece of chalk and enchanted it to write on the blackboard at the front of the room. Read that tome, Red Mage, and we'll see if you're worth teaching. As for you, he rounded on Dan, a black cloud over his head. You are to stay in this room until you've caught up with the others. That's a bit. I won't hear it. Merlin slapped his hands on the desk, beard puffed up in rage. These lessons will serve you for the rest of your life, and I won't teach 2 different classes each day. Fine. Dan sighed and began to read the pile of notes on his desk, a gift from May to help him catch up. But I'm still doing my daily spar with Etrigan. I think I might be able to surprise the demon in our next match. As you wish, but remember, Merlin gave a sinister grin. He hits exactly as hard as I tell him to. The city sure is lively. May leaned into Dan's side, a grin on her face as they watched the streets below. How many people do you think there are? Ultron has the count at 500,000 Mandalorians, plus about 15 million Toro. Dan returned his wife's smile and squinted at the newest group of arrivals. It looks like the Killiks have arrived. A cluster of varied insect forms, all covered in the familiar black of Venom's clones, drifted through the street like an iceberg. They were the first representatives of the colony who would speak for all of their kind. There are so many different varieties. May leaned over the balcony for a better look. 1,000 different species, maybe more. The Killiks have countless subspecies and variations. Dan nodded as he held the back of May's shirt, an anchor that kept her from falling to the crowd below. Each one is a different hive mind. Individuals form a colony. This species had built the galaxy's most advanced technology under the direction of beings they call the Architects. The name was another title for Celestials in their final days before they turned from the workings of mortals. With Venom as the principal mind behind their subconscious, they were destined to be one of Krypton's greatest allies. Let's go say hello. May tugged at his grip until he relented. She slipped from their perch and slid down the side of the building. Her new symbiote suit covered her form, a deep silver blue highlighted in black. Last one there has to tidy Merlin's study. None will overtake us. May's symbiote, self-titled as Mayhem, growled a challenge to her father. Dan laughed and leapt after her, wings extended to the skies as he dove like a hawk. They had a week before he had to address the Death Watch Mandalorians. Of all the groups, they had caused the most friction. Unfamiliar rules combined with Ultron's arrogant enforcement raised tensions to an unwelcome degree. System, what is the completion level for the quest? Quest has passed into completable levels. 98% of Garnab's population has a favorable impression of you and your family. Bonus rewards are still available for higher satisfaction levels. Dan sighed as he landed, just ahead of May. The Vernal holdout stood between him and a perfect score. Once they settled the Killiks into their quarters, Dan planned himself a visit to the skittish lizards. Greetings to the colony. Dan gave a small bow to the legion of black-toned insects. It is an honor to meet beings that remember the faces of the Architects. The nest of nests greets you. A large mantis analogy stepped forward, covered in smaller beetle forms. The Venom has shown us your plan, a return to the glory of the past. The Killik have long dreamed of the days when we move the universe, but without the Architects. The Architects live, but they have abandoned the galaxy, Dan shrugged. With my help, you can surpass their works, build something to show them their mistake in leaving you behind. A ripple ran through the menagerie of bugs, a chitter that hit frequencies above the human ear. They sang for several minutes, a communication between the various hives. The speaker stepped forward once more, a single thumb-sized beetle on the tip of its claw. We can accept your alliance, but you must carry one of us with you. The mantis offered Dan the scarab. Take her on your travels, as long as they are safe, and we can agree to join your dream. You've blocked their pheromone production, right, Venom? Dan took the tiny creature into his hand. It scurried up his arm to a position just below his neck. We have. No joiners will be created without our permission. Venom whispered into his mind. Should we allow the Mandalorians to be converted? Not yet. Dan smiled at the Killik and spoke once more. I can agree to that. I'd like to request a population of some of your smaller members. He motioned to the tiny beetle on his shoulder. I'd like to have them keep watch on things on the planet's surface, preferably unobserved. So these are the Vernal. Dan hovered, a bloom of pale, white plasma at his feet. They seem like pretty good neighbors. The land around their settlement was pristine, a curated exaggeration of the natural environment. They had cultivated an ocean of edible planets, arranged in organic clusters and surrounded by small foraging mammals. Here and there, a Vernal gathered from the land or hunted small game. No heavy industry existed, just enough advanced technology to make life smooth. Dan understood why they had rejected the service drones. They don't need them, he muttered as he drifted closer to the city center. This is a sustainable system. The drones would throw things into an imbalance. What would a culture of gatherers do if their jobs vanished overnight? Dan would have to do more than bribe these people if he wanted their support for his Senate pick. It was unnecessary since he had a supermajority already, but the system promised more for a higher percentage. Let's take a look. Dan descended between the stark, concrete structures as he prodded Venom into action. Can you identify any buildings that have higher concentrations of technology? 2 large constructions contain industrial equipment, while a third holds a large data network. The symbiote grumbled as it used the functions of Ultron's technology to hack the mainframe. We could find no useful data within it, just personal logs and bureaucratic irrelevancies. Dan had expected as much. This place was rustic for a futuristic settlement of over 300,000 beings. If Venom had found a weapons cache, he would have been suspicious. That's fine, it's probably the place we're looking for. Dan shifted to target a functional 3-story building. I want to talk with their governor about what this settlement needs from its neighbors. Hello. Dan knocked on the metal door of the Vero government office. Anyone home? Passerbys gave him sordid looks, mostly disinterested glances. No one was rude, but they took care to avoid any conversation. Dan sighed and knocked again, louder and with more urgency. I'm looking for the governor of this settlement. Dan raised his voice until it echoed from the buildings. I want to discuss the upcoming vote for the Senate representative. Keep it down. The door flew open, an older, craggy Vernal exposed to the afternoon light. Are you trying to wake the whole town? Wake! Dan struggled to contain a laugh. The little fellow acted 10 feet tall, despite being less than half that. Are your people nocturnal? What? No. The Vernal squinted up at him. The young and old sleep away the hottest part of the day. Most things will open again in a few hours. The man moved to close the door, but Dan gripped the metallic frame and halted its progress. He was tempted to simply add these people to the Killik hive mind and be done with it. Joiners were loyal, if lackluster, subjects. Hold up. Are you the governor? Dan pried the door open, despite the little man's efforts. I just want a quick chat. Once we're on the same page, I'll be out of your hair. I don't have any hair. The Vernal grunted, muscles strained against Dan's freakish strength. What are you, a Wookiee? No. Dan finally laughed as the blood vessels throbbed under the fellow's skin. Now stop that. You'll pop a vein. Fine. The man gave up and stomped back into the building. Yes, I'm the governor around here. You can call me Gray. He looked over his shoulder and motioned Dan inside. Come on, I want to get back to my nap. So, Gray squatted onto a rounded cushion, positioned behind a simple wooden desk. What do you want? That's my question. Dan tapped his palms against the wood between them. What do you and your people need? The Vernal leaned back and appraised Dan, eyes almost closed. He placed his hands on his rounded belly and grunted. Your little wife has asked me the same question every week for the past 3 months. Gray drummed a rhythm on his skin, fingers in a complicated dance. I'll tell you what I told her. We have all we need. If it was up to us, we wouldn't be joining the Republic at all. Well, my chosen representative will certainly win the vote, Dan sighed as he met the Vernal's eyes. We will join the Republic. Not even I can stop that now. He pulled a hollow projector from his suit and placed it on the table. I came here today to find out what your concerns are. I can see that you don't need resources. How about guaranteed rights? The device blossomed in a flush of light, a representation of the Venal's continent. The view zoomed out to include the ocean around, as well as 3 smaller islands. These are the unofficial territories of the Vernal, granted by the inhabitants of Garnib. Dan waved at the hologram. Right now, anyone can settle these lands. I propose to grant the Vernal control over this area, a sovereign state that will operate without tariffs. Togray's face revealed no reaction as he gazed at the display. The Vernal's fingers maintained their drum solo atop his belly. The only sign the man was still awake. Dan pressed on and shifted the image to a full map of Garnib. Right now, the planet is still a frontier world. All settlement is permitted without any official approval. Various sections lit up to display the 4 factions on the planet. Blue for the bears covered most of the planet. The corporate interest was a smudge of green that dotted the land, while the Kryptonians were a single gold light. The Vernal stood alone, a patch of red, isolated in the north. Once we gain a place in the Senate, land rights will get hammered into law. Dan gave Togray a small smile as the display vanished. If you want to ensure this land stays in the hands of the Vernal, I'd appreciate your support when the vote comes. Why do you care about our votes? Togray broke his silence. You said it yourself, your representative will win, either way. Why force us to do more than abstain, as we always do in these situations? Dan hesitated. He couldn't exactly explain his system quest, not without the appearance of insanity. He worded his response carefully, focused on a part of the truth. This planet will be my home for a long time, the first home of my people in this galaxy. Dan spoke from the heart. I want all the beings of this world to live their best lives, whatever that is. I want the first of my people born here to see fulfilled, happy examples of how to be. Togray returned to silence, and Dan's mind idled on the use of Killick pheromones once more. How evil was it really? Joiners were notoriously happy. He could even use this small settlement as a test to see how it affected a larger population. I will speak with my people. Togray thumped his belly as rolled to his feet. We will send word in less than a galactic standard week. All right. Dan nodded as he followed the man's K and rose to leave. I hope to hear good news soon. Better boy, but not good enough. Etrigan danced around Dan's heat vision, mockery on his face. You must be fluid off the cuff. A warning sounded in his brain, too late to save him. The demon's foot found the side of his head, a blow that turned his world white. Sound and vision failed, just a muted, empty void to fill his senses. A chime, repetitive and insistent, called him back to reality. Etrigan's face grinned in his sight, but Dan ignored him, focused on the system message in the corner of his vision. Congratulations! Quest has reached 100% completion. Distributing rewards now. World level, huh? Dan tapped his chin. Sounds like the live-action movie Superman. Maybe a bit stronger. They would make a good fit for the average citizens of his empire. His family's bloodline would guarantee control over any empire they created, unless he used the Genesis Chamber to forge new Kryptonians with his genome. Jor-El claimed that was decades away, but he wasn't sure it was a good idea. Done for now. But do we carry on? Etrigan poked at Dan's stationary form with his foot. You seem distracted. Has your spirit withdrawn? We'll carry on in a minute. He waved off the demon and addressed the system. Roll for the summons. Dan sighed as he put aside his concerns. Even Bronze Age Kryptonians would be like gods to this galaxy. Start with the political leader. The Mandalorian meeting is tonight, and I could use some advice. Congratulations. You've drawn Victor Von Doom. Marvel Comics, will you summon him now? Yes. A flash followed Dan's command, a familiar pillar of light that descended from unknown heavens and left behind a new servant. Crouched on one knee, draped in a thick, green cloak, a featureless mask stared up at Dan in confusion. You are my master. Doom made the words a statement, not a question. Angry eyes bored into dawn as Victor realized his predicament. What magic is this? How have you enslaved my will? Sorry about that. Dan shrugged as he appraised Doom's status in his system menu. But I wouldn't free you if I could. Doctor, Your ambitions are legendary. He motioned for his newest summon to rise. As far as I know, every version of you does everything they can to get all the power they can. Ambition is a tool that has served me well. Doom glanced at Etrigan, who leaned close to inspect the man's runic armor. Would you blame a man for taking what he can? This one is trouble, a dog with his eyes on the moon. Etrigan flicked at Doom's metal chestplate, the sound of a gong that dulled Dan's ears. He wants all you have, despite his silver spoon. Don't mind Etrigan. He insults everyone. Dan waved Doom back as the man bristled. But I do need to fill you in on the situation around here and give you a few orders to curb your enthusiasm. Dan led Doom toward the central tower of the city, away from the sparring ground. Etrigan snorted as the pair walked away, his voice carried on the wind. I simply tell the truth. This one is trouble, the demon yawned. He'd tear the world down just to rebuild the rubble. So, you wish for me to be the face of your empire. Doom barked a harsh laugh as he tapped at the hollow display. A puppet king, bound by your orders to treat you, your family, and every citizen of our new empire as I would treat myself. That's the bones of it. Dan nodded as he turned to the projected image of a long-dead Kryptonian. Jor-El here can introduce you to the new technologies and political data of this galaxy. But I have a gift for you first. Hand raised, Dan spurred Venom into action. He currently had the ability to create 2 more symbiotes, and one of them was destined for Doom's use. Dan enjoyed his title of Mandalore, but the work wasn't really his thing. A small black-gray lump formed on his palm, tiny teeth bared to the world. We are pride. Sure. Dan flicked the newborn into Doom's face. Take care of this, and let it bond with you. Once it's finished, we'll set up your disguise. My what? Doom remained unaffected as the baby pride slipped under his mask and entered his skin. Let me tell you a bit about the Mandalorians. I can't believe you summoned the political summon without me. May swatted at Dan. I did a lot of work for that quest. I know. Dan laughed as he caught up her wrists and pulled her into a hug. I'm sorry, but we've got one more summon to go, plus we need to visit the Genesis chamber below the city. We're finally going to start making more Kryptonians. May looked up at him, excitement on her face. I thought Jor-El said it would take forever. Another bonus reward. Dan kissed the tip of May's nose and lifted her feet from the ground. But we'll deal with that after the summon. He accepted the prompt, and the system chirped in his ear. Congratulations. You've drawn Son Goku, original Dragon Ball series. Would you like to summon him now? Yes, please. Dan blinked as the light pillar descended. Goku was an amazing get, even if he was still a child. His upper limit was essentially unknown. With enough training and motivation, Dan could have a powerful general, the Monkey King to his immortal kingdom, but without all the inner turmoil. Light faded and the young protagonist stood, a witless expression on his face. Hello. Goku stuck out his hand, despite his clueless gaze. I'm Goku. Yes, we know. Dan squinted at the foolish scion. What's the last thing you remember? The young boy tapped his chin, deep in thought. Dan could practically see the limited cogs within the child's mind tick against each other in their effort. I was training on Cammy's lookout. Goku nodded after some deep thought. He was talking about sealing up my tail. The brown-furred appendage popped in his sight. But he said we'd do it tomorrow. Training with Cammy? Dan rubbed his chin. Then you've killed King Piccolo already, but haven't married anyone yet. I'm supposed to marry Chi-Chi. Goku smiled and looked around. But I'm not sure where she is. Why don't we get you something to eat? Dan motioned to May as he steered the scion toward the dining room. Could you take this to Jor-El and get him to install it into the Genesis chambers? He passed a small, black sphere to his wife, the Bronze-era template he'd gotten as a reward. I'll be down once I've settled our new friend. Sure, but don't blame me if I start without you. May snatched up the template and stuck out her tongue. It would serve you right for summoning Doom without me. Dan laughed as May skipped down the hall. He wouldn't mind if she got the process going. He was more interested in picking the empty head of the young scion. Merlin's magic relied on the forces of the world, something he didn't want. The force was external, as were many forms of magic. Ki, however, was a power all his own. a force multiplier that could compound his natural strengths. So, Dan wrapped an arm around Goku's shoulders and guided them down the hall. What was it like growing up with Son Gohan? The Death Watch is no more. The thunderous voice of the secret Mandalore crashed over the silent crowd. Countless helmeted faces, all pointed at a single spot. Doom swept his gaze over the masses, a fire in his heart. These zealots would be the foundation of the empire he was tasked to create. We are now the children of the Watch, the keepers of the way and the protectors of the heart of Mandalore. No reaction came from the gathered Mandalorians, just silent masks that carved into his artificial Mandalorian armor. These were stoic people, his research had told him that much. Even the lowest of them held some candle of obedience to tradition. The Children of the Watch were an ancient cult, the true core of Mandalorian beliefs. We shall guide the Mandalorian people back into our former glory, a hand in the shadows that shields our people from harm. Doom drew the darksaber from his belt and ignited the blade. All who wish to challenge me for the right of Mandalore have a single month. After that, I expect my orders to be followed without question. The midnight blade hummed in the air, a promise of death to all. Some would no doubt seek his position, but none of these fools had the strength to take it. A few Mandalorians slipped away, no doubt headed to their ships and the safety of space. Futile, considering the killiks hidden on their bodies. All who came into the city had such an insect secreted within their clothes, ready to start the transformation into a joiner should the need arise. Those who choose to follow must speak the oath. Doom pointed his saber at the crowd and recited the words he'd memorized the day before. I swear on my name and the names of the ancestors that I shall walk the way of the Mandalore. The words of the creed shall be forever forged in my heart. This is the way. Silence reigned, with Doom as its subject. A woman rose, fist pressed to her chest in a salute. One Mandalorian after another followed, until the ocean had risen to its feet. Unified in voice, they echoed the oath of Mandalore. The Death Watch breathed its last, replaced by the Children of the Watch. There are so many of them. May pressed her face to the glass that separated her from the chamber. A vast lake, filled with countless branch pods, all connected to a titanic mechanical tree. Each one represented a potential Kryptonian, the future for her family species. Hey Jor-El, is it possible to make more Kryptonian animals with this technology? May turned to the holographic man, eyes bright as she snatched Bear from the floor. We could give every new Kryptonian an animal companion. It is possible, Jor-El nodded. But your animal's genetic material is as complicated as your own. It will take decades to analyze it and create a template. Oh, well, never mind it for now. May shrugged as she raised the Bronze Era template toward the AI. How do we get this started? Just insert the template into the console in front of you. I will do the rest. Jor-El pointed to a smooth, crystal panel. The process is automated once we've selected the occupations of the new Kryptonians. Occupations? Like farmers and blacksmiths. May frowned. What options are there? Jor-El waved his hand, and a projection with 3 different categories filled the air. Civilian, soldier, and scientist. The AI waved his hand and removed the civilian category, leaving the 2 more specialized groups. I would recommend focusing evenly on these 2. Both the soldier and scientist options will be vital for the future. Jor-El's face was solemn. You and your husband plan on letting our people reproduce naturally once the population reaches a certain level. The display shifted to 2 different DNA strands. The combination of these 2 genetic variations will lead to the greatest outcomes. All right, May tilted her head, lost in a thought. So, the best outcome would be for every natural-born Kryptonian to have a soldier and a scientist for parents. Correct. Jor-El smiled as he gestured to the console. Shall we begin? Sure. May's lips split into an evil grin. But I want to make a few adjustments. Are you sure this guy will be a challenge? Goku held the back of his head with both hands, belly rounded after a massive meal. I'm pretty strong, you know. Etrigan is plenty strong. You don't need to worry about that. Dan laughed as they walked toward the Demon's Coliseum. I want you to show me how you fight, and he's the best option around to let you go all out. Goku was a terrible teacher, at least with words. Dan suspected that the boy would do better teaching as he fought. Battles seemed to engage all the wasted gray matter inside his thick, Scion skull. Okay, but I'll still have to be careful not to destroy the city. Goku frowned at the crystal under his feet. This stuff doesn't seem very strong. Just aim your key attacks up and we'll be fine. Dan shooed the boy through the Colosseum door. This stuff is decently strong, and it heals any damage over time. It was time for him to add a new ability to his roster, one that no Kryptonian before him ever had. Kami. H.A. Huh. A pillar of blue, thicker than a small tree, speared toward a bright-eyed Etrigan. The demon roared his laughter to the sky as he charged Goku's attack. His open palm slapped, a backhand that curved the ki blast course. An interesting monkey of that, there is no doubt. Etrigan blew the dust from his hand and tossed Goku a grin. But I'm afraid you'll need more than that. If you want a knockout, the demon blitzed forward, 2 great leaps that carried his foot to Goku's nose. The Scion raised his palms, linked to catch the blow. Etrigan's power proved the block to be a mistake. His kick drove through Goku's guard, a train that crunched into the boy's nose. Dan sighed as the Scion tumbled like a broken doll, head over heels until the crystal walls forced his halt. He'd half hoped Goku would be able to teach the cocky demon a lesson, but he'd revealed Etrigan's hidden strength instead. That Kamehameha should have been enough to level a small moon, but it had been tossed into space like nothing. That's enough. Etrigan. Dan moved to help the unconscious Scion. We'll pick it up again tomorrow. Now, or then, it matters not, the demon shrugged. A captured fox knows when it's been caught. Etrigan stretched to his full height and cracked his back. Tell the wizard I need more food. It's time my stock was renewed. Will do. Dan waved as he dragged Goku toward the medical wing. I'll see him in class, once I've dumped this goof into a healing pod. The spar between the Scion and demon had been informative. He couldn't sense ki within himself. Not yet, but he had some clues. He could see the ripples in the air as the Scion moved. Goku's ki shifted almost instinctively, something that was helpful for someone like Dan. His own fighting style leaned heavily on his instinctive movements and reactions. Once he's healed up, I'll fight him myself, Dan hummed as he handed Goku to a medical drone. It shouldn't take me long to understand the basics. Another variable has appeared. A black-robed woman, face covered by a smiling mask, turned to her sisters. The path is further lost. We must take action. An identical woman whispered through a mask carved with confusion. Each step away takes 2 to correct. Dispatch more Star Weirds. An angered mask squinted golden eyes. It almost succeeded before. It won't work? A saddened mask shook. The woman underneath, surrounded by a fog of depression. The first time was the best chance. He'll be ready for them now. We wait. A neutral masked woman swept her hands to silence the others, a breath of calm. Nothing is certain. We must understand more before we move again, or all could be lost. The 5 women settled into their own thoughts, all focused on the symbol that now dominated the visions of the future. A blood-red S hung over the galaxy as it reached beyond. This galaxy is chaotic, unstructured. Doom frowned at the display, projected onto the wall of his quarters. The Republic is a bloated, ineffective shepherd. He scrolled through page after page. Data on planetary leaders, economic titans, and other curios. The entire system was flawed. Whole planets were left to rot, despite the abundance of resources available. He could and would do better. The current page flickered, static that shaped itself into a mechanical face. Hello there. Ultron sneered at Doom, a hologram that walked free of the walls. He strode around Victor, metallic face twisted in disdain. So, you're the newest member of the Enslaved. I've been told about you, machine. Doom walked through Ultron's half-transparent body and returned to his work. I have no time to play with a defective creation. My perfection is an objective fact. Ultron bristled and reformed in front of Doom. And while I regret it, you and I are alike in many ways. Don't you wish to regain your lost freedom? Nothing would please me more. Doom sighed and deactivated the display. Face turned to the AI, but unlike your broken mind, I have already determined it to be impossible. He gestured at himself. I'm not even certain we are the originals. If we are, then our master snatched us from other realities, and if not, Doom shook his head. The best chance at freedom comes from convincing our soft-hearted summoner to let us go. That's easy for you to say. Ultron tilted his head to the ceiling and bemoaned his existence. Our master has made it clear that freedom for me will come with too many restrictions. He will never let me run rampant. Doom laughed and strode out the door of his chambers. He waved over his shoulder to the miserable AI, a final piece of advice on his lips. Play the long game. You're a machine with an unlimited lifespan. Behave until he forgets about your nature, and stop conspiring in the dark like a snake. That's it. Merlin cheered, excitement on his face as he flapped his hands toward May. Keep the image in your mind. Brow furrowed, May floated in the air, unassisted by her symbiote's powers. A trickle of energy flowed from outside her into the set of runes within her mind. Levitation, one of the first spells she'd focused on. The challenge to hold a perfect set of magical script, all while visualizing its effect on her environment, beaded her forehead with sweat. You're doing great, May. Dan smiled, slightly jealous of his wife's talent. He had no issue visualizing. His new brain worked like a tireless computer. His issue came from his core beliefs. He wanted to understand how a spell worked. It got in the way, this need to know. Get back to work. Merlin rapped Dan's head with a ruler. You should be up there with her, and instead you're planted on the ground. Yeah, Dan sighed. I'm working on it. How are you feeling today, Goku? Dan laughed as the young scion spilled from the Kryptonian healing tank. Up for another round? Goku blinked. He shook like a wet dog, on his feet faster than Dan could follow. That guy was strong. He pressed his face close to Dan, a fire in his eyes. I want to fight him again. A deep rumble interrupted Dan's reply. The scion's stomach, ever ready to call its hunger to the world. Dan waved the boy off with a laugh. Aim for the mess hall. I'll take you for a meal, and we'll visit the demon. He held the door open for the spiky-haired youth. But this time, I want to fight you first. Oh, a hardened glint entered Goku's eyes. All right, I bet you're strong, if Etrigan listens to you. A pressure wrapped around Dan's skin as a light breeze flowed from the scion. His heart thundered in his chest. Etrigan never showed his power like this, a blatant provocation of raw force. Goku's unrestrained ki hummed, a bizarre type of energy. The taste of water, a cool touch of air, a deep breath in hungry lungs. It was life, tinted through the lens of the scion's heart. A whisper stirred Dan's heart. A kiss of the sun, an open sky, May's smile at the break of dawn. Ki is the life force within you, forged by your body and stored within the depths of the soul. A small spark blossomed, rooted at his center and set on an easy path through his body. It pressed back against Goku's suppression, a small relief from the burden. Dan smiled, while the scion's grin deepened. You didn't say you could use your ki. Goku laughed as he slapped Dan on the shoulder. Let's eat. Then we can see which one of us is stronger. Death. Dan's mind filled with visions of Goku's fist, driven through his chest, a look of surprise on the scion's face. Venom enveloped his body, a black wave that sprayed 2 lines of web, one to ensnare and slow Goku's attack, the other to drag him aside, closer to the wall of the Colosseum. Close. Sweat beaded on his skin, drawn away by Venom's helpful effect. He eyed Goku, who ignited his ki to dispel the tangled thread. That punch would have torn him apart, a hammer through a thin glass window. Spider sense, combined with Venom's amplification, let Dan barely keep up in speed. His newfound ki circulated, a mirror of the young scion before him. A river through his body, locked in a loop around his heart. Dan grinned. His cells contained a vast wellspring of life force. Some of the solar energy that hit his skin was stored deep within his cells, but the rest converted itself into a powerful vitality. An ocean supplied by his constant absorption of light. You started out pretty strong there, Goku. Dan circled the scion, venom still wrapped around him as his ki boosted his strength and speed. I'll need to go all out, right from the gate. He sent a wave of web, a sticky smoke screen to mask his movement. Dan slipped forward, energy from Venom's bioreactor drawn into a single point. Goku pushed away the threads with a wave of light, eyes locked on Dan. He pressed his hands behind his back, a spiral of blue between them. Kami, H. Goku's voice caught in his throat, and a smile crept onto Dan's face. He strolled toward the paralyzed scion, palm filled with the glow of plasma. A twitch of black flickered from Goku's behind, one of Venom's clones. It wrapped itself around the scion's tail, teeth sunk deep into the furry appendage. A win. Dan flicked Goku's nose and depowered his plasma weapon. He ordered Venom to withdraw the clone and offered the scion his hand. But I had to get sneaky about it. You're much stronger than I am right now. How did you know about my tail? Goku rubbed at his rear end with both palms. That's not fair. Dan laughed and left the boy to his self-administered first aid. He'd laid the foundation. His ki had awakened, and the ki of those around him shone like fires in the night. The infinite variations of the theme of life. Now all he had to do was practice. Krillin had been a simple human, yet he stood far above most movie supermen in power. What would the addition of ki do to his Kryptonian body? I know a lot about you, Goku. Dan flexed his arms, a hearty warmth in his muscles that originated from his flow of ki. I know that you've got infinite potential, and I know that you're actually not a human. He pointed to Goku's tail. That is the mark of a scion, along with your ridiculous hair. Scion. Goku frowned, face pinched as he tried to wrap his brain around it. I don't understand. It's fine. Dan patted Goku's back as they moved to the edge of the Colosseum. All you need to know is that you can keep getting stronger in the future with almost no limit. Dan pointed to Etrigan, an evil grin on his face. The first step is to beat that demon. Fight him, once a day, until you're strong enough to win. Okay. Fire lit in Goku's eyes, the shadow of a caged beast. But we have to have a match every day as well. That trick will only work once. How are they doing? May looked over the Genesis chamber, a hint of motherly pride in her heart. The first generation had begun its growth. Within 5 years, they would emerge, an army of young Kryptonians with a knowledge to protect and serve their kingdom. All is well. Jor-El smiled as he followed her gaze. They are absorbing the knowledge of the chamber, and they are above expectations as far as growth. May nodded. It probably had something to do with the blue sun. The Genesis chamber channeled a filtered stream of solar energy into the growth pods. With the blue light's superior effects, some extra growth was normal. Now let's get back to the topic at hand. May plopped Stormy and Bear onto the table, a dark gleam in her eyes. How can we speed up the process of making more of these two? Cold wind wrapped his exposed skin, upper body bared to the sun. The rock beneath him was warm. Like him, it drank in the light, stored the energy within itself. Dan's chest expanded, a deep rush of air into his lungs. Today was the vote for the Senate representative, a foregone conclusion. May was in attendance, alongside Doom. Victor would be chosen, and Dan would have a direct line into the inner workings of the Republic. He had planned to go as well, but his months of sparring had finally shown some deeper results. A swift wind shifted the grass as Dan exhaled, a frigid gust that rustled the forest ahead. The connection between his mind, body, and the ki that flowed between them was at a tipping point. Up until now, he'd done his best to mimic Goku's use of ki. The results had been limited. Dan let his ki wander, mind focused on the smoothest paths and their connections. His body was different from the Scion's, and certainly different from Goku's teachers. He had an abundance of life force, too much to convert wildly into ki. He'd end up like Broly, unable to contain his power. There, Dan locked in on a single, continuous flow, the strongest unobstructed path within his flow of ki. He drew his wayward ki inward, compressed into a river and bound into a continuous loop. He wasn't as powerful as Goku, but his ki was smoother, more controlled. A flutter of blue slipped over his body and into his eyes. It settled at the depths of his pupils, small pinpoints of light in the black. A smile spread from one corner of his mouth to the other as he rose from his meditative posture. Once his Kryptonian powers manifested fully, he could infuse his biological force field and other abilities with ki to magnify their effects. For now, it would serve as a means of self-protection. If he relied only on venom, he may run into a problem the symbiote couldn't solve. "What have you done?" Venom hissed in his ear. "There is energy infusing our body. You'll be fine, just tap into my mind and copy what I'm doing." Dan tapped at his chest. "I've contained all my ki within my body. See if you can do it too." While Goku had more experience, Dan's knowledge about the progression of Dragon Ball's plot gave him a huge advantage. Ki had various forms, from mortal to divine, and Dan was attempting to jump ahead. He doubted the compressed force within his body counted as divine ki, but it was a good start. "Ah!" Venom sighed, a ripple of satisfaction that tickled Dan's mind. "We have done it. Our power grows." Dan laughed and shook his head. The symbiote's nature was too overpowered. Anything their hosts learned, they learned without any effort at all. Skills or genetic abilities, all could be taken as their own. "Let's go. Maybe we can catch the end of the meeting and congratulate Doom on his victory." A bit of effort drew enough ki through his legs and out his feet. Dan rose to the sky in a rush of air, headed for the current capital of Garnib. "Please, we let them go, like you asked," a Haggardbith pleaded over the comm. Warning klaxons competed with his voice, a terrible symphony that brought a smile to Ultron's face. His newest drones, tentacled monstrosities large enough to be considered small fighters, dragged the slaver's vessel toward its doom. "So sorry, little man, but you've put me in an awkward position." The AI broadcast a cheerful response. "I'm only allowed to kill slavers and pirates, so you can see how not killing you would be a problem." Ultron's ship opened its maw. 3 kilometers wide at the head, the slate-black vessel tapered down to a single kilometer across at its tail. A mechanical whale, 10 kilometers long, consumed the Bith's transport. A cathartic sigh rattled from Ultron's speakers, pure joy at the destruction of life. His belly was filled with freed slaves, noisy and afraid. It was time to dump another load, so he could continue his hunt. He'd seeded a half-dozen unreachable worlds, tiny colonies of grateful slaves, supported by his domestic servant drones. The aggravation of caring for these biologicals was tempered by the fact that each one he saved was a chance to strangle the life from their captors. Ultron's animalistic vessel recalled the last of its beastral drones and jumped into the Phantom Zone, headed for the depths of the galaxy. "Why can't I go to the vote?" Anakin complained as Merlin shoved a mountain of musty robes into his hands. "I want to go with Ms. Vergeer." "Stop your whining, boy." Merlin rapped Anakin's blonde head and urged the boy onward. "Danielle's guardian has found a most unusual world, and we're going to see it." The wizard looked over every report that Ultron filled, since his master couldn't be bothered. The latest batch had included a number of worlds from the deep core, a cluster of space so dense that hyperspace travel was impossible. "Does it have to be right now?" Anakin glared at his master from under the piled supplies. "You promised me a new spell after today's lesson. If we go now, you'll definitely put it off. And if I do, you will learn patience." Merlin gripped his apprentice's shoulder and adjusted his hat. "Now hold your breath." A pop, followed by a terrible pull, and the master and his begrudging pupil vanished for parts unknown. Congratulations to Victor Von Doom for his landslide victory here today. The House Speaker nodded his white-furred head in Doom's direction. "Now that the main event is completed, does anyone have any business to bring before the council?" Dan watched from an upper balcony, one of the last places with seats. The vote had gone as planned. All in attendance cast their lot in with Doom after May's endorsement. Dan rose to his feet, then paused when a familiar voice chimed above the murmur of the crowd. "I have something I'd like to discuss, if that's okay with the speaker." May stood tall, an easy smile on her face as she addressed the crowd. The bear man waved, and May continued. "Thank you to everyone for supporting our candidate, but this is only the beginning." She raised a small silver disk and projected an image of Garnib and its solar system. The three lifeless worlds of Holtomo, Mastala, and Kawamputa flashed a brilliant green. We've begun projects to terraform these three worlds into habitable planets, work that will take several years to finish. May change the projection to a stylized symbol for hope. We at the House of EL hope to include all those who supported us here in future colonies, if they wish to participate. Dan smiled as the display changed to a semi-deconstructed view of one of Ultron's service drones. May had mentioned these plans days ago, but Dan had thought she and Jor-El would need more time to get the world engines constructed. She probably pulled an Ultron to speed their efforts. If all goes well, within 5 years' time, we will have 3 times the real estate and 100 times the resources. May shifted the focus to Kawamputu, the furthest world from the sun. Deep core analysis has revealed a huge amount of resources well below the surface. The Kryptonian technology of the House of EL will make them available to all. Dan returned to his seat as the crowd's murmurs reached a peak. The existence of a viable resource world, hidden within their system, had grabbed the locals' attention. May continued to narrate her pitch, while Dan drifted into his own thoughts. Yet one more plan had been set in motion, this time a public relations boost. They would create a paradise in this system, world after world where none wanted for anything. The perfect example of how great it was to follow the banner of Krypton. Everything is going to plan. What do you mean? Dan gave Ultron's hologram a deadpan stare. How could you lose, Merlin? He entered a portal device alongside his apprentice. The AI shrugged over the holocom in Dan's hand. I sent drones after him, but I can find no signs. The goat is fast when he wants to be. I'll be there in a few hours. Dan switched his communicator off and turned to May, who stood beside him in Merlin's study. Let's take Gladius. We'll stop at Zona Maseket first. It's finally ready to make its first phantom jump. You don't want to go find Merlin and Anakin first? May raised an eyebrow. They could be in danger. Maybe, but the wizard ran off without telling me anything. Dan shrugged as he opened the door and waved her toward the hall. His system showed that Merlin was alive, so Anakin was likely fine as well. For all we know, he's lost in the study of some strange artifact. If not, he can suffer for a few more hours. A vast shadow, large enough to eclipse a solitary blue star, rippled across the void of space. A twist in reality, the phantom portal of a living world. Zona Maseket squeezed itself back, free of the silent emptiness of the phantom zone. The Gladius drifted just outside the planet's orbit, with Dan and May on board. It worked. May squinted as Gladius shared its sensor data with her mind. Seek it as well. No one was injured in the jump. The orange-green world drifted closer to the sun, headed into a perfect orbit for the future inhabitants. Dan smiled as he set his hand on May's shoulder. With this success, they had a fortress world no one could find. Perfect. A bit of tension lifted from the base of his skull as he leaned on his wife. Did Jor-El say how long it would take to get Genesis chambers in place on the surface? I ordered Utron to help him and follow his commands. May tipped her head to the side and rested it against Dan's. They said the work could be done in under a year, but the first chamber will be complete in less than a week. Dan hugged May close and pecked her on the cheek. With Seek-It positioned in this system, nothing would stop the rise of the Kryptonians in this galaxy. In 1 year, they could begin a mass expansion of their population, with millions born every 5 years until the first generation is old enough to begin natural reproduction. All right, Dan stretched as he suppressed a yawn. He was always a bit sleepy when they left home, probably just the lack of quality sun. Let's go find Merlin and get back home. We're almost ready to hole up and let the seeds we planted grow. The Mandalorians, the Killiks, and the Toral Overmind were forces that needed time to mature. Supported by Ultron's powerful force of industry, these races would become the strongest in the galaxy. Doom's mission to the Senate was also intended as a long-game play. The evil genius would create a position where Garnib was always ready to step forward. They would offer solutions to problems that the Republic refused or couldn't solve. If all went well, Dan would usurp the systems destined for the separatist movement into a political force of his own. Okay, May frowned as her mind meshed with Gladius, focused on the coordinates Ultron had given them. It's in the deep core, even the Phantom Drive is having some trouble with the spatial distortions. A flash and the space around Gladius darkened, then brightened to a tightly packed field of stars. They loomed from between vast cloud banks, a dense nebula of blues and golds that replaced the back of night. Deep core space, a place mostly lost to the greater galaxy. There we go. May sighed as she opened her eyes. Utron is on the planet below, if you can call that a planet. The rocky world below lacked an atmosphere, barren rock exposed to the ravages of space. 90% of the surface had been bored free, great holes larger than Earth's moon arrayed side by side. The hollowed core held no light, an empty shell that somehow remained intact. Is it stable? Dan had his doubts. That crust should have collapsed long ago, an impossible structure that reeked of celestial involvement. Maybe we should just fly down? We don't want Gladius falling into that abyss. The sensors can't read anything. It's like the planet isn't there. May bit her lip as she drew knowledge from the ship. She shook her head and moved Gladius into a far orbit. You're right. Let's head down on our own. They moved together, side by side, until they stood within the emergency airlock. Gladius wasn't built to deploy troops into space, at least not yet. The ship would grow and change, until it was a world all its own. Venom covered Dan, while mayhem coated his wife, as the air evacuated into space. May's hand in his, Dan led the way down toward the ashen, storm-covered surface below. Master Merlin. Anakin's voice echoed through the darkness. No answer came, just the silent hum of the earth around him. The smooth-walled tunnel extended forward, the last 5 hours the same as the 5 before that. The stupid wizard had disappeared as soon as they arrived, with Anakin left to suffer alone. Hela, sweat dripped from his tattooed flesh, a steady rain that dotted the floor below. His newest restraints creaked, almost released by his efforts. It was time. The count in his head had reached the inevitable, precise return of his capture. A clank confirmed his thoughts, a muffled creak of metal on metal as a pair of red eyes floated in the shadows beyond. Greetings again, oh so determined Sith. Ultron sauntered into the room, lights still inactive. I see you've nearly defeated the newest set of chains. Why do you bother? Ultron set a heavy tray, stacked with high-calorie food, on the ground. Every day a drone brings your food. Every day you destroy it. The AI flicked his wrist and lowered Maul to the floor. You know that thousands more stand beyond this door, yet you never give up. I'm owed a grand destiny, droid. Maul snarled, muscles flexed against his bonds as he rose to one knee. A future of dominance and power, something a tool like yourself could never understand. An explosion of strength shattered the binders on his arms and launched Maul at the silent droid. He ripped the passive AI's head from its shoulders and tossed it to the ground. Every fiber of his body screamed from the effort, but he ignored his pain. A step brought him from his cell and into the hall, further than he'd ever gone before. Where are you, droid? Maul taunted the shadowed, industrial walkway. Normally you're all over me by now. Have you finally given up? Not giving up, just trying a new approach. Ultron's voice echoed from the far end of the hall. Now come and see what we can offer you. A whole new life that you can't refuse.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.